Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ ยินดีต้อนรับนะคะทุกคนเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในสัปดาห์ที่ 3 วันที่ 2 แล้วนะคะของรายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ วันนี้นะคะก็อยู่กับมิ้นเหมือนเดิมนะคะมินนี่มิ้นค่ะ แล้วก็อยู่กันไปยาวๆเลยนะคะ แข่งขันกันไปแล้วนะคะ 5 วันบอกเลยว่าเข้มข้นแล้วก็ดุเดือดขึ้นทุกวันดุเดือดขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยสำหรับแฟนๆ คนไหนนะคะอยากมาดูชิดติดขอบสนามนะคะอยากมาดูหน้างานค่ะสามารถมาได้เลยนะคะ Lido Connect ค่ะชั้น2 ฮ3นะคะเดินทางสะดวกแล้วก็ง่ายมากๆเลยนะคะลง BTS นะคะสถานีสยามค่ะเดินมานิดเดียวถึงเลยนะคะสำหรับใครค่ะที่ไม่สะดวกเดินทางมาหน้างานนะคะสามารถรับชมได้เช่นเดียวกันที่ช่องทางออนไลน์นะคะและในระหว่างการแข่งขันของช่องทางออนไลน์เนี่ยก็จะมีแจกโค้ดต่างๆด้วยมารอลุ้นรอรับโค้ดกันได้เลยนะคะและสำหรับคู่เปิดสนามของเราในวันนี้บอกได้เลยว่าเป็นคู่แบบไฮไลท์ตั้งแต่ต้นวันกันเลยทีเดียวนะคะนั่นก็คือนักรบสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด e-sport นะคะเจอกับนกไฟธาตุมืด ACT e-sport ค่ะโอ้โหบอกเลยว่าเป็นทีมตัวจี๊ด2ทีมนะคะมาเจอกันตั้งแต่คู่แรกของวันเลยแปลว่าวันนี้ดุเดือดแน่นอนเลยค่ะทั้ง2ทีมนะคะเป็นทีมที่เก็บชัยชนะมาได้ทั้งคู่เลยค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้นะคะต้องมาแย่งกันแล้วว่าวันนี้ใครจะได้คะแนนไปนะคะบอกเลยว่าผู้เล่นทั้ง2ทีมค่ะถือว่าเป็นผู้เล่นที่แข็งแกร่งทั้ง2ทีมเลยนะคะแล้วยิ่งเล่นอ่ะเขายิ่งเข้าขากันมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยนะคะแบบทุกสัปดาห์เนี่ยความแข็งแกร่งของเขาก็จะเพิ่มขึ้นไปทุกสัปดาห์เลยก่อนอื่นนะคะก่อนที่เราจะไปดูฟอร์มการเล่นของนักกีฬาทั้ง2ทีมนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูฟอร์มเสียงเชียร์ของแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์หน้างานกันหน่อยดีกว่าว่าแฟนๆเนี่ยพร้อมแล้วหรือยังนะคะก่อนอื่นเลยมาขอเสียงแฟนๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะวู้โอ้โหไม่ค่อยดังเลยเหมือนยังไม่ตื่นอันนี้ทุกคนพาวิญญาณมาด้วยแล้วใช่ไหมแบบขอแรงกว่านี้ได้ไหมขอดังๆกว่านี้ได้ไหมคะนักแข่งของเราจะได้มีกำลังใจสำหรับคู่แรกของเราในวันนี้ขออีก1 รอบนะคะ1 2 3วู้โอเคนักแข่งค่อยมีกำลังใจกดเกมกันหน่อยอ่ะถ้าแฟนๆพร้อมแล้วนะคะตอนนี้นักแข่งของเราก็พร้อมแล้วค่ะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
The biggest MLBB Esports League in Thailand is back for another day of action as MSL Week 3. Day number 2 is going to get underway. We are going to be your casters here on the English broadcast. My name is Renmar and I am here with the king of solo, Chef. And brother, how are you doing?
That's a weird introduction there, but health-wise, not really that good. But we are here in MSL Thailand, man, because it looks like it's gonna lift my morale up because we're gonna see a lot more competitive Mobile Legends from the Thailand region, which is gonna be pretty interesting to see because we usually set our standards on what's actually going on in the meta, like what's the prio picks based on our leagues. But now we get to see the Thailand region, like what do they have in their hands here, Renmar?
Yeah, they really have some very interesting picks. Not that all too different from what we see in Indonesia and the Philippines respectively, but it is still great to see that in leagues outside of what we usually see as like the big three, that there are teams willing to try out some newer things that maybe the bigger teams in a global MLBB esports are not that willing to try. So definitely MSL Thailand are going to have some great surprises coming your way. You're going to be seeing the schedule for the matchups coming up. If this is your first time ever watching MSL Thailand, the league does operate under a single round robin across the 10 teams that we have. We do have teams that came in through open qualifiers, but a good amount of the teams are direct invites as well. Now, you brought up the meta and picks. Do you have like a little wish list of heroes that you wish we get to see and cast today for MSL?
Oh, wish list? I haven't think about that, but I get some insider information from Arashi, especially. Apparently, they're very honest in their approach, in front-to-back approach, so that's why Valir has always been a prio pick here in Thailand. As we're gonna see today's schedule, Renmar, we're gonna have 4 matches here in Week 3, Day 2 of MSL Thailand.
Yep, we're going to be starting things off with Buriram United and ACT Esports Club, a team that ruled over the open qualifiers, going up against one of the biggest names and biggest organizations in Thailand. But ACT look like they might be the favorites. We'll see though. You're going to be seeing our predictions a little bit later on. Full Sense, one of the teams that has had a lot of eyes on them, has been struggling. E-Arena has as well. So those are going to be the first 2 matches, and as we look at the standings, this helps contextualize our matches for today a little bit better. Bacon Time, you're going to be seeing going up against King of Gamers Club. By the end of the day, only one team will remain undefeated in MSL Thailand, Sheffin.
Yeah, and for context, for a lot of you viewers out there, once again, if you're a newer viewer of MSL Thailand, the 6th team will be qualified for the playoffs later on, and the grand prize of this tournament is not only the cash prize, but a slot in MSC 2026 wildcard, I believe, once again, in Riyadh. So it's gonna be a whole lot of fun because the stakes are higher than ever, especially in this MSL Thailand, because for the longest time, Renmar, we always have this a single qualifier in Mekong region, but now Thailand has its
Yeah, they get their
Here
own
to
qualifier now.
yeah.
So with Thailand now finally getting their chance to really show off their skills, especially ever since the announcement of it in the M7 World Championship, people were looking forward to seeing what we get to see from Thailand. And so far, with the action that we got to watch, and of course our colleagues as well all around Southeast Asia have been able to cast, it's different. I will say it's different, but it comes from the fact that I think that it's a region that's been hungry to finally get this big stage that's for them, instead of having to share it with the other countries, of course, and other regions in the other nations in the Mekong region. Thailand is now finally getting to show off, but of course you also get to see like other big names around what was once the Mekong region as a whole get to perform here. And as much as sometimes it's a double-edged sword, right? If a team is too fearless, it can get messy. But you gotta admit, it makes for some really exciting MLBB action, just like the clips that we're seeing right now from Buriram United.
Yeah, I know that fully well, Renmar. One of the criticism for MPLID for the longest time has been, oh, it's all mechanics, it's all just brawly type of gameplay. But sometimes you want those like brawly type of gameplay, right? You don't want that. You don't want that Michelin star meal. You want that comfort food. If you're Filipino, chicken adobo. If you're Indonesian, nasi goreng. Those kind of stuff. Or if you're a Thailandese, how do you? What are people of Thailand called? Thai? Just Thai people? You know, you want that mango sticky
yeah,
rice.
just Thai. Yeah.
And by the way, mango
sticky rice is
probably
that the
best
comfort
dessert.
food? Ah, all right, okay. So I'm learning a little bit more new culinary tricks from you, but I like it that you mentioned it's comfort food. Like sometimes in MLBB, yeah, you don't always need to look for the Gordon Ramsay meal. There is nothing wrong with enjoying comfort food that you could just find at home. Now here we are as we watch Buriram United. They're going to be making their way into the arena. Buriram, they are legendary, not only because of their not only because of their organization, but the players that they have. Sheffin, 2 of them, MZ and Agi, were part of the MSC 2017 winning roster. When MSC first came up, IDNS, 2 of them were there. At this point, they're considered Thai legends, but they're going up against ACT Esports, the big dogs and top team from the open qualifier. And what I can say about them is, despite them coming through the open qualifiers, they do the objective dance like pros. They're much younger, they're much hungrier, hungrier. On one side, you get veteran legends. On the other side, you get the young guns who came through the qualifiers that are hungry to prove that they deserve to dance with the best and the legends of Thailand. If you're gonna have to pick between the two, who's gonna be your team to win this game?
Ooh, I'm not sure, man. It's an old tale. The long like domination of players up against the newer generation here. And for ACT, they have a pretty interesting fact here, Renmar, which is two of the players, which you can see on the screen, is noticeably are twins, Zeros and Sylphie. You can look at that. They're almost the exact same person. In fact, if there is no jersey or there's no name on the back, you can pretty much say they're the same person. As we're gonna take a look at the full lineup here for both teams. Buriram United Esports, as you can mention earlier, what a legendary organization with legendary players. Agi, I believe, also played in the last M7 wildcard in Indonesia, so we get to see some of the gameplays that's coming from Buriram United. Meanwhile, ACT Esports obviously still in the running for the playoffs for a while currently. 3, 4, 5 games into the season. Let's see what they have in their hands here, because they're up against a mighty opponent here in Buriram United.
Yeah. ACT, I cannot be surprised if people are looking at them as the favorites heading into this one. As legendary as the names of Buriram United are, these lads, they are terrific. I really enjoy it when I see a team outside of the bigger regions just do objective team fighting really well.
และความนิ่งที่ฟอร์มคงที่จนแฟนๆยกให้เป็นทีมเต็งแชมป์อีกหนึ่งที
And
ม
Buriram United, man. I can't believe that
ต้องมาปะทะ
MSC,
กับ
the
ทีม
first
คลื่นลูกให
ever
ม่ที่กำลัง
MSC
ซัด
10
แรง
years ago.
ความสามารถอยู่ในระดับ
Renmar,
หัวตาราง
that is a
ทีม
crazy
ฟอร์มร้อน
fact.
มั่นใจ และ
I've
กล้า
watched
เล่น
it for the longest time back then.
ปราสาท
There are
ถูก
other
สร้างขึ้น
like
จากความนิ่งและ
legendary
ประสบ
content
การ
creators
ณ์
coming to Indonesia as well. The first ever MSC.
เพลิงขึ้น
No one
ถูกสร้างขึ้น
really
จากความมั่นใจ
expected the idea and aspect and was
เมื่อสอง
able
ทีมต้องเจอกัน
to come out on top in that tournament. And yeah,
จะ
what
มี
a
แค่หนึ่ง
what a
ที่อยู่
throwback.
รอด
MZ and Agi are gonna have to channel a little bit of that legacy that they've brought out. They want to get the win here over ACT, and I think it'll be good, as always, to look at the jungle when it comes to the regions that maybe rely a little bit more on their mechanics and their own individual flair. Loy's a familiar name as well. He's been a pro since 2020. We've seen him here and there in internationals, qualifying through what was once the Mekong region tournaments as a whole. Seros, a much newer name, but because of the run that ACT has been turning some heads. A KDA of 41, 10, and 46. That is an insane stat line to start off the season with.
Yeah, but you got to put it into context, right? It looks like Buriram United, based on stats alone, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. They are more assassin-based, based on purely the numbers. But we'll see though. For Zeros, it looks like he wants to play with the team a lot more, because 87% kill participation as a jungler is pretty mighty high. So maybe we can expect a lot more utility jungler, a lot more team fight based kind of jungler, like the Leo more that dominates the early game and play through objectives to be picked for ACT Esports. Meanwhile, Buriram United, they might want to just tone it down a little in the early game, just let go of some of the objectives if the opportunity is not presented, and play through that late game, play through your mechanics as is the usual flair of the, I would say, outside of the big 3 region.
Yeah, you know, that's a really good advice for life in MLBB. Sometimes you just really have to accept you're gonna have to let things go. In MLBB terms, we just call it the trade. You know, it's like, okay, let go of the turtle, you go for the tower. Let go of the tower, you go for the turtle. So let's focus on that instead of the potential personal ramifications of my statement. I think the team that is more willing to open up the map, give up turtles, not look at the fight too much, and play that macro game might actually end up becoming the winner here. Because if Buriram tried to dance with ACT way too much, they might just get completely surprised, and that's demoralizing. If you're a team that's much more experienced, you're veterans, and you're losing to these young bloods in fights, the map is gonna feel so small. So I think Buriram need to open up the map here, play wide, not too laser focus on the kills, and show off those veteran wiles that you can only get with multiple years of MLBB experience that they have.
Yeah, that's what experience gets you, right? Every team can win the early game, especially through the drafting phase. If they get a good
Yeah.
early game composition, they can win it through the early game. But that experience is gonna come through in that late game decision making, those mind games. Are not gonna be as good for the younger teams as the more experienced teams. They've gone through a lot, Renmar. International tournaments, even winning the local tournaments for the longest time, and that's what the Buriram United veterans offers in this current game here. But you've touched upon some interesting topic there, which is well, I brought it up, but willing to let go of the objectives in the early game. But it's not just willing to let it go, but also how to get the equal traits, right? What makes it better for you in that kind of scenarios? Maybe getting opponents' buffs, opponents' jungles, to make it not as bad as it looks like in the early game.
Yeah, exactly. It's also the timing of it all, as you mentioned. You can't always just keep giving things up, but then realizing it might hurt you in the long run, especially if you're up against compositions that love to play with having the turtle buff and what they get after that. So let's see. As we head into the drafting phase, there are two picks that has been the favorite of Thailand so far in terms of, hey, I didn't expect you guys to play that in this day and age. It's the Kaja and the Kadita combination. For us, it's a little old school. For Thailand, it's very current generation for them. As we go into expanding rivers, playing the macro game here might be actually a little bit tougher with how fast you can get around the map. Glue and Eve are the bans for Buriram, while it's the Freya and the Juicin taken... Oh, excuse me, for ACT, Freya and Juicin get taken out by Buriram United.
Okay, so far this has been a more standard bans compared to the big three leagues. I didn't really expect the glue ban here, but it does fare well in the early game. It gets you that mid prio, it gets you that early poke and early damage, and that mount is always super annoying. And so far, I like the fact that the Eve and the Jushin is banned, Renmar, because it opens up to a whole plethora of mid lanes to be picked, because the pokes are not going to be available in the early game, so you can play those bursty kind of heroes, those maybe utility kind of heroes. In MPL Indonesia, once these two heroes are gone, usually you maneuver around the Lilia, the Zetian, the heroes that still have pokes, but hopefully we get those crazy picks, man. The Kadiras, you know, I've been a very Kadira connoisseur in my life. I like Kadira so much, but it looks like the Harley's gonna be picked, and it goes in line with how many picks so far this hero has this season. Actually, it's the most picked hero in MSL Thailand currently.
Yeah. Of course, it's the Harley Suyo trade that's active. Wouldn't be surprised if Buriram get the Suyo later on. First two picks active, Valentina available for them, but not a lot of teams actually prefer to get the Valentina. Phovius is active. But considering that you're up against assassins, of course you want to get Hilda out there, just disrupt the jungle. Well, the Harith comes in as one of the best picks that you can honestly go for here in the current metagame. Carry is open if ACT want a little bit of faster damage scaling, but if they're confident in their center, they can build around the Harley and still pick up a Claude, just making sure that they can rotate a little bit faster so that the Claude gets help against the Harith. But with the Hilda there, they're gonna need something to provide the space for that and match the rotational speed. Khalid is available and has been rising up as a favored pick for them, and it might be something that ACT want to consider.
Yeah, speaking of considering, I think the Phobius is the thing that I want to bring up, because it fares well against the Harley, even the higher Harith, even in the late game, because the dashes are going to be there, and it also secures you. Well, not fully secures you, but it fares really well in the early game, especially in objective team fights, right? Because the zoning potential is really huge, and it can really be bursted down by potentially the jungler that's going to come up here from Buriram United, something like a Suyo, something like a Leomord that really elevates your early game potential. But the Valentina here, interesting pick coming in from ACT, knowing fully that so far there has not been a big ultimate from the opposing side. This is kind of a risky pick, so maybe this is more of a comfort rather than just predicting what's going to come up for Buriram United, but we'll see. Looks like it's going to be the Guinevere, so they're trying to build that chain CC kind of combo for Buriram United. So I expect ACT to maybe ban the Arlets, ban all those heroes that gives you more edge when you already picked the Guinevere.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the Arlot. It was an Arlot Guinevere combo that led to Team Falcons Philippines eventually ending the streak of Team Liquid Philippines in MPLPH yesterday because of the extra knockups that you can get. It just feeds into the Guinevere. So any other heroes that might be able to feed into the Guinevere's Violet Requiem would be great. Very combo based right now are the Buriram picks. Still though, how can they set up even more for this Harriet? The Hilda is just gonna be there. A strong EXP lane such as the Yuzhong would have been fantastic, so they ban it out, ACT. Buriram might just have to settle for something like an Alice so that they can get a little bit more AoE. Or if it's still available for them, if somehow they get through, then the Arlot would be great. But it's going to be a very difficult lineup to pull off. The Phoveus alone messes up a lot of what Buriram United want to do. And that's always the problem when you have a Phoveus on the other side, especially paired up with a Harley. And add to that the Terrorvice from the Valentina. If they don't have the right damage profile and the wrong timing for team fights, that Phoveus might walk away with some early double kills, which will really hurt their cause.
Yeah, that's the worry when you're picking an Arlot, right? But they can settle for a lot more picks here for Buriram United. You mentioned the Alice, but the Sora is still left wide open too for Buriram United to be picked on. The Shifting Skies does provide you that a bit of knockup when you're trying to drag back some of the members of the opposing team that can be comboed with the knockup of the Violet Requiem. But it looks like ACT, they're not really worried about the Arlot at all. The potential combo is still there, but Buriram United, do they want to still bite, knowing fully that it's not going to fare well with the Phoveus? Usually, when you're in MPL Indonesia, especially if you have a really good Arlot, someone like Kin, for example, you don't mind that losing matchup in lane. You're just gonna have to settle for that and play it a bit more conservatively in the early game. Once that objective fight begins, that's where you shine. But again, it's not as easy as it looks, even if you have the Guinevere.
Yeah. So Buriram, they have the Arlot available for them if they want to pick it up. The Farsa is going to come in first. Good rotational speed through the middle of the map with the Hilda, with the Farsa. This could actually be devastating and might be just the right amounts of damage and control to deal with the Phoveus early on. ACT can still decide to play it safe and pick up the high loss, drop down the Glorious Pathway to wherever the Zaman Force gets dropped down. Plus you get a Roamer with Revitalize there. Another one, if you want to focus a little bit more towards the utility healing side, you can get the Kalea, get some strong pickoffs. I didn't want to consider the Sora for Buriram because ACT does have the Valentina. Not a lot of teams, from my own familiarity, want to pick up the Sora if there's a Valentina on the other side.
Oh yeah, that's
but
true.
It might be a risk that Buriram is willing to take if ever they're okay with the kit of the Sora going to ACT. As expected, the Kali comes in for the roam for the rotational speed. It's a pick that we suggested much earlier in the draft, and they get carry. ACT has a very good damage spread. You see the vision with their lineup, but now with going up against the Farsa, the Gwyn, it might actually be quite even in the center. It's just that you now have two very strong frontliners with self-healing. No. Make that okay, a Uranus in the last pick. Interesting choice. What do you feel about that, Shevin?
I'm not a fan on that. You're playing into that carry pick in the late game, but even in the early game too, it's easy to burst down a Uranus if you're not playing it careful enough. But my biggest worry for Buriram United's composition, Renmar, is the amount of physical damage that they have is almost non-existent. It's only Hilda. Yeah. And that is in itself is not really a damage dealer per se. So Buriram United, they're playing with a timer here. If they wanna use their CC combo, which almost non-existent actually, it's only Guinevere. I think it's really hard for them to win this game, knowing that the magic damage is just too much. And on the opposing side, they can scale as long as they want to. That carry is just gonna bring a lot more value, despite a lot of punish tools from Buriram United's side.
We're now gonna head into game number 1. Interesting draft choices there in the end for Buriram United. ACT, their greatest ally is not only gonna be themselves, but the greatest enemy of Buriram is going to be the Radiant Armor, the Athena Shields, the magic defense items that will most likely be coming in early. And if you don't even go through the route of building magic defense items, you still get a good amount of magic defense by going through Dominus Eyes, Oracle, items that the side of ACT will benefit from. Now, there's a very distinct lack of Purifies here, as Buram actually go for an invade. ACT need to defend this.
Oh, hold on. First blood already. 2 kills, in fact, for ACT early on. And Zeros, even though he didn't manage to get that blue buff or purple buff early on, it's still a lot of value as they're gonna just try to convert more towards that jungle camp that I believe that one jungle near the river. And they get it.
Yeah.
So the gold lead is already a lot more than we thought in the early game, because Buriram United, this is an early game composition. ACT, this is a huge early lead that they're securing currently.
Yeah, I'll have to admit, that was a disaster start for Buriram United. Not good for my prediction so far, as my prediction is 2-0, while of course, it makes perfect sense why Sheffin would go for ACT. 2-0, that is the clear-cut choice. Maybe, call it positivity, I call it delusion. I was thinking maybe the more veteran dudes really do not want to lose to these younger guys that came in through the open qualifiers, but so far in the start, that is not what we might be seeing here. They didn't get the start they wanted. Saros is already level 4, Lois only level 3. He's gonna have to hit 4 first. Might have to consider just giving up the first turtle and then just see if they can recover the rotation for their jungler. Buram is here trying to get information. The Guinevere is nowhere close by. This is gonna be no contest by Buram. ACT get first turtle.
They do. It looks like Buriram United does not want to buy that all. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, looks like a gang on towards Super Manus, and he gets taken down. Good retaliation. We mentioned it earlier, Renmar. It's about how to, you know, still get something when the objective is already gone.
Yeah, this has been the theme. We set up for this match. It's trading. What are you willing to lose? What are you willing to get if ever you decide that something is not right for you in the current situation in the map? And just like that, Buriram United have been equalized. Whoa, they've equalized things. That's a feathered airstrike out of nowhere, stolen by the Valentina onto Agi, and the deadly magic finishes off the Farsa.
Yeah, good one coming in from ACT. And this Valentina pick, man, I think the fact that Buriram United picked the Farsa just really elevates this Valentina's potential, especially on the other side. There's a Harith also. Usually when you're up against a Harith, that feathered airstrike will be the normal counter for that, because the range and also the burst damage that it offers. And it looks like Buriram is happily handing that over towards Karns. But right now, Sylvie has to pop out that ultimate to get away. That deadly magic will not be able to get MZ just yet. Still getting pounced on is that Khalid, but it looks like there's not going to be any kill at all from Buriram United's side, as Agi the Flicker coming forward for Karns. Another kill secured for ACT. 1.3k gold lead early on before 4 minutes.
It looks like there's a little bit of disconnect between MZ, Agi, and Lois. Lois looked really confident going in with a Violet Requiem there, but he got bursted down quickly. Didn't get all the targets he wanted to get. Agi was always just a little bit too far. MZ was trying to manage Sylvie while Agi was managing lanes. Super Mains, though, in the bottom, gets brought down low. They're chasing after Izzy. Here's a feathered airstrike coming in from Buriram United, but only to get a little bit of crab. Did they even get that EXP crab? I don't think so. They do get the start of the turtle, Sheffin.
Yeah, second turtle though. It looks like Cairo will just jump around with the ultimate. Very confident with that Phobia's early game potential. And it looks like Buriram United will not be able to get this turtle or bite on this turtle just yet. They still want to set it up. And ACT, knowing fully well that Buriram just want to back off a little bit, they still trying to get something on the map. Seawars actually goes for that purple buff, and he goes back again, trying to get something out of it. Violet Requiem already executed. Sylvie is going to get taken down for Buriram United, but the retaliation is there immediately. Narakorn will be the sacrifice for the Buriram. But now the turtle is not even taken by Buriram. Now Zero should be able to take this one unless Lois is gonna jump in with that spatial migration, but there is no opportunity at all. Meanwhile, Cairo in the front line still taking the damage, which is non-existent just yet from Buriram. As once again, ACT furthers their lead early on.
People see now why we reacted the way we did when the Uranus showed up. It has had zero positive effect so far for Buriram. Meanwhile, the Phobius has been tearing through Buriram's lineup. MZ gets spotted, gets bursted, gets taken out. No roam here for Buriram United. And the Young Guns continue. That's a Raging Sandstorm Flicker. It misses. Agi got the sidestep, but it zones him out. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, they're still getting trades. Supermains gets taken out as Lois and Izzy have decided that, okay, we're losing everything else, but we are gonna stop the carry as much as possible. Is this gonna benefit them in the long run, or are they just delaying the inevitable?
It does benefit them a little bit in the long run, but there's still an elephant that needs to be addressed in the room, Renmar. Zeros as a Harley is 602, and this is one of those heroes that you cannot let snowball. The early Genius one, the early items for Harley will make everyone from Buriram United side to be available to be bursted down. Even the frontliners like Uranus and Hilda, which is picked to deter the early game potential of Harley, it's not going to be able to tank a lot more damage early on. It looks like Kaido will be the target here. I don't think they can get anything out of it just yet. And I want to look at the items early on. Well, which items ACT secured so far. I expect a lot more magic defense, as we predicted.
Yes.
Because there's not much physical defense, physical damage at all from Buriram's side.
Yeah, it is Buriram United versus Radiant Armors. Two Radiant Armors built up by both EXP laners. The Uranus is actually close in terms of the gold, but the Phobius has felt significantly tankier. Lois goes for the concentrated energy path for the Guinevere, while it's the faster, more cooldown reduction based Harley that we're getting off of Seros. Here comes Kyra with an entry.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, a kill is secured towards Sylvie, but the objective is still secured by ACT. They still want more. Kyra just jumping around, dunking on everyone. Deadly magic towards Agi. Body blocked by the whole team of Buriram United, and they just want to back off, knowing fully well they still have the turtle. Or wait, did the turtle go for Buriram United?
That actually might have been secured by ACT. Wait, the two turtles one. Oh yeah, it might have actually gone to Buriram. Like, unfortunately, we don't see the shields anymore yet. No, it ended up in Buriram United. That is, well, a silver lining. Something good for them. They have kept it close in terms of the gold, and they are getting the trades. They're getting blasted, and speaking of blasted, Sylvie goes in for the Raging Sandstorm as Agi set up with the Feathered Airstrike. He gets chased down and taken down. MZ trying to get away from all the damage of ACT. MZ forced to flicker out, and so is Agi. Sylvie threatening to check the shrub that they are in, delaying their recalls out. ACT, they are dancing along to the more aggressive posturing of Buriram United, making trades much more difficult for them.
Yeah, it looks like Buriram United, the way they're playing, the way they're trying to make the engage, the pickoff happens, it looks like they're super desperate. And you know, it makes sense because they're playing with a timer. There's not much, once again, physical damage coming in from them. So once comes the late game, Superman is just gonna be hitting like a truck. And with that flicker as well, the only thing that he has to watch out for is Lois with the spatial migration. And that should still be fine for ACT. So far, not much gold lead, 2k gold lead. That's still manageable for Buriram United. As we're going to take a look at the in-game equipment once again. A very interesting build here coming in from Zeros. That Lightning Truncheon towards Divine Glaive. But he's building towards that, I believe, Starlium site. So he's covering all fronts here.
Yep. And now, ACT with a unique build path on the Harley. We did, there's some precedence to it. It's a very slippery style of Harley, the cooldown reduction focus. ACT look like they might be able to get this Lord, but Buriram are close enough. They're trying to find an angle, trying to find a play for them to healthily contest this. But Zeros needs to go and get his purple buff first. Lois will as well, so it's gonna be a soft reset for now. They're both just trying to play for the minion wave advantage. ACT will have a slow push up top, a little bit of a fat wave to deal with. And let's see if they're gonna be able to find something. They both have to just let go of the Lord first, but both junglers will see each other. And that's gonna be a massive jump and shutdown by Lois onto Seros. The Guinevere found the Harley, and that's advantage for Buriram United.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage, and there is no jungler on ACT's side. Plus 400 gold secured off that kill. 6 kills. That shutdown is so costly for ACT, and now they're beelining towards the Lord. Kairo is gonna land the Dark Wave towards Lois, and he's gonna be almost taken down super low. Lord almost at 0 HP. Lois still gets it with the Retribution, but he's gonna pay the price as he's gonna get taken down. Kairo at the front line still dealing damage, still dunking on everyone. Meanwhile, the back line, it's the kill secured by Buriram United, and there's also retaliation as well. Kairo, for the first time in this game, will also be out of the fight.
Buriram United, with everything they had to deal with, they still got the Lord. Lois with the pick, Lois eventually with the Retribution win. ACT, it looks like our theories about Buriram United, they're coming true, man. They're showing off some veteran moves, some macro trades that have benefited them in the long run, that have kept this game close despite all the kills ACT got, despite all the kills Seros has. It's barely a gold lead that ACT has, and now their map is gonna feel smaller as Buriram will break towers and go into the side of ACT's river.
Not for ACT, despite them having that late game scaling, much better composition than Buriram United. If you're taking a look at it, still they're down, and they still have to damage control somehow in some way. MZ not really taking a lot of damage from Zeros. This is why Hilda was picked very early in the game. That respawn towards a Harley pick, and finally it came true. It pays dividends, but now the Predator airstrike has already been popped. Lord gets a charge. Some good damage towards that inhibitor tower down below. It looks like Buriram United will just try to back off and try to get something up top. That's it for Buriram. They're happy with that 1k gold lead that they secured in this build up towards the late game.
Despite this potentially being very frustrating for ACT, you got to see what their lineup can do with the aggression and the damage that they had. But Buriram United bring down a feathered airstrike. They really want to get this tower down, but that's going to be a Dark Wave entry by Kairo that will send Buriram back. ACT, Raging Sandstorm by Sylvie, is not going to land. The defense is successful, and Buriram smartly get away.
Yeah, but easy there, playing with fire, man. That's as a Harith, yes, you're a late game Harith. There's a lot of shield, there's a lot of CC reduction that you have built into your hero, but still, you gotta use that flicker to get away. Don't be just overextending too much as a Harith here, because you are the solo carrier of Buriram United. The only thing that Buriram United can offer in the late game is magical damage, but still, Harith is always a force to be reckoned in this point of the game, especially once you secure that Holy Crystal, once you secure that penetration. It's super hard for this Harley to get taken down. There's going to be a lot of effort that ACT needs to put on towards this Harley to be able to take him down. But MZ just eating all the ultimates away. Still has to use the flicker to get away, but he's still fine. Fine and dandy. At Buriram United, it's going to go towards the Lord here. He established a good position. Oh, that is a good spatial migration towards Kairo, and he's out of the fight early on. Narakorn in the front line still taking a lot of damage. And another spatial migration landing, and that's a kill towards Zeros, the perfect target. Narakorn just zoning everyone out. Agi still looking for the Predator airstrike. Flicker forward, did not get the kill, but Sylvie will also be out of the fight. That's 5v2 Renmar. They're beelining towards the base.
They're trying to end it. They have one siege minion with them. Cards and Super Mage are going to try to defend this, but the Cards, Valentina gets blasted. Have they been able to clear the minion? They did not. Buriram United win game number 1, pulling off some great veteran tricks, trading the map, accepting their losses early, but getting the small wins. The compounding interest of trades worked out well for them. What a game! What a start to the series!
It really is. I personally did not expect that at all, but it feels like ACT, with the young guns that they have, they're playing a bit more naive in this game, at least.
Yeah.
If you're up against a Guinevere, one of the things that you have to do is that bus check, man. You have multiple bodies that you can throw up front. You have that Phobius, you have that Khalid, but sometimes you just kind of have to send 2, or maybe just be ready to follow up when bad things happen, but it looks like no one was ready when the spatial migration lands. Even early on, or maybe like going into the late game earlier, Zeros was handing that shutdown towards Lois, and look at that, Zeros once again makes the same mistake again as a Harley. You don't have a Purify, this is a jungler Harley with a Retribution. So you gotta watch out for that incoming spatial migration, incoming chain CC. This is unacceptable coming in from ACT.
Yeah, I mean, the theory that we had here is that, hey, we're looking kind of different and handsome on the screen right now. But the theory that we had is that on one side, you're going to have ACT who are just really looking to play through their mechanics, which they did. They got to do the thing that we expected that their lineup could do early on with the damage they had, the Phoveus being a nuisance. They knew that the Uranus wouldn't be able to do much in the early against everything that ACT had. The start that Harley had, that Seros had, they got to do their thing. But it's what we've been discussing since the start of this matchup. It's the difference between a team that really wants to show off how mechanically gifted they are, how great they are with the team fighting, against a team that may be a little bit older, but that's not old in a sense that we're bringing them down. Is to acknowledge their experience, their understanding of their own power spikes, their trading timings in the map. You mentioned timing as being an important thing, and Izzy found his time. Although there were some moments where it was pretty high cortisol, and we were wondering, brother, what you doing dashing in way too close to where the Phoveus could potentially jump on you. He still ended up going deathless. 0 deaths, 4 kills, 6 assists, 91% kill participation, and that to me is the important stat, because that shows that for majority of the kills that were got, they were playing around their Harith. From the early ganks on the carry to making sure that the Harith is ready for the major team fights despite all the losses that they had. The wins that ACT got looked like they were temporary. Buriram played for the long game, Sheffin.
Yeah, and ironically enough, the long game should not been Buriram's expertise, at least based on the comps that we have currently. We mentioned over and over again the lack of magical damage, and not only that, usually when you're picking a Guinevere, right, you're building towards that special migration proc, then use that to combo with another CC kind of heroes, but there's none. It feels like ACT is just handing the kills towards Buriram United, and just like in MPL Indonesia, they choked in the late game, Zeros just opening the map on his own. This is like the start of it all, man. You cannot do that as a Harley. Yes, I know that you're trying to prevent that long lane control, but it looks like Lois was literally the perfect hero to be sent up top, and it really works out for Buriram United in the long run. Oh man, oh man. I just can't believe that they just throw all the advantages away for ACT. Based on what happened in the early game, a lot of huge mess-ups from Buriram United in the first 2 minutes, but somehow ACT is not really utilizing that to the fullest. And even here, man, they shouldn't have done that. Like the bush checks, the very aggressive maneuvers with the deadly magic from the Harley. You still have that late game advantage. You have a carry. You have a good way to peel with that Phoveus. Like, just back off and play the turtling in the base game.
Yeah, exactly. Like the jump that Lois got to start things, to start the beginning of the end of this series over there in mid, right after MZ was forced to use the flicker, after he walked into 4 or 5 members of ACT all holding the L bush behind ACT's purple buff. When Buriram United rotated mid and ACT pathed the way they did through that little alleyway right in front of the RBM, the right mid bush, it was surprising to me that you guys got the info. You see where they're coming from. You already understand that most likely someone is holding this bush, and it will most likely be the Guinevere. And it was an easy start for Lois with Cairo down. Personally, also, I really think ACT should have considered putting in a little bit more purifies. I understand that they were thinking about the Farsa, Supermain's had a really tough
Yeah.
decision here. Whether he's gonna flicker so that he can get away from the feathered airstrike and all of the gap closing of the Harith, or is he gonna go Purify? It's one of the toughest choices to make as a gold laner, as someone who shifted into the gold lane this ranked season. I totally understand that, but it was his lack of Purify that made the early pickoffs that the Guinevere and Harith together that they were getting on the carry so much more easier. So I think it was one of those tough choices, but maybe something that they can revisit. Purifies, more of them might have been better for the team. Now, as we are going to be heading into game number 2 soon with the draft, are there any other things that you noticed there that maybe let's look at Burram United, just so that people don't think that we've been dog walking on ACT. But were there some things that that Burram United could have done better in that game that maybe could have set them up better for the early, or some adjustments in the draft? Maybe I know they won, but we can't look at the good results always. There's always something to improve on. What do you see as something that they needed to improve on there?
I think mostly it's just the calculation, especially in the early game, right? The 2 huge mess ups in the early game was almost unacceptable. The way they drafted, the way their composition is built for the early game. Yes, you have to be very, very aggressive early on, but look at on the other side, man. They have a Khalid, they have a Phoveus. Those 2 are some huge early game heroes that you have to address, and you cannot just ignore those 2 and try to get everything on the map, you know? And that's probably the only thing that they have to really consider. And even then, I don't know if this is a hot take, man. I feel like the fact that Lois goes for that long lane clear was, in a way, also a bit more questionable. Yes, you have that punish method if someone is coming top, but at the same time, you're letting your jungler clear the top lane, and that should have given an advantage towards ACT to get the Lord. I think like it's just the stars are aligning for Burram United. It just so happened that Zeros was the one that's doing the homework, doing the housekeeping up top. I think it should have been someone else. Yes, you're looking for the most optimal play, that is to punish the long lane, but still, you gotta consider the worst case scenario that's gonna happen in every occasion. And not just Burram United, I think ACT has to look out for that too.
Yeah, not to discredit Burram, but I gotta agree with you there, man. It really does feel like there were things that we didn't expect to happen, and maybe even Burram didn't expect to happen, and as you said, the stars just aligned perfectly for them, and somehow they were able to grind that win. I also agree with your points as well with their draft. It could have gone significantly worse for Burram United if ACT just took a little bit more care of helping their carry early on, because if those early game pickoffs on the carry were blocked, then they probably wouldn't have gotten the resources they needed to keep the game close. ACT might have been able to walk away with a bigger win there. So if we're going to be looking at it from a theme of, all right, let's look at it through trading, right? Let's look at it through what are you willing to give up? What are you willing to fight for at a very specific moment? A lot of these feels like they were very risky investments by Burram United. There was a lot of risk involved here. If you're an investor, you're looking at this and thinking, you sure maybe I shouldn't just try to franchise something or look at another thing, man? Like, my money doesn't feel safe here. The fact that they were able to really get away with this, it was a mix of stars aligning and, again, respect to the OGs. That's just pure veteran experience that showed up here for Burram United. So now, as we head into the draft, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. In the Philippines, we've been going through a little bit of a terror lineup in our ranked games, where it's similar to the Burram lineup. Really, one dude doing physical, the rest magic. Has that been a thing in Indonesian ranked games lately?
Games, not sure. I think ranked games not so much. In MPL, not so much either. I think, you know, yes, we are at this point a lesser region than the Philippines, but we still know what to like, which damage that we have to do based on the draft.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just how it is in most of the part of the world, man. I feel like in the Philippines too, has that been that way? Really? Like I don't get why you would do that. I guess if it's just the warmer, that's obviously a problem because that was a Hilda earlier, right? That's not really a damage too. But if it's like marksman as a physical and everything else is a magic damage dealer, then I think that's a-okay, no?
Yeah, this is why we've been shocked about it. There's a very specific name of the strat, but again, it's I can't say the name of the strat because I don't fully know if it's safe to say the word because it's a Filipino slang term and it has some different implications. But the strat is it's at least one physical. Hey man, I'm just gonna play it safe. I don't want to lose my job. We have a long day here. You wanna cast this all solo, bro? It's like I don't want to do that to you, brother. So it's that idea of there's one dude doing physical or just a stupid amount of physical burst, and the rest is just all magic. And theoretically, right, I totally get why you're reacting hearing me saying that because it's like Radiant Armors, Athena Shields, hey, it's like, what are you gonna do against those? But then as we saw as the game went on, despite all of the magic defense that ACT had, somehow the damage of Bururum acted as if there were no magic defense items. It's this conspiratorial theory, conspiracy thought that maybe magic is just so busted right now in the meta, which is why in maybe, let's not say all of pro scenarios, but there are some scenarios where you can get away with what has been for the longest time for us, a very weird damage profile where it's all magic, one physical, makes no sense, but maybe there's a school of thought to follow for that. So let's see if that might show up here for this draft. The Baksha and Phoveus get banned out by Bururum. Good respect on the Phoveus, by the way. It was terrific for ACT. While we're still seeing glue first phase bans, and this has been happening more in MPLTH, which is interesting. I think there's something that the pros acknowledge about the glue potentially going into the roam, even not just as an EXP lane pick, Sheffin.
Yeah, going back to your point earlier, Renmar, I just want to visit it just a little bit. After a few here that is an exception to the rule of you have to have both physical and magic damage available. I think those two for a magic com only is Harith and also Natan, because those two can carry the late game really hard despite the opposing team building out the full magic defense item. Once you have those Holy Crystal, once you have those shield procs and also the penetration, I think that's a-okay. But yeah, maybe one of the reasons why the magic damage only composition works out is the fact that you can secure the early game, right? Magic damage is based on skills, and in the mid lane, it's also mostly magic damage too, the Eve, the Jushins, and all that. And it's a way for you to secure the early game, and that's why maybe it seems like on the surface, the magic damage is more meta than the physical. So we're gonna see it here. Harley getting picked again for God knows how many times in MSL Thailand. Combined with the Kalea combo. Okay, looks like the Jushin will be still an option in the in pretty much every region out there because it really secures the prio.
Yep. Okay. Jushin, the Kalea Harley, strong break off combo, and Bururum. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Even though a little bit of mending is required, it worked out well for them. They still go for the Guinevere, and they get the Harith again. Are they really just gonna try to run it back, go for majority magic, maybe even and just one physical? Dude, if they do it, then maybe the conspiracy theories are true.
Might be the case here, but so far, once again, I'm liking the first phase more for ACT. Yes, you do have that Guinevere and that Jushin combo. The knockup will be much more dangerous for the Jushin because it can be comboed with these Violet Requiem, but the Harley and Kalea combo just works out really well. And not only the Harley, they also set up for another burst down combo with the carry. So not only you have that early game going with a Deadly Magic plus Tsunami Slam combo, the carry will be that failsafe, will be that guarantee in the late game if things go south. But again, Renmar, this is also the case in the first game, so we can't really rule out that ACT will win this one through and through because Buriram United with that veteran experience should be able to somehow counter this one.
Yeah. ACT need a really good mid laner, and Buram took out their best option in the Valentina. I appreciate it when teams do this. With the Kalea picked up by ACT, you ban out the Gatot Kacha high loss, so the opposing team runs out of the revitalized healing roamers. Buram is just gonna be forced to go with something like, oh, they ban out the Khalid. Maybe they will end up with the Hilda again, but maybe a different roamer might do them better. For the mid lane picks of ACT, they might want to consider picking up an Eve, but the problem is, with all of the gap closing of Buram United, especially through the juice and with the access of the Guinevere, it's not going to be tough to chase down that Eve. They might just be able to brute force it, and with some really good interplay between the roam and mid laner, that the Eve will actually end up walking away with a really high KDA. They need more AoE here because a lot of the damage profile of ACT is very single target focused. They said, screw that, we're not going to listen to you, we're going to go for the Lilia instead, which I like because you get a lot of coverage as well. The Eve had a lot of coverage with the RWM, but at least now with the Lilia, there's a lot of things that the Harith needs to avoid if he wants to be able to dance around his own Zaman Force really well.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of the Zetian for ACT, knowing full well that the damage has already been covered by the jungler and also the marksman, because and that way you could go a bit more utility in the mid lane. But it looks like it's covering both worlds, right? You have a bit of damage, early pokes, and also consistent DPS from the Lilia, and also the safety that Lilia offers with the black shoes. So I like this coming from ACT. But for Buriram United, they put a lot of bodies up front. Wait a minute. Is this gonna be a Guinevere room and Uranus jungler?
Yeah.
It seems that way.
Yeah, it really looks like it. Interesting choice. Buram decided to just build bodies, and it's the same damage profile that we were talking about. It's literally just the Terizla's physical, everyone else's magic. They might end up going the same line as the previous game, wherein it's ACT getting the kills, Buram trying to open up through the trades. Because they have a strong hold with the Uranus, no opposing healing roamer on the other side. The difference will be the surge of life of the Kalea.
Okay, looking at the stage, it looks like Lois is still on the Guinevere, yes! So it's gonna be a Uranus roamer. Hold on a second. I'm not sure about this. Yes, you're planning to replace the Hilda or maybe like the Khalid with the Uranus. Like, the idea is there, the tankiness is there, but the tankiness is not there in the early game. Uranus is very, very squishy, in fact, if you don't have that healing or that stacking up in the early game. So I'm not sure if this is gonna work out, man. But we'll see, though. I'm up for a surprise as we're gonna jump on towards game number 2 here for ACT versus Buriram United.
With the battle spells that are getting packed by Buram here, one thing though I realize is, who is the Kalea gonna Tsunami Slam? With the Consecrations, with Purifies, with Lois's kit, his best target is the Tsunami Slam what? A Terizla that you're gonna bring closer to your team so that he could penalty zone you and set up for the rest? They might have decided to field this to negate Sylvie's presence with the Kalea. Let's see if the theory will work out, because right now, just trying to run it in my head, who is Sylvie actually going to target here? It's going to be a really tough choice.
Yeah, I think the most ideal choice for me is Lois, but once again, like, Lois gonna be, it's not gonna be up or like showing up in the map, right? He's gonna be in the bushes, trying to set up that spatial migration and try to get that retribution as fast as he can and just goes back. That's the idea. So Sylvie, he has to rack up his brains, man, and maybe just get the like early damage towards MZ so that his utility or like his effectiveness as a tank will be lessened if he gets like a lucky pick-off, 1 or 2 pick-offs in the early game. Again, like, the theory is there, but in practical terms, how do you do this if you're Buriram United?
It's Rome Uranus. I never would have thought in this day and age in 2026 I would see this. And I can't wait to see if it actually gets to do something, or if it ends up becoming a Uranus that we all expect, where he's literally just an unkillable sponge, except it's a roamer, which, by all theory, should be something you should be terrified of, but he has no control. He's just there to deal damage. Bit of a skirmish to set up for this first turtle, but look at Narakorn.
That's what just sitting up in the bushes, trying to get that penalty zone, but it's also hard for him to target here. Gotta watch out, Sylvie. Gotta jump on towards MZ, but the damage is not enough just yet. Lois missed out on that special migration. Look at the Throne of Flood coming in from Peeper. A lot of bodies is gonna be falling for Buriram United too, in fact. But there's still a lot of retaliation towards Sylvie. As right now, ACT will get the early pressure once again, and they're beelining towards the first turtle.
That was the most geometrical approach to hitting a Throne of Ruin I've ever seen from an Alice. He gleamed one way, flickered another, that I don't think even Buriram expected that Piper would be able to reach them somehow. Gets a big set, and ACT gets the first turtle of the game. That's why I love this Alice pickup. They needed a little bit more AoE, and it delivered. Paired up with the Kalea, later on, you're going to see Piper being way too tough to get taken down by Buriram United. They're gonna have to wait for their main magic damage items as well. Narakorn did walk away with a kill there, and the presence of Asterisla is felt. But I think ACT have also decided to put a lot of respect on the spatial migration of Lois that he kept hitting in the previous game. So far, ACT have not been shy with using all the resources that they have just to not get caught by the Guinevere, and I think that just acknowledges and respects what Lois was able to do and what the Guinevere can do to them.
Yeah, because he is the spearhead of Buriram United's composition, right? That special migration and the Violet Requiem also. If special migration misses, actually, there's still a lot of knockups that he can use to be able to be impactful in a team fight. But it looks like from Buriram United's side, man, the composition, one thing that I don't really like is the fact that there's really not much convincing damage in the early game. But speaking of convincing damage, Easy might get bursted down, but still has a bit more HP to work with. Zeros, he's not gonna let him recall. Camera. Looks like Easy just get away with that Synchro Vision or Chrono Dash.
Yeah, was able to dash on out of there. Zeros wanted to check, got to delay the recall. That space provided for the carry to get a little bit more farm. Just a slight lead, but nothing to be too concerned about if you're Buriram United and if you're Izzy on the Harith. And the leads aren't too major as well. So still, Buriram have kept it close. With ACT getting the turtle, somehow they're getting the farm. Buriram, how can they counter this?
He's already half HP, but he still has low. Narakorn misses out on the penalty zone on everyone. People are in the front line. That Throne of Ruin once again will hit on people, but it looks like Lois will be able to secure that turtle and just gonna back out, knowing that they already have the advantage in that skirmish earlier.
Yeah. It might not have exactly landed, but Narakorn can pat himself in the back, say, hey guys, I did my job. He just provided just enough space to make sure that ACT would be a little bit uncomfortable for that turtle, and Buriram still ended up walking away with it, so they equalize. So again, it's a similar story. Somehow, some way, Buriram are getting resources in the map. They're able to contest. And they're still healthy, definitely healthier than they were in the early game of game number 1. But up top, it seems like there's a bit of action. Sylvie still doesn't have the ultimate. ACT, they look to collapse onto Izzy's gold lane, but with only one siege minion, they back off. Buriram are defending their Harith really well.
Yeah, that's the idea of the Harith, right? You just have to be safe in the early game. ACT has a lot of pickup potential, so you gotta play it a bit more conservatively, but Zeros is already looking to burst down MZ or Easy here. Let's see who the magic is for, but he's stuck on the wall. But Easy popped up this 1-4, still has some shield to work with, and also that build in a spell fam. But it looks like he's just gonna be fine and heals up towards about 3/4 of HP. So he's fine.
Yeah. It's a tough choice for ACT. It makes sense why they really want to keep going for the Harith, but they're losing advantage in the bottom half of the map, or they're losing time, excuse me. While ACT, if they even decide to go towards the bottom and try to take down the Terizla, it's a Terizla. It can hold off long enough for potentially Buriram to get. And now this is probably going to bite ACT as the Harith. I think that was just a straight up solo kill on that carry with a little bit of help from the Juicin. Later on, Sylvie trying to salvage. He gets away, but the entry by the Terizla penalty zone onto Zeros. Aggie has the Crimson Beacon, but the Harley gets away safely. Buriram found the win. All of the efforts of ACT in gold, and it took one big play by Izzy to say, hey, you try to take me down? Let me show you how to take down a gold laner. What a sequence.
Really is. What a sequence. But Blue KO, this game, Renmar, you said that they need a Purify, but somehow it's not really working out for them either. Apparently, he does need the Flicker as well. You gotta respect that early game Harith too, man. Once you can spam, once you get that Starlium side, once you can just pretty much deal the damage towards you and also get that shield at the same time, you have to play a bit more conservatively for Blue KO.
Yeah.
You gotta wait for the items for that Swift Trinity to pop up for you to be able to 1v1 or at least deal a lot more damage towards the Harith.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to be a little bit more conservative. The fact that that actually happened to him, maybe he was thinking, yeah, no, I have a Flicker, maybe. No, wait, no, I don't. I only have a Purify. Once that Harith closes that gap, it's pretty much over, man. Purify all you want, even if you're just trying to get a little bit of a movement speed boost to get away from it, that Harith will close the gap. And that should not have happened. The fact that Izzy made that kill look way too easy means Blue KO definitely overstepped.
Yeah, he's definitely overstepping, but MZ's not gonna be overstepping anytime soon because he has that Radiant armor. Tsunami Slam towards, and MZ not really the greatest target there from Sylvie, as he's gonna flicker backwards, trying to get himself safe, trying to get himself out of that situation. And once again, Buriram United, somehow, some way, they're making this Uranus pick work out to perfection, man. And I like the way that Narakon and MZ built their items. They're going for Radiant Armor first, and look at that, Narakon finally securing that War Axe. They know that the main problem is that mid trio with the Lilia, with the Harley, and also the early game damage from Alice, right? The carry will not be a problem until later on, so that's why they're prioritizing for that Radiant Armor.
Yeah, stroke of genius is working out really well right now for Buriram United. They've negated what Sylvie could do. Even all of the burst damage coming out from the Lilia, they can just heal through really well through the natural healing in the kits built in through the Terizla, whether it's through the Spell Vamp. Of course, we know what the Uranus does for himself with his self-healing. And it's Agi and MZ just zoning out ACT, a free lord for Buriram, and ACT could do nothing to get through the Uranus and Juicin.
Even the Athena shield has already been secured before that zoning mechanic from MZ. So yeah, once again, Flukeo has to pop off first. He has to secure the items first for MZ to not have an impact to team fights or in objective battles, man. They're playing, they gotta play a bit more safely from now on. Just wait until Flukeo gets his item, and that way they can finally fight back. But Narakon and Lois go for an Alice here. Not sure if the damage is gonna be enough as... Did he pop the Flicker? For a Guinevere and also Terizla?
Yeah, Flicker, Ultimate, that is mission successful for Narakon and Lois, that they baited out all of those resources from the Alice. That's not what, that's not good. I'm gonna say straight up, Piper panicked, man. He straight up panicked.
Yeah, I think he's also maybe just bracing for the worst case scenario if Easy was also there. That's why he flickered. And the chain CC of the Calvacan will be very hard to get away from, but it looks like Buriram United's knocking on ACT's front door here. Down below, the inhibitor turret is already half HP, and the Holy Shield in the mid lane and also top lane is gone. Another wave is coming forward here. Easy's gonna be the target with the Deadly Magic. A lot of CCs coming in, but it looks like MZ's gonna be the first one taken down. Same with Lois. Paper half HP. Same with Agi. It looks like ACT, they don't want to chase anymore. They get 2 kills, and they want to convert towards the map pressure here, trying to get the mid lane turret.
Throne of Ruin with the Gleam. Piper, terrific entry, taking down the Guinevere and the Uranus. And look at that! You've been asking for the carry to pop off! And it has popped off with help from Seros. The damage from the carry online, paired up with the Harith to take down the Terizla. Chefin, you got your wish.
Yeah, this is what should have happened in game number 1 too. They have a carry, they can play a bit more safely until he gets his items, man. And now once again, I'm starting to sound like a broken record right now. Buriram United is solely relying on magic damage, it is super easy to itemize against his composition. Even for Lukeo as well, he can just build that Rose Gold Meteor and he's gonna be a-okay. And I would even argue that Athena Shield is not that bad for a carry in this kind of composition, man. But looks like he wants to go a bit more on the offensive side with that Rose Gold Meteor. Still has that safety with the shields and also built in lifesteal at the same time. Right now, 2K gold list still for Bururam United, so it's not that bad. MZ though, look at the damage coming from the carry! But the special migration connects on towards 2 with that Winter Crown as well. Sylvie super low, but there's not much executing damage from Easy as he's gonna get tanked down by Peeper.
Okay, ACT biting back, but they are all so low. Lois 20 seconds until his retribution. Unfortunately, Bururam cannot call for the rush unless they're feeling ultra confident. But Zeros does not have a retri on cooldown. It's available for him. 7 until the cooldown of the retribution of Lois ends. And now ACT look to dance. They feel confident. MZ trying to get back here. ACT, they need to get this Lord, but it gets reset by Bururam. But Bururam are getting forced back.
Yeah, MZ is already back into the fight, but now Narcon has to find that perfect penalty zone to somehow hinder the movement of Zeros. Half HP from the Lord, it looks like it's gonna be reset. Throne of Ruin did not connect to not much heroes here. Sylvie goes forward, goes for Agi, but didn't get anything at all. Penalty zone is not gonna be able to make a lot of difference too, but Retribution Battle Lois is gonna get it as they're just gonna back off down to their bases. Oh my goodness, Bururam United somehow, despite ACT hit their power spike, they came out on top with that Lord.
Make some noise for Lois, man! I really thought everything was going wrong for Bururam in that fight, despite the weird attempt by Piper to try get to the Throne of Ruin. Not the perfect start for ACT. They had a terrific formation. Piper just committed to holding the front. Flukeo was relatively safe. They were able to avoid or take down the Terizla really quick, who tried to buy time. He got melted down by the Harley and the carry together. Then Lois missed the spatial migration. Flukeo looked like he would be able to help Zeros by burning through the Guinevere, but Lois walked away with the retri. ACT did almost everything right, while Bururam were just saved by their jungler with a terrific retribution win. I think there might also have been a little bit of help from the Lord, because I think that Lord knockup maybe could have delayed someone or an important interaction.
That might be the case, but Peeper, no one's gonna be able to punish this guy, man. The Lord only gets one crash, one hit towards the turret. Looks like Bururam United still able to secure that bottom tier or like inhibitor bottom turret. So that's already value, because I don't really expect for Bururam United to have a lot more to say here, because not much siege potential coming in from them. You know, it's only a Harith that can deal consistent damage towards the turret, and that in itself is pretty bad, because there's a lot of damage that can ACT pour towards the Harith to deter him from moving forward. They got a lot of wave clear too. Zeros though, oh look at that. That's just a poker trick, man, not even a deadly magic.
Yeah, that's, I'm glad you acknowledged that. It's gonna be really tough for Bururam trying to end this. ACT has burned out the Crimson Beacon of Agi, as he needed to pop it defensively with just a little bit more shields for himself and a little bit of deterrence. There's a Malefic Gun as well on the carry. So I'm going to be leaning a little bit more towards like how you're seeing the game right now. Despite the lead that Bururam has, it's not too far-fetched to think that ACT might just be able to completely turn this around on the defense. Winter Crown even built up here for Narakorn. He knows that he's just getting melted through the carry, despite him having the Chastise Squadron already. That extra bit of freeze time for him might be able to buy time, so that if he ever entries just by walking, he can Winter Crown, then catch ACT off guard by popping a penalty zone after he uses the Winter Crown. On the other side, his lane counterpart already up to a Dominance Ice and an Oracle. There is no other Dominance Ice holder yet, or there might not be one for Bururam in the long run. It's not even on MZ right now. They're just playing through the Genius Wand to try and negate all of the healing that ACT can do with their lineup. Bururam want to start off the Lord. ACT looks to contest.
Sylvie already holding a position there, but has to use the dash to get away. This might be an opportunity for Buriram United, but the Lord HP is still 25k. People in the front line, I don't think there's literally anyone that can get this guy down. Tsunami slam towards the Guinevere, but it looks like the penalty zone is going to connect out towards 2. Blue KO in a bit of trouble, but still managed to get away from the danger, and also dealing damage at the same time. Kills 2-1 so far in the board. It's gonna favor ACT because the jungler is there for ACT to use the unity to get the Lord.
That's the target you want if you're Sylvie. Just look for the Guinevere so you can force out the Requiem, so you can force out the Winter Crown. Buriram were forced to react to that, and they were not set up too well, and Flukeo was able to free hit, meaning that Buriram could not go for the full commit, but ACT respected that without the roamer as well, they didn't want to play into that risk. So it ends up becoming even. Buriram, with a very strong front line that, well, gets melted by a carry, still holds the advantage here for the Lord, as ACT needs to handle minion waves. Speaking of, there's a slow push happening down bottom. Buriram, they will have to play through their veteran instincts and wiles here to try and get map advantage, to find the advantage that they need for this Lord. Now, Buriram will play this slowly. We'll try to find the opening. Piper already forced to go back. He's gonna get lifted up there by the Juice in. Damage coming in from ACT, sending them back. Sheffin, Buriram have advantage. They are pushing through the bottom lane.
Towards the bottom, but Renmar, it's a very bad situation for ACT too. Wait a minute.
They're getting forced back. ACT, that slow push is the bane of their dance right now. Buriram are trying to rush this Lord. ACT have just been outsmarted yet again, but can he get close enough? Zeros will not be able to get it. Buriram United get the Lord. ACT look to fight through it, argue with the Crimson Beacon, but ACT decided to just go for the bodies. That's the Terizla going down, but ACT is able to take down Sylvie, and ACT will just have to accept that they need to defend the bottom lane, the minions, the advantage that Buriram built themselves through slow pushing, through minion wave manipulation has worked out, and now they look to win the series.
For Buriram United, they have this one. Narakon is already dead, but still have 4 men strong currently for Buriram United. I'm not sure.
Yep. Buriram. Still, though, they cannot end the game. You have to mention that acknowledgement by Sheffin earlier on, all of the wave clear that ACT has, the lack of a solid basic attack focused marksman hero is making Buriram struggle here in the attempt to win the game. We might be in for a long one here, as ACT just need to continue playing through their carry and their Harley. They have all the wave clear in the world, while any attempt by Buriram to try and end the game, any attempt by Izzy to deal damage is too complicated. You need to commit dashes and a lot of skills just to get enhanced and strong basic attacks off through the Harith. Buriram have 23 seconds to situate themselves for the Lord as they continue to pound on the base of ACT with minions. Buriram United have all the items that they need. This might end up going down to the point of Buriram realizing that they just might not have the lineup to win this, and ACT has. But Flukeo really needs to stay alive here. If Buriram can find this carry, then it's over. They will still have some basic attack through the Harley, but Buriram will be confident to chase down and go for the fight with the carry gone. So far though, the carry has made himself scarce. Only one death in this game, has a Purify to work with. Buriram have started the Lord and they will start this dance. ACT, Seros, close enough. Buriram trying to build advantage through the minion waves.
Yeah, both teams are in a situation. Their place here. MZ is just gonna be the perimeter defend mechanic here for Buriram United, just taking all damage, also healing at the same time. It looks like Zeros is gonna be the one doing the housekeeping down below, trying to get the wave better for ACT. That should be an info for Buriram United to beeline towards this Lord. I'm not sure if they have the utility or the damage to burst down this Lord. It looks like they want to go for it either way. Harley is still down below. Lord at 40k HP. Both teams still poking and trying to feel out the situation.
Still looking good for ACT. They're grinding through it, but Buriram getting a little bit harder for them to now play through the minion waves. Look at the damage coming out from that Lilia. Is it even the carry? Oh my god! What a pick by Izzy from out of nowhere! Seros falls! No jungler! Izzy really took it on his own hand and said, fine, I'll do it myself. And now this is going to be the carry from the Juicin, the knockups, the damage, the entry by MZ to try and send the carry back. Piper forced to gleam away. Again, heroics from the Harith.
Heroics from the Harith, but once again, Zero has to watch out for this position, man. It can be twice, it can be 3 times in a row that this happened again. Easy though. The Man Force is there, and he's gonna pop it up in a second. The damage already coming through, and looks like Buriram United is gonna go for that team fight.
They go for the jump. The Purify already by the carry, but he's able to free hit. He saves his Lilia. Terizla falls. MZ gonna chase after Piper as Izzy and Lois try to get away from the Alice that doesn't want to let go. Minion waves in the bot, sends the Lilia to force and defend. Piper holding on with everything he has. Throne of Ruin, and he does not want to let go. He knows he is unkillable in the face of 3. ACT continue to act. Piper now with a zone out. Flukeo and Seros focus on the Lord. Lois loses the retribution, and the turnaround by ACD. The inevitable happens.
Yeah, I feel so bad for Buriram United right now. They played it actually decently with this kind of composition, but the draft just sets them back by a lot, man. They don't deserve this. They've been playing pretty well, but ACT, just by the power of this scaling composition with this carry, should have more to say in a team fight. They have more gunpowder to be able to be used in a team fight. They have the Lilia, they have the carry, they have the Harley too. So a lot more tools to use with the pickoffs, the team fight, even Piper not really getting bursted down by literally anyone from Buriram United side will be a trouble to deal with. Piper's gonna go in towards the turret, taking some aggros, third aggros, but he's still fine. Zero's just gonna feel out the situation and try to use the pocket trick to spot out some members from Buriram United.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Sylvie with a conceal, trying to find an angle. Lois baits it out. Second skill no longer available there. ACT continue the push. Buriram, they are struggling. The lineup they chose ran out of time, and they're running out of space. Can they somehow pull off a defense of a lifetime? Throne of Ruin defensively. ACT, their front line is crumbling, but Flukeo is holding on, and the carry is tearing through Buriram. But Narakorn, Agi, and MZ do not want to let go of this game. They still have 5 members over 3. The defense is successful.
Usually I criticize people for overextending, but I feel like Flukeo still has a lot of HP to work with. He should be able to make an impact more in that teamfight earlier, but he was hesitating just a little bit. At this point in the game, the carry should be almost inevitable, almost unkillable. With also the fact that he took facial migration connecting towards Zeros, but he still has the immortality. Thus he has the items swap, but no, Zeros gonna get taken down. This is an opportunity for Buriram United. They're still 5 men strong compared to 2 of ACT.
Zeros was found yet again. 5 versus 2. Piper and Flukeo was all it took to get the Lord, but can they hold on as Buriram seek to end it? Piper getting bursted in the jump, forcing out the Purify. Flukeo now forced to run and reposition, and Piper is holding for the carry. Sylvie is back. It's still 5 members of Buriram up against 2, but Cards will be back in 3. Can they end it? Will the minions hold on long enough? They will not! Buriram United complete the sweep! What a showcase! The young guns fall to the veterans!
It happened again. ACT. Not much discipline from their young guns, but Buriram United once again was able to use their veterancy, their experience in internationals, in winning MSC 10 years ago to win this one. They stay composed despite knowing that they're cornered. But somehow they were able to prevail against ACT in this one. What a sweep, what a story for these veterans as they add on to that win tally in the regular season.
ACT has had a great season so far, showing off why they were the kings of the open qualifiers, why they are here, dancing with the best that Thailand has to offer. But with 2 members of the original IDNS MSC winning squad all those years ago, veterancy, we set up the story, trading. What are you willing to give up? What are you willing to let go to find a win elsewhere? This was a game of risk, a series of risk that Buriram was just rewarded by Lady Luck
โอ้โห ตอน
for.
นี้นะคะมิ้นก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะทั้ง 2 คนนะคะจากทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะคะก่อนอื่นเลยขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยชนะได้เพราะพลังเบฟหรือเปล่า
มีส่วนเยอะครับ
โอ้กำลังใจมันอยู่แบบตรงหน้ามันต้องชนะให้ได้ใช่ไหมล่ะโอ้ในคอมเมนต์นี่แตกเลยแบบพลังเบฟพลังเบฟพลังเบฟโอ้โหเป็นยังไงกันบ้างคะเกมเมื่อกี้คือมันตึงมากจริงนั่งดูแล้วก็แบบเก่งแทนคนเล่นอ่ะคือมันรู้สึกกดดันไหมหรือว่ามันยังไงบ้างคะความรู้สึก
ว่าไม่ได้กดดันครับเล่นตามจังหวะแล้วก็จังหวะพวกแบบที่เรียกว่าชักเยอร์
ชักเยอร์
ประมาณนั้นครับเพราะว่ามันต้องเล่นประมาณนี้เพราะมันเป็นตัวพลิกออก
โชว์ความสามัคคีอะไรอย่างนั้นอ่ะไอซี่ล่ะคะกดดันไหมความรู้สึกเกมเมื่อกี้เพราะเนี่ยคนดูกดดันแทน
ก็เล่นตามเกมครับ
เล่นตามเกมไม่กดดันเท่าไหร่
ผมใช่
โอเคเดี๋ยวให้แนะนำตัวกันก่อนดีกว่าเผื่อใครเพิ่งเข้ามาดูแบบอยากทำความรู้จักกับเราเอาเป็นชื่อแล้วก็ตำแหน่งที่เล่นก็ได้ค่ะ
สวัสดีครับชื่อฟ้องชื่อในเกมไอซี่นะครับโกเลนครับ
โอเคค่ะ
สวัสดีครับชื่อภูมิครับชื่อในเกมลอยตำแหน่งจังเกิลครับ
แล้ววันนี้นอกจากแฟนคลับที่มาเชียร์เนี่ยเรามีคนพิเศษมาดูไหมอันนี้ไม่ต้องถามแล้วมั้ง
ใช่ครับ
กำลังใจอยู่ตรงหน้า
มีไหมพี่
ไอซี่มีไหมอันนี้ยังโสดนะคะ
ไม่ใช่
โสดไหม
ดูอยู่ทางบ้านครับ
ขอโทษค่ะกำลังใจอยู่ทางบ้านโอเคไอซี่กับลอยเนี่ยมีตัวซิกเนเจอร์หรือว่าทีเด็ดไหมที่แบบเป็นแผนที่เรายังไม่ได้ใช้เลยในรอบนี้มีไหม
จอห์นสันโอเดตครับ
ผมเรือโนบาเลียป่า
เก็บไว้ใช้รอบหน้าเหรอ
ไม่รู้ได้ใช้ไหม
ไม่รู้ได้ใช้ไหมแล้วในทีมเนี่ยแบบอันนี้ถามเล่นๆว่าแบบว่าเวลาซ้อมกันใครเป็นคนแบบชอบโบกเวกโวยวายที่สุดแบบเฮ้ยอะไรวะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ก็จะโลมทีมผมแบบMC พี่แมนน่าจะได้ยินนั่นนี่นั่งอยู่กันตรงนี้เลย
นั่งหัวเราะอยู่ข้างหน้าโอเคไอซี่ล่ะแบบอาจจะความคิดเห็นต่างกัน
เหมือนกันครับ
ความคิดเห็นเหมือนกันเราไม่อยากจะเป็นแบบอยากแปลกต้องแตกต่าง
เมดอีกคนครับเสียงดัง
แล้วเราอ่ะ
ผมเงียบๆครับ
ผมไม่ค่อยพูดโอเคอ่ะสุดท้ายค่ะ มีอะไรอยากจะบอกกับแฟนๆไหมหรือว่าแบบแฟนคลับที่มาเชียร์คนดูที่เชียร์ทางออนไลน์หรือว่าคนพิเศษที่แบบมาเชียร์เราเนี่ยมีอะไรอยากบอกเขาไหมคะ
ครับขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาดูนะครับแล้วก็เว็บที่มาดู
ขอบ
วันนี้
คุณ
นะครั
ทุ
บ
กคนแต่มองทางนู้น
ทุกคนที่มาดูนะครับวัน
โอ
นี้
เค
แล้วก็ขอให้เดินทางกลับบ้านดีๆนะครับขอบคุณครับ
ไม่ดูแมตช์อื่นกันเหรอกลับเลย
ไม่รู้ว่าเขากลับกันตอนไหนแต่ว่าเดินทางปลอดภัยแล้วกันครับ
โอเคไอซี่ค่ะ มีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนๆแบบคนดูทางบ้านไหมคะ
ผมก็ขอบคุณมากครับที่มาเชียร์
ครับโอเค
ครับ
ขอบคุณมากเลยครับขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์นะคะ ทุกคนโอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวยังไงให้ทั้งสองคนนะคะไปพักก่อนนะคะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเซอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Congratulations to Buriram United. They crawled for this win. I really think they wouldn't be able to pull it off. The time just ran out for them, but I can't believe it. 1 physical, 4 magic has gotten 2 wins today.
And it's not even a real physical either, right? It's a Terizla and a damn Hilda. It should not have worked, man. I don't get it at all. It really feels like ACT is just handing the win over to Buriram United twice. Serious, man. Twice on a Harley. You think that he should know better by the time the game 2 begins, and you see some of the dash in and dash back, knowing the fact that the special migration is always there. There's some inkling of like improvement from that guy, but in the late game, it all goes away. Spatial migration, a lot of punish towards the Harley, even though he is the pivotal member to be able to secure the objectives. But speaking of pivotal member, twice MVP of the game is Easy. 0 death in these 2 games. Renmar, 80% kill participation, almost the exact same GPM. It was, I believe, 710 earlier in the first game. Now it's 704 with that full build. Wishing Lantern too, by the way, so he knows that he has to be full on glass cannon for this match to be able to make a difference, because he is the sole member that can turn around the game with that damage dealing Harley, right? I said it earlier, there are 2 exceptions to the rule of you have to cover both magic and physical damage. That is the Harley and also the Natan. And the Harith and also the Nathan. And the Harith did exceptionally well here, not only in the late game, but right from the get-go in the early game too. He was able to play it super safely in the early game. Even then, even when he got pummeled down or targeted with deadly magic, he's still staying composed, knowing full well that this is a Harith. So a lot more shield to work with, a lot more sustainability, and also the damage is just too ridiculous in the late game once you build all the items away, even against a full-on, magic defense focus build that ACT was building towards.
Yeah, it really felt like Izzy was fearless in this game. In some of these clips, this one especially crucial. The fact that he was just able to catch Seros like that, to the benefit of the doubt for Seros, I don't think he even realized that the Harith would just drop that and take that risk. But Izzy, gotta give it to him. With all the experience that he has, he knows when to take the risk. The fact that he went deathless, not just in this game, but as you pointed out earlier, the entire series on this Harith shows a gold laner that understands his timings, that understands his limits. I think Buriram United understood the limits of their composition. They were close, but as you pointed out here, maybe, just maybe, this game would have been different if Flukeo, in that siege attempt up top, stepped a little bit more forward. Because it was Izzy and his fearlessness that was rewarded, while it was Flukeo's hesitation that might have been the death knell to ACT. Buriram United's veterans get a stellar win here, and it was an exciting one too. 27-53. I'm gonna have to double check actually if this is the longest game of the season so far. It is.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't think it's just the Flukeo moment either, the hesitation moment. It's just a culmination of bad decisions from ACT over and over. How the roster is. There's a lot of really need to improve to be a contender for this MSL Thailand season number 1, because we want to remind you again that the stakes is higher currently for this league, a slot in the wild card in MSC 2026. So if there is a time to fix all these problems, it has to start now. Being young, roster is not really a full-on excuse to use if you want to achieve something big, because it's been done so many times, right? In other leagues as well. TLID Indonesia Season 14 was one of the example on experience doesn't always dictate the result of the game. Just have to figure it out and try to be a lot more composed than the usual expectation.
Yeah. I mean, for the record of ACT so far this season, they started off with a dominating win against Tenacity. They were able to surprisingly sweep Full Sense, one of the teams that's being eyed as one of the top teams in MSL Thailand Season 1. That was just a full sweep. And then going up against Bacon Time, they made the current kings in the standings then, and up until now, they actually made them struggle. Bacon Time had to work for the wins against ACT. ACT were even able to take game number 1 against them, dominated them. But I think this is a revelation for ACT. You were mentioning the improvements that they need to take and that they need to show, especially with their timings and taking control of the map, their tradings, some timings from their jungler as well. You can't doubt that these kids, these young gentlemen, are really good at the game. They have the mechanics, they have the understanding. There's a very bright future ahead of them. It's just that this was a series to learn a lot from if you're ACT.
Yeah, but I just want to point out that earlier MZ as a Uranus roam, we didn't really, or at least I don't really set any expectation at all for the Uranus roam because it was so weird. Because it's not really that tanky of a hero in the early game, but somehow ACT wasn't able to punish him. But if it works out, it's gonna work out really well, especially in the mid game, man. And it shows 460k damage taken in a single game as a Uranus. You might want to assume that he likes to get hit at this point. Oh my god. Almost 500k on Uranus.
Yeah, it's like, hit me, I like it, this is what I do for my team, and it worked out well for them. They just needed a sponge, and they had that in the Uranus, and again, the effect that it had, especially alongside the Terizla, and all the Purifies that Buram United also had, it negated a lot of what the Kalea can do, that there wasn't really a lot of like big-time tsunami slams that we saw, and in the end, well, it was ACT that fell. That's only the first series of the day. We still have 3 more coming up. Coming up next, it's E-Arena against Full Sense. Once again, my name is Renmar, here with Chef in MSL Thailand Season 1, Week 3, Day number 2. We'll be right back.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can't show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can't control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
โอเคค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็กลับมาอยู่กันกับเกมที่ 2 ของวันนี้แล้วนะคะ กับการแข่งขันในรายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะสำหรับคู่ต่อไปนะคะ บอกได้เลยว่าเป็นคู่ที่แฟนๆ เนี่ยก็รอชมรอเชียร์กันอีก1คู่เลยนะคะ กับทีมกระต่ายครั่ง E Arena นะคะ เจอกับไฟส้มฟูเซนค่ะ เดี๋ยวมาคอยดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้ทีมไหนจะเปิดก่อนเปิดแผนการเล่นก่อนแล้วฟอร์มทีมไหนโหดกว่ากันวันนี้ใครจะได้คะแนนไปในไฟล์นี้นะคะ เดี๋ยวรอชมกันเลยนะสำหรับเพื่อนๆคนไหนนะคะ ตอนนี้ที่ยังอยากมาดูที่หน้างานนะคะ ตอนนี้สามารถ walk in ได้เลยนะคะ Lido Connect นะคะชั้น2หอ3ค่ะเข้ามากันได้เลยนะคะ มาให้กำลังใจนักแข่งทั้ง2ทีมของเราได้เลยหรือว่าถ้าใครไม่ว่างนะคะ ช่องทางออนไลน์ก็สามารถรับชมได้เช่นเดียวกันนะคะ และยังมีแจกโค้ดในช่องทางออนไลน์ด้วยนะสำหรับใครที่อยู่เฝ้าหน้าจอนะคะหาขนมหาของกินหาเสบียงไว้ใกล้ตัวแล้วมาเชียร์นักแข่งของเราได้เลยค่ะเพราะว่าตอนนี้นะคะความมันในคู่ที่2ของเราเนี่ยกำลังจะเริ่มแล้วอีกนิดเดียวเท่านั้นค่ะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวไปเจอกับพี่ๆแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
We've already started off this day with one surprise. How about another? We saw Burram sweeping ACT. E Arena has yet to win a single game this season, while their opponent Full Sense faced off against an opponent yesterday that was under the same scenario, and Full Sense got 2-1 by Hydra Esports. Will history repeat itself, or will Full Sense get back on the winning track that people expect them to go on? Welcome back to MSL Thailand Season 1. My name is Renmar, here with Sheffin. With that little bit of story that we've laid down here, is there a specific scenario you want to see? Do you want to see E Arena pulling off the surprise upset, or do you think Full Sense is just gonna show up angry and end up sweeping the day?
Well, if it's up to my preference, I want the league to be more competitive, and that's why I'm rooting for E Arena to take this one out. And by the way, in Indonesia as well, RRQ for the first time ever in Season 17, yesterday was able to pick up a W against BTR by Vitality, 2-0 at that. So it looks like a Full Sense, by the looks of it, from what you mentioned earlier, is also a streak breaker. Not really a good one at that. It's a streak breaker of losing streaks. So they're the one that's giving out the wins towards the lesser teams that's currently playing right now. So, but in full seriousness, it's going to be tough for E Arena. As we're going to take a look at the standings here, you can see that 0-8, definitely not the best of records. In fact, oh man, it could not have gone worse.
Yeah, Full Sense has only one series win so far, and that was against Burram United, who just swept ACT. They opened up MSL Thailand Season 1 by going 2-1 to Bacon Time in a very competitive series. ACT swept Full Sense. VLTH, Valley Thai ended up delivering a surprising result as well at the start of Week 2 by sweeping Full Sense. It has been a rocky start to MSL Thailand. Full Sense was one of the teams looked up at alongside Bacon Time. That's why they opened up the season. King of Gamers also showed up and started dominating. No one expected Full Sense to be in this kind of scenario, especially with experienced players under their belt. They have Angelina, who's been a pro for a very long time. Flash has been terrific for the team, has been a pro with recorded MLBB pro scene acknowledgement since 2022. Dominic is a SEA Games Gold medalist PH import in the EXP lane. Neja is a PH import. But that is where I think people are looking at. Neja seems to be the guy that's having a hard time adjusting to this level of competition. And he's the gold laner, Chef.
Yeah, usually gold laner are one of the pivotal members of a team. That's the guy that carries you in the late game. So one small mistake, one small mishaps, one small overextension can definitely be punished. So you need the guy to be very, very aggressive and also safe at the same time, which is a bit counterintuitive. Just like Easy earlier, man, as we're gonna take a look at the E-Arena lineup here. Clear faces for this team, but unfortunately so far no wins just yet. Unfortunate as it is. Oh man, usually when you have a Filipino import in this kind of region, it goes hand in hand with your win totals.
Yeah.
Renmar, but doesn't seem to be the case for both teams actually.
Yeah, just can't translate it just yet. Full Sense though, a little bit better off compared to E-Arena this season. Flash SR is someone you have to watch out for here. He lives to his name. Flashy, but at the same time, very dependable, especially if he ends up with something like a Guinevere in the jungle. For E-Arena, I want to give them the credit. It doesn't look like they've suffered a very fast loss yet this season. Like going back through their previous matches, they've gone through some really long games, have had to grind out to try and win. It's not like they're always getting dominated. Maybe, just maybe, it is that lack of experience is giving them a hard time to get through that hurdle of potentially finding the right timing in the mid game, trying to win and end the game in the late game. You get that experience down the line, but for Wraith, Mizi, Peachy, Nozen, and Hanagus, they really have to start racking up wins, and it has to start against Full Sense.
They really have to. It feels like, from what you mentioned earlier, it really feels like RRQ in ID. They have a really good time to, or they have a really good power to secure the early game, but somehow is not able to secure the game in the late game. But for Full Sense here, Dominic, Flash SR, Angelina, Nizia, and also Hazel. So it looks like this is going to be the full lineup for Full Sense. Let's see if they can increase their win tally and go into the green zone, because so far these two teams, they're in the red zone early in the season. Hopefully they can turn things around and make the league more competitive, as we're gonna look at the head-to-head here for both gold laner that we've mentioned earlier, Venmar.
Yeah, Nezia and Nozen. It's Nezia that going through the beats of community. There's a lot of eyes on him. Looking at the body language, especially the opening portions of the season, you see the teammates that he's usually he's sat beside, seems to be like giving off that sign like he's trying to comfort Nezia. It's like, bro, relax, chill, you're doing a good job. So maybe it's just exactly that. He's not used to this, considering they also have to acknowledge the language barrier, tough for any import to get through, especially with the Thai language being tough as well. But it's Nezia and Dominic who actually spend a lot of time in the draft, like being very vocal and talking to one another, as we might see. Now, previously this season, if I'm not mistaken, we've only seen Porzanarok in the roam. This is, I think, gonna be the first time we're gonna be seeing their substitute in Hazel, and Hazel is actually listed as a mid laner, but now she's gonna be playing roam alongside Angelina in mid.
Wait, I am checking Wikipedia right now. Hazel is not even listed as a player, it's listed as a manager. So I'm not sure what the situation is right now for Team Full Sense, but hopefully all is well. Hopefully this is just maybe the guy is just under the weather right now, and maybe the change is gonna be for the better. But we'll see the random map draw here. Which map are we gonna play? It's gonna be the Flying Cloud, so expect a lot more aggressive gameplay in the side lanes, because they can just go back into the lane as fast as they could with that cloud, as we're gonna go into the drafting phase in a second. And going by what happened in the first match, I don't think we can say that the draft dictates what happened in the match anymore, Renmar.
Yeah, we've had the rug swept under us for 2 games already. At this point, that has set the bar. Expect the unexpected, and well, I mean, it makes things more interesting for jobs. It really makes us think more. So for E-Arena, again, we don't fully know the situation with Full Sense, why it's not Porzanarok playing, why it's one of their listed managers, listed mid laner also playing in the roam position now. But this has to be the start And if I could take a moment here to share something, this is a proud moment for me actually, Sheffin. So I actually have some coaching experience with a different MOBA title. Dart was one of my players, and he was one of my favorite players to coach. When I congratulated him with getting his first coaching gig, he told me that he still has some knowledge that I've shared from him all those years ago that he applies to his teams. I'm very proud to see Coach Dart and all the strides that he's made. He's had a pretty successful run also in the amateur scene here in the Philippines. If I'm not mistaken, this is his first or second international opportunity. So, Coach Dart, my boy Dart, there used to be an X at the start of his name. He used to be X Dart, bro. Hopefully that E-Arena gets a turnaround here. They first pick with the Baksha.
Yeah, so you can see what the plan here for Coach Dart, right? Just using that mid prior to be able to gain advantage, using that very early kill pressure of Baksha. The shield unit is going to be very hard for you to counter. And the Jushin is already gone, but you can still elevate this Baksha potential with the early lead here if you want to just secure some kills in the first 5 minutes. But for a full sense currently, they just, in a way, trying to damage control with the Baksha. You want to have something to shred down this jungle, potentially. It could still be flex, but mostly it's going to be in the jungle. The carry will be the main option for Coach Dran. It's Dart and Dran, so double Ds. And the coaching staff, and also the Guinevere. Expect a build-up towards the Arlet once again, or maybe a Phobius for Red 3 for full sense.
They're not gonna get it. They're gonna go for their carries. Might be a comfort here for Nozen. They get their Granger. Very rare to see a Granger early on now. With the Guinevere as well. That's an extra body block. Mathilda, not the first time we've seen it in MSL Thailand. Look for the game that we found it, but hey, Mathilda, Guinevere, Sheffin, this is a fast rotating lineup.
Not only it's a fast rotating lineup, this is a very cheesy kind of composition. So you know that Mathilda's ultimate, I believe the Circling Eagle, also gives you a knockup, right? So if you use the Guiding Wind towards a Circling Eagle, that is an instant knockup towards literally anyone that you're going for. So that can be comboed with a instant spatial, not spatial migration, Violent Requiem from the Guinevere. So it gives you that edge in terms of like objective battle. If you just lock down towards the opposing jungler, if he is in a turtle pit, you should be able to lock him down and see chain seizing him and guaranteed a turtle fight.
Yeah, I think maybe Full Sense also went for that Mathilda alongside all of the great combos that you pointed out here. And good thing E-Arena actually took out the Arlot. It would have been so many knockups to help set up for the Guinevere. Is that Full Sense needed a bit more dive and range to supplement the Guinevere, maybe a potential out as well, as E-Arena decided to go for a lineup that wants to focus on what looks like so far a strong front line with a back focused range focused backline, excuse me, with the Granger and the Zetian together, making themselves scarce. And Full Sense continues to pile on the dive, and that's another knockup as well with the Furious dive that you can get. So they're just setting up a lot for the Guinevere. E-Arena might get shocked and awed. I think they need to just show up with an Alice at this point. You're gonna need that extra front line to help manage also the Yuzhong in the lane.
Yeah, that's true. I like the Yuzhong pick. It seems a bit more glass cannon for a Full Sense. They don't really have a proper tank in front, but that's fine. This is the composition that they build for the objective fights, right? Obviously, the combo that we mentioned earlier, and also Yuzhong is pretty much one of the best EXP, if not the best EXP to pick, if you want to just zone out all the members away from the turtle pit. But this is also a surprise. It looks like the Baksha is gonna be... Wait a minute. It's a Yi Sun Shin jungle, Baxia, Rome, and Barat's EXP. Huh. This is definitely out of my expectation. Very much so.
And then there's an Eve. If I could make a suggested adjustment, I think you'd rather put the Baksha in the EXP and then the Barrett's in the... Wait, no. But yeah, Barrett's can't
sure
be
about
Rome.
that.
Wait, no, yeah. Whoa. E-Arena, okay. I mean, I remember teaching Dart to be... I remember coaching him before and telling him to be spontaneous and make it hard for your opponents to read you. That doesn't apply for the casters. Don't make it too hard for the casters to read you, sir. But hey, let's see how it's gonna fare out for him. However, yeah, it's EXP Barretts, you're right, of Rome Baksha. They have the carry that they're up against. It's okay. For Full Sense, it's a much more to this current metagame that we're understanding. The Mathilda's quite rare now, but it does have the... You see the vision, right? You see the synergy behind it.
Yeah.
And the Yu Zhong helping supplement the Guinevere as well. They're providing a lot of space. It seems like for E-Arena, they're going alongside the trend that we've seen so far today, which is surprise your opponents with crazy picks. Welcome to game 1 of E-Arena versus Full Sense.
Yeah, this is what you get when you are casting these regions, right? The full-on, I don't know, like, out of the meta picks here, it looks like Wrath. I'm not sure why he's there. Oh, he's trying to get the stacks for the Barats. It's been a while since we've seen Barats, man, so we kind of forget how this guy actually works. And it definitely is a surprise to see him in the EXP lane. I'm still not sure what the idea is with this Barats, but we'll see how it will fare, because so far from the first match, again, the draft does not dictate the result at all.
Yeah, is it a matchup for the Yu Zhong? Do they know something we don't know about the Barretts versus Yu Zhong? Does that just dead lane it, but then you... Well, you are dead laning the entire map in a way. It's not a fighter in the gold, but the Granger can be difficult to take down playing through range. You're not gonna try and flank the EXP lane if you're Full Sense here. So, well, I guess, again, as you mentioned, we'll see how it pairs out, how they're gonna be playing through this. Rotation topside, Dominic will be able to dodge it. Gets a bit of stacks on there, and Wraith is staying big, making himself difficult to try and flank. You saw the predictions there earlier. I'm going for Full Sense. Sorry, Dart, love you, man. But yeah, it's Sheffin going for E-Arena with a sweep.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the underdogs, man. It seems like audience prediction also does not agree with me. 73%, that's a lot of number there for Full Sense, as we're gonna build up towards the first total here. Expect an early Dominic ultimate here. Hazel SR already getting poked down to half HP. Not very so good, but we'll see how it will fare out. There's a lot of poking damage too from this Eve, so that's also a worry for both Wraith and also Hanagus. They have to catch the Eve by surprise, maybe a smart flank, and just pretty much CC him down to the ground.
Yeah, looks good for Full Sense. Dennis, welcome.
Looks like RWM has been popped. Black Dragon form. Somehow Dominic was able to get away. Oh my god! Shades of Filipino Soto, the winner of the SEA Games, the 31st SEA Games, was able to get away and also gets an assist in the process. And now he can just go back. Flash SR. Do they still want to go for the total? Despite E-Arena having full advantage of this one. He's gonna go in with the special migration, also found Requiem and somehow getting the retribution as well. Plus the kill to MiGZ. Hazel SR is gonna flicker out of the team fight. And full on win from Full Sense.
They get everything right. Mizzy tried to win the retribution battle against the Guinevere, but Flash has been sharp with that retry. Despite the losses Full Sense has suffered, he does secure a lot of objectives for the team, and it is a signature Guinevere for him. You also saw there what you set up. Heading into that is the Eve. Real-world manipulation will make it hard for Wraith and Hanagus to fight. It's not just like having a Yu Zhong where you can easily access the Eve. It's one of those lineups that have to fight under the real-world manipulation. So expect them to try and rush the Radiant Armors, especially going up against the Guinevere and Eve. But then at some point, they're gonna have to bring the Dominance Isis as well. One of them has to decide which one of them will be packing the Chastised Pauldron, because you don't want to stack both Dominance Ice. Hanagus trying to go through the back, while Hazel just provides the deterrent, threatening a circling eagle. E-Arena back off.
Yeah, Mathilda, it's one of those heroes that's been under the radar just because of the fact that the meta really favors the roamer that can poke down people, that has a bit of a sustainability as well. Oh my goodness, bottom lane, Nozen might be in trouble. Nazia still has some HP bars to work with, but it looks like Hanagus wants to help out for this gold laner, but nothing much happening currently. Angelina still going with Hazel SR and gets the gold crab, so very good value there for Full Sense in the grand scheme of things.
It's Wraith and Mizi. Mizi, of course, the captain and jungler for E Arena. Wraith, the EXP laner, were the two Filipino imports for the team. Oh, E Arena with an execute, and they're going to be able to take down Hazel. Full combo, but he committed the Fury of the Phoenix. Let's see if Flash will be able to get a trade up top. They're not going to be able to jump on the Barretts. Still, the jungler is alive, and they have the Yuzhong, the front line. Full Sense still has a hold.
Yeah, gotta watch out when you use your guiding wind for Hazel SR. Gotta save it for the right time because that is a huge resource that you have to keep. Whether it's for disengage, whether it's for full on engage to the circling eagle, gotta be able to use your resources the right way as Flash SR. Once again, Full Sense having the advantage here on the Turtle Pit, but it looks like they don't want to go for it just yet. Still waiting for the situation. As it looks like Meiji Z will just go back or like go towards the purple buff, try to get some advantage in the jungle.
Black Dragon form already committed. That's gonna be death. Let's welcome PG! Somehow gets the last hit on the turtle. I think Flash was still under the death on his welcome of Wraith, and that's a double kill for the Barrett's EXP that had a lot of questions going for it, but he delivers an answer in that turtle fight.
It looks like the Turtle's welcome is a very underrated way to secure the neutral objective, right? But Flash SR there with the early Violent Requiem to evade all the CCs away from EA. But it looks like the gold swings towards E Arena. This is looking pretty good for them. This might be the first ever game win that we're gonna see here. Fury of the Phoenix very early, but not much damage that can be followed up for Full Sense members. As both teams trying to duke it out in the bottom lane. Special migration towards the Violent Requiem and also all the knockups and RWM as well. Everything in the kitchen sink for Hanagus. And that's a kill for Full Sense. But the question is that too much resource for a roamer?
Yeah, it might just be because their map state doesn't look like they can get something from that win. They're not even able to push down the gold lane as Wraith is playing defense. No minion waves in mid to push with. No one up top. They just committed a lot to get the kill and try and stop and delay Hanagas getting items and resources for himself as the Roman, one of the main frontliners. But Flash have a good spot here at LMB. They jump on the Barretts. Wraith will get blasted down. A full combo to take the Barretts down. And Full Sense get two big pickoffs. It's expensive, but it's something.
It is. A kill is a kill. No matter how much resource you put on. As we're going to take a look at the in-game equipment, we're just going to take a look at the Barats here because it's been a while since we saw this hero. So Thunderbelt is going to be the first option here, trying to just gain the stacks, be that poking Barats, and try to be as tanky as possible right from the get-go and build towards that physical and magical damage bonus. But out of, aside from that, nothing much that's too surprising. An early talisman and also arcane boots for Hazel SR, so he's packing a bit more damage than we thought for Matilda Rome.
Yeah, Hazel is gonna need to find a good angle here to set up Flash and Dominic. Angelina has to stay back. Hanagas gets an entry. Fury of the Phoenix is perfect, and Hazel gets blasted down by E Arena. Black Dragon form forced to go out, but the Detonus welcome is not gonna land as the Black Dragon was already up in the air. Dominic goes down from the air, and E Arena seems to be able to find an advantage in this Lord as Flash is getting zoned out alongside Dominic. The Guinevere forces the issue. The knockup on the box shot. Angelina close by, still has the RWM. E Arena trying to bring this Lord down already, and it's perfect by Angelina. The Starfield brought down, but it's Mijizi who somehow gets the Lord without the retribution even. But it's Nezha with the kills, a double for the carry.
They got the Lord, but at what cost? Too much bodies to sacrifice. In that sense earlier, Wraith, Peachy, and Hanagas will be the retaliation, but a lot more kills for Nezia as well. And this is the worry. The carry in the late game will be able to shred the frontliners very, very easily. And from now on, Flash SR, he doesn't have to be picky about the targets that he has to choose, because when Nezia is there, everything is literally on the table. Everything can be dove on, everything can be targeted towards, because the shred, the true damage will be able to burst them down really, really quick.
Anyone is free game. Even Nozen if he can force it. Oh, but the Arena clap back. they suddenly find the pick onto Hazel, who was just doing her job as a roamer, trying to get vision. But E-Arena read the rotation and we're ready for that Mathilda. Purple buff is going to be secured by Flash. Bottom tower secured by Nozen. They will eye out another tower at bot. They back off. They decide to play it safe. And now it's a battle of who can handle the map, the minions, and the macro better.
I'm still more convinced with the fact that Hazel SR is the manager of FS here, because that boss check was questionable. Yes, you said earlier, Renmar, he's doing his job, but unfortunately, that's a bit too far. Just tad bit too far. You gotta respect the potential of that Yi Sun-Shin, especially in this late game. That Mount Chakra will be able to chain CCU down and deal damage at the same time. And this is not a tank Mathilda. As we saw earlier, he's going for that Talisman, and also I believe going for something like a Blood Wings or maybe Holy Crystal. But we'll see what's gonna be the item there from the Mathilda. And so far, EA, the gold lead is actually not that bad. The economy is almost equal, but in terms of map pressure, as Wraith is gonna secure this one just fine. Oh, hold on a second. Black Dragon formed by Dominic. Flash SR on the back line trying to get Hanagus, but I don't know if that's the right target. They're going full on towards the Baxia. That's too much resource for this one. Dominic with the knockup, not really getting the knockup either. MiGZ was able to get away from the danger, but now the Teros welcome getting Nezia. 2 only for full sense that's left. EA claps back.
They are way too tanky. They played a tight formation. Dominic, his entry might have been just a tad bit early. Angelina's Starfield also was good, but E-Arena just took it all and still fought under it, and they got the win. This combination of the Baxia and Barats, though questionable, have set up Nozen to a point where he now has 4 kills, 1 assist. And if I'm not mistaken, he should have maybe around 2 stacks on that Sky Piercer. Maybe could even be 3, based on the timing that he got the kills and when he hypothetically could have gotten the Sky Piercer. So now, Full Sense have this difficult job of timing their entries together, not only trying to maximize their resources so that they can reach Nozen, but then understand the fact that the 2 main frontliners have really good control. E-Arena are starting the Lord.
Yeah, immediately special migration also filed Requiem once again to Hanagus. Detonas welcome towards the perfect target, and that's also another burst towards Nezia. But now Dominic in the front line, attacking all damage, getting 2 knocked up in the air. Red very, very low, and it's gonna get taken down by Flash SR. Dominic still in the front line. The Wings has already been popped, already 2 kills for both teams. 1 for each. And now Red and Nezia, that's not really an equal trade for Full Sense.
Yeah. The Arena still has carries. Wraith. That was a beautiful Detonus welcome, and here comes a circling eagle and the combination, but it doesn't land. Just a little bit off the mark, and Hazel gets punished for it. We thought we'd get the thing that we thought that this was built for, but no, they just missed it by an inch.
Yeah, unfortunately, Renmar, even if that connects, he still has the Purify. This is also one of my worry about this composition. The Zetian has the passive. MiGZ has a dash that gets you out of CC, so there's really no target at all, except for the frontliners, which is gonna be the Barats, getting bursted down to 0 HP. That's a kill towards Dominic. The front line though, RWM has been popped by Angelina, and that's also another kill. 2 frontliners of EA has already been taken down, and they're still 5 men strong. The healing is gonna come through for Hazel SR. They're 5 men strong, and they actually get the Lord right now. MiGZ not inside, trying to get closer to the Lord. The pokes are there. Hazel SR going forward. Dominic with the knockup, not getting the knockup actually. Special migration also filed. Requiem PG super low. Is gonna get taken down, but in the front line, Flash SR still trying to get the Lord, and he gets it. MiGZ super low too, but wins out on a 1v1 against Angelina. Chaotic gameplay from both teams. Oh no, it's not over to get Flash SR on the shotgun. MiGZ gets the kill.
Outplayed! Messy are the fights, but entertaining they are, as it's outplay and great individual plays after another. Nezha was an underrated hero for that Lord secure, because when it was just him and Flash left in the Lord pit, Nozen could have taken that Guinevere down, but it was Nezha fronting for the jungler, fronting for the Guinevere, blocking all of the pokes of Nozen so that he wouldn't be able to take Flash down, which is why it is this now. Full sense with the Lord that they unfortunately won't be able to make the most out of by making it to the base. They're able to get a tower up top. They do have some minion waves in mid, but that's gonna get cleared out. It was Irina and Mijizzy there in the end finding an important outplay. He got his Mountain Shocker back in time to take down Flash SR.
Oh man, I don't think I can predict what's gonna happen next. Renmar, that the combo didn't really happen. All the frontliners getting bursted down, but not really two at the same time. EA though, 2k gold lead, so that's something that they can look forward to or build upon. But now Hanago's going for Angelina with the flicker. Fury of the Phoenix did not connect towards anyone. He's going for the Angelina, but no one is there, literally. No follow-up at all, and he's gonna be in no man's land. Hanago's getting taken down for the 5th time.
Excuse me, Hanagus, what was that timing? No other member of E Arena are close to him. There was a Yisan Shin splitting up top. E Arena does have another tank. They still have the Barretts, but that boxer should not have gone down like that. They cannot get the information in the river that is now held by Full Sense. It's still 50 seconds away from the Lord. As we look at the gold leaders, it's actually Mijizzy who has a good amount of farm alongside his gold leader Nozian. Nezia and Angelina lead for Full Sense, while Flash SR, of course, being a little bit more utility-minded with the Guinevere. Doesn't have that much gold, but does have the KDA to show that they're making the most out of their signature pick.
Hanagus though, just looking for another one here. Hopefully no overextension once again. Flash SR secured that chastised cauldron, so less attack speed for both marksmen, even though they're not really attack speed based marksmen per se. Maybe the Yisun Shin, but not so much for the Granger. It's more skill based. We'll see. In-game equipment though, let's check out one by one. A very damage centric Eve here with Angelina not securing a single defense item, not even a Winter Crown to work with, but now they're trying to burst on the Lord with the RWM as well. Flash SR, Retribution. It looks like it's gonna be Angelina with the Lord attack down, and they're just gonna back off, run for the hills, and use that Lord to the fullest advantage.
He had all the time and all the info in the world. When they used their Mountain Shocker around 50 seconds ago, they saw that Full Sense were built heavily around the lower portion of the map. It just makes sense to assume that they would have already then made their attention up top. Wraith already provided a lot of information and showed for a good amount of time that Full Sense were already posturing and starting the Lord. It took E Arena way too long to get there. That looked like they were just caught trying to think of the next rotation to set up for, and Full Sense punished them for it. Lord marching up top. It's gonna be able to charge. They weren't able to hold it. It's a bit of damage, but they're able to clear it. Full Sense are now making the map feel small. It's 6 towers to the 5 that E Arena has broken. This is still a close game despite everything that has happened to E Arena.
It really is, but it looks like for Full Sense they have a disgusting, even both teams actually, they have a both good clearing and also siege at the same time, so you can't really rule out a comeback from both teams. Flash SR going for the frontliners here, but the damage is not there just yet. He is super low, same as Dominic. He is super low as well, but the healing and also the shield helps him get out of the situation. And Full Sense is just gonna regroup and back off and live for another day.
Yeah, Pichu was able to use the Fury of the Phoenix in time to stun the backline and the response of Full Sense. That little bit of time bought by E Arena was a difference maker, and which is why that despite the entry and the start by Flash and Angelina, Full Sense weren't able to get a kill, and E Arena were also not able to get a kill, but at least that they don't lose a member. Neja now has the Rose Gold Meteor. Nozen, as we saw earlier, full build as well, goes for BOD on his Granger, so really gonna be the guy to clean up out here for E Arena. BGZ now with the Winter Crown should afford him for a few more risky plays, or capitalize on Dominic going for a full combo on him, but then if MiGZ just pops the Winter Crown at the right time, Dominic wastes his kit, hopefully with the Petrify as well, so that's a big resource gone, and Full Sense will have a much more difficult time fighting. Irina are now playing the macro game. They're handling the minion waves, and let's see if they're gonna learn from their previous mistake of allowing Full Sense to get the Lord without a problem.
Okay, looks like Hazel SR is going a full-on Glass Cannon Matilda here. The HP bar does not really look like a full-on damage Matilda, but it's just how it is with this hero. With Photo as well, that should elevate the team's whole sustainability with that healing as well. With the extra shield, we'll see how it will fare against this kind of composition for EA. But now with that Guiding Wind plus Circling Eagle combo, that should be able to take down the backliners of EA, especially if comboed with Flash SR, right? That's the idea that Hazel SR has currently. So, despite the lack of damage from this Guinevere utility build, they can still somehow target the backliner and get some solid damage out of it. So, expect early Winter Crowns if MiGZ gets targeted on by the cheesy combo of the Matilda and Guinevere.
No vision on MiGZ and Hanagus. I think Hanagus just wants to help MiGZ find a flank angle here. But when there were a lot of members in Full Sense in the bottom, they could have capitalized on that by going for a Lord. They see Nezha, they see Hazel. They are really playing this patiently. They have the conceal.
Oh, that's
Mountain Shocker
genius.
up. Oh, this is a big sandwich play. Deathless welcome. Angelina gets a flicker away. Flash already committed the Winter Crown so that he survives.
Oh!
MiGZ gets blasted by Angelina. The Yisun Jin tried to go after the Eve. Dominic has held the front, and here comes
Oh my God!
Full Sense with a full response. But EA lose their jungler while Full Sense still has their Shafid.
That was initially a genius move by MiGZ and also Hanagus, but MiGZ completely underestimated the damage from this Eve from Angelina. This is why Angelina went super Glass Cannon. A single drop of that RWM gets 1/3 of MiGZ's HP. That is ridiculous. Oh my god, he predicted that he could have gone 1v1 against an Eve, but no. No can do, baby. When you look at the build, you see why. There you go. No Winter Crown, no Brute Force Breastplate, Arcane Boots on top of that. His damage is to be reckoned at this point of the game.
Blasted, deleted. I believe the scientific term to what we saw MiGZ experience to that Eve was Yeetus Deletus. Gone in a flash. Full Sense with the Lord up top. E-Arena, just when we thought they'd found a great play, gets countered. Misuse of the Traceless. Lord will get the charge. Full Sense with the siege.
Let's see if they will actually go for this one. Dominic secured that helm, but now Black Dragon form here. The Phoenix has been used for. Remember, he's actually getting the hit. But it looks like Flash or Full Sense is happy with a single inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and they're just gonna back off. But for the next Lord Renmar, unfortunately for Full Sense, the far lane is still intact, the inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Gonna be really tough now to manage this for E-Arena. They needed to get that win, or at least minimize their losses. But it's 2 towers down in base. Far lane, as you mentioned, is the only one that has a turret remaining. Full Sense have the speed. We go back to the instant replay. MiGZ did not have a Traceless at that time. He used it to dash in to get closer to Angelina, meaning that it's an easy swipe and then tap from the RWM beneath the Starfield. The YSS gets taken down. Dominic was also stopping the rest of EA. They knew under the RWM, with the threat of the Black Dragon form Petrify Furious Dive combo, once he's out of the Dragon also, they could have been set up for a massive wipe. Unfortunate. You saw the vision, you saw the play, but MiGZ just got too greedy.
Yeah, the vision was great, man. They knew that Nezha and Hazel SR was going to the bottom, and I thought they were gonna go for... Oh, hold on a second. I don't think it's gonna be a knock-up or any kind of engage, but it looks like that's gonna be the case. But yeah, they're not going for the 2v2 team fight. Instead, they wanted the numbers advantage, making it 5v3 in the top lane. But unfortunately, the execution is just not good at all. But right now, Full Sense, they hold the Lord. They can play the Lord dance, especially with a huge wave building down below. They can play the long game or even the short game with how much burst down or DPS that they can use to burst down this Lord.
Yeah. The arena.
Mountain Shocker.
Have a good
See,
set of
Shield
information
Unity
here.
trying to just feel out the situation here. But it looks like MeGZ actually held the Lord. Black Dragon form towards the front line. MeGZ will be the target. MeGZ getting petrified. It looks like Retribution battle. Who's gonna get in? It's gonna be Flash SR. But Dominic's gonna get taken down. Immortality gone for Hanagus. Bought the Rose Gold Meteor. 1 kill for Dominic. Or 1 Lord for Dominic, I'm sorry. Looks like that should be a Full Sense win, no? Despite the death timer.
Yeah, the Lord spawns, but they might be able to make the most out of this. With the Lord threatening to push through mid, Full Sense might just look to try and bring the tower down bottom, so E-Arena are pushing out. They're chasing after the Guinevere, but you have a Lord in the mid to deal with. They need to get this Guinevere down, but Flash got to buy the immortality after using his Winter Crown. But look at Hazel with the knock-up. That buys a bit of time. E-Arena now have to go back to base and stop this Lord from wrecking through. Full Sense, they've lost 2, and it seems like that was the right call for E-Arena, as now Full Sense cannot even try and take the tower down bot. They have to play it safe. It was a risk, but it was a risk worth taking.
And Renmar, it looks like it's almost confirmed that we're gonna get another longest game in the season so far in MSL Thailand. It's already 26 minutes. All that need to do is just prolong it by 2 minutes. And with the Lord timer, it looks like it's almost guaranteed that it could even be a 30-minute game from now on. But EA is still trying to just handle the wave. Someone's gotta do the housekeeping in the bottom lane, though. It's building up for Full Sense. And MeGZ will try to take care of that just fine. The next Lord might be different this time for EA. They did get the advantage, they did get the position that they need to take down the Lord, but Dominic, once again, being one of the main pivotal member of Full Sense earlier, just zoning MeGZ away from that Lord pit. What a game, what a player.
Yeah, you can really see what this means for first Full Sense. They don't want to be the team that gives E-Arena their first win after what they went through yesterday against Hydra and giving them their first game and series win of the season. Dominic, with the record that he's had, the career that he's had, at this point you feel like it's a matter of pride for him. But Flash goes in with a check. Hanagus goes in. CC Muno using the Violet Requiem, the dive, the dragon. It's a dance of dragons up in the air. But Full Sense do not go for the commit. They know that there's a Lord in 4. EA Arena, their best shot potentially to finally win their first game of the season in what could be the longest game of the season after breaking the record earlier today. Can they, will they get this win?
Close but no cigar. Flash SR with a quick hands there, using the Violet Requiem to get the CC away from him. That CC immune. It's coming in handy for this Guinevere, but you gotta wait for a little, man. Dominic does not have that Black Dragon form. Same with Richie, does not have that Fury of the Phoenix, so they gotta wait for another cycle for them to be fully stacked up, fully resourced. But we'll see. Looks like Full Sense has the Lord in their hands, but Wraith is just keeping tabs on what's going on in the Lord pit. This is what the Barats was drafted for, but once again, Hanagus and MeGZ wants to make it happen again. The wave, I believe, is building towards for EA, so someone has to take care of it, like it or not, unless Full Sense wants to go for a full-on Lord team fight.
Yeah, they really have to send Nozen to the mid. It just can't be this Zetian trying to clear. It's really tough. Wraith has the information. They commit the conceal play. Here comes the Mountain Shocker, but they're all stocked up together. MeGZ cannot go in. They get the stun miraculously onto Nezha. The Fury of the Phoenix as well. But there's no more Mountain Shocker bow toss for MeGZ. Dominic already used his Black Dragon form. So it just ends up becoming a reset. 5v5 Flash goes in with a knockup, but he's forced to go back as he takes a lot of damage. E-Arena are still holding strong.
Oh man, it's still a stalemate. Both teams are hesitating to pull the trigger, and rightfully so, because this is a make or break moment in the game. One kill, just one kill can turn the game around. They gotta somehow find a way to solve this problem for both teams. But it looks like MeGZ wants to go for the Lord, trying to bait out some resources and some members from Full Sense. Full Sense still want to feel out the situation, trying to guard the perimeter. They have the pokes. Chucker is there just to spot out the members of Full Sense, as MeGZ once again will try to get the wave down below.
They see the Yi Sun-shin, the entry by the Detonus welcome, Wraith and this Barrett's Fury of the Phoenix that might have bought time, Flash gets the immortality, MeGZ is free, RWM has already been brought down with the members of the Arena Arlo. Angelina took a lot, and it looks like it's gonna be another big major reset. These two do not want the other to win this bad. It's been 30 minutes. We've broken the record for longest game twice in one day, but Full Sense sensed that they could go for the rush, Sheffin.
Dominic does not have that black uniform. He's gonna get pummeled down. Chain CC still has the immortality to work with. Anagus, the good knockup by Hazel SR, but no conversion at all. Still no kills for Full Sense currently, as they're down one man. Dominic, 70 seconds to death timers, but once again, EA does not want to pull the trigger towards the Lord.
EA are still in the game. They can't rush it, it's risky. Flash is here, minion waves are crashing in, and they decide to call it. They will give it up. The trade. E-Arena has the man advantage. Will they be able to push Full Sense back? RWM by Angelina goes in out of it. Flash gets blasted. Knocked out by the Lord. They're trying to see if they can stop them as Full Sense sees a minion wave down bot. Wraith gets brought down. 3 hits from Nezha, who's still alive. But MeGZ is here to retribution the Lord. E-Arena have taken it.
They have taken it. That might have been the dagger that EA needs to close out the game. But Full Sense, despite them only being 3 members currently that's living, they still have decent wave clear. So far, the Lord has not spawned just yet. Dominic, 10 seconds left for him to spawn. This should still be defendable, but this Lord is fully stacked up. If they play the right way, I don't think Full Sense can defend this one. Oh my goodness. What's gonna happen here? One moment, make or break for both teams. 12k gold lead, it does not matter at all right now, as the items gonna be stacked up. All the items bought, Holy Crystal, Genius one, the potions for the magic as well for Hazel SR. What is going to unfold in this game? Will EA gain the first game ever this season?
E-Arena has given up their entire base, all their turrets, for this Lord. Their salvation maybe, but the full clear and the damage by Full Sense, too strong. RWM to buy time. They don't have the minion waves in the sides, and that's the pain. Here comes the clouds. Flash close by, but he's not gonna risk it. E-Arena are still pounding in the base of Full Sense, but they have to back, they have to respect, they have the pokes, and it's Peachy who flickers out. They have to wait for their next set of minion waves.
Oh man, I don't think this game is gonna end anytime soon, man, with the way it's going right now. No turret taken down either. This is looking like a 40-minute game, building towards it. Oh man, the wave clear is insane. Nazia is fully stacked up, fully itemed up. How do EA break through this defense? It feels like there are no holes for Full Sense composition to break down towards Shocker by MeGZ. They're using all they have to be able to break down this inhibitor tower. Dominic goes in with the Bracton form, but the HP bars are going down super quick, with all the marksmen, all the backliners of EA just going for that dragon. Once again, we are in a stalemate.
A stalemate in terms of the fights, but in the map, E-Arena are finding their footing. Minion waves, 3 of them, all crashing in. They're playing for bot and mid. Far lane advantage. They're looking at that tower. But now they have to dance again for the Lord. And this could be the final one. The 7th Lord dance. Lucky number 7. Will it be for EA or will it be for Full Sense? EA still has a lot of minion wave management to do. Full Sense as well. Slow push by a minion wave down bottom means they have to commit someone there unless they give it up just like what EA did when they got the Lord previously. E-Arena, it's been 34 minutes, Sheffin. Full sense, they don't want to give them the win.
Oh, Dominic. Oh, actually, that was super risky.
Yikes.
Thankfully, there's still Furious Dive to get out of the Lord Pit. Oh man, Mount has been popped. MeGZ spotted pretty much everyone out from Full Sense. Lord half HP, even lower than that actually. And once again, both teams is still hesitating to pull the trigger. Rightfully so. Meat Wave is gonna be cleared out by both teams. Lord now on Full Sense's side. MeGZ super low. Black Dragon 4 by Full Sense. Gonna go in. Retry battle. No, it's not gonna be the Retry at all. It's the Barats taking the Lord down. The backland though, all the members of Full Sense trying to get away. The Barats get taken down. The damage from Nausea. Oh my goodness. A kill. Nausea is gonna get chased down. Nausea. Both marksmen getting down. A kill. 4 towards Nausea. MeGZ gonna get chased down. Look at the base. Look at the base. Look at the minion. They do have damage to clear this one out. Can they actually clear this one? One more hit or 2 more hits will do. No. Only 3 members of Full Sense is alive, and that might just be it. No Nausea to bail them out of the situation. Only Angelina, the only real wave clearer of Full Sense.
The Barretts miraculously got the last hit, and Nozen survived all of that to get the hit and to eventually help Peachy clear, conceal down mid. This is for E-Arena's first game win. Folks, this is only game number 1. Fury of the Phoenix dropped down. Angelina spotted out by Hanagas, but look at the defense. Nozen falls, but it's Hanagas with the Lord. E-Arena have secured game number 1 and their first game win of MSL Thailand Season 1.
What just happened? What the hell just happened? As you said earlier, Renmar, this is only the first game. We got one another here, potentially 2 as well, if Full Sense can equalize. But what a heartbreaker for Full Sense. They were right there. They have the damage that they need. They should be able to take this one down too, but Fury of the Phoenix clutch too. I think that was the one that stunned Flash as air. Just a second for him to not be able to use the Retribution. But what a clutch Lord take for Wraith. A pick that we doubted actually paying dividends, and that Mount Shocker just the nail in the coffin and the icing on the cake. That focus down towards Angelina. All they have to do is take down this Eve, and all that's left is to burst down this base. Oh man. Was that 37 minutes?
Oh, it looked like it was like 36 something, just shy over 36. My goodness, E-Arena. What? I did not expect any of that. I mean, I doubt like anyone could expect the games that we got, the games that we're seeing so far today. But, whew, it was tough for Flash. For Full Sense, because of just how tanky the front line is. Yes, you're seeing them get shredded, but it's not. They're still not going down as quick as Full Sense wants them to. That even though they get their combo and they've thrown everything and they're still under the RWM, the carry needs to get itself close to all of that, which puts you at the risk of getting Mountain Shockered if somehow the Detonus Welcome is still there, although most of the time it was the initiation tool. One quick shield unity by the Boxer for a quick stun on the carry is gonna hurt them also. MVP of the game here is MeGZ. Some crucial takes with the Lord, of course, but it was that Mountain Shocker to help supplement the Granger in that last big fight after they miraculously got the Lord that ensured that Full Sense will not have the bodies and the members to defend comfortably. 5-2 and 12, well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, I think in the late game, it's a matter on who takes down the frontliner the fastest, right? Yes, you do have the carry. Yes, you do have the Eve. The poke is crazy, especially with the build that Angelina went with. A lot more penetration than the usual Eve that could take down the Barats and also the Baxia super fast. But at the same time, the Chastised Cauldron is there. And also, if you compare the time that EA needs to burst down the frontliner of Full Sense compared to the carry bursting down the Barats and Baksha at the same time. It's just not equal. It's not apple to apple. They have a Yisun Shin, they have a Granger. That's way too much damage. A lot more damage that a single carry can output. As we're gonna take a look at the replay here, a lot of crucial moments here. Meiji overextending here, almost taking down, or Angelina being the pivotal member that he is. But Dominic, man, he was fighting for position despite this Yu Zhang getting bursted down most of the time in the front line, but he did his job beautifully. This is why he was able to get that 31st SEA Games gold medal. What a player. But Flash SR2, a lot of item swaps, a lot of crucial moments where he could have just died, but he fought till the end. Oh man, well, what a game. And hopefully it's building up to what a series.
Let's see. E-Arena, they needed this win. I feel like if they lost that, this might have resulted into another sweep. It would have been incredibly demoralizing, but they won it. You saw what it meant to the players, to their coach, to win this game. They celebrated as if they've won the series already with the hugs, but that is one of those moments where you deserve to celebrate like that with everything you went through. Mijizi and Hanagus, bang! The mountain shocker to catch Nesha. Nozen would get taken down, but the Lord hurt way too much. And it just took the Lord, the minions, plus Hanagus on the Baksha. I did not expect... I mean, who would expect that this is the kind of action you'd see, the kind of games you'd get, but... Cinema. I rarely say it nowadays because I feel like it got to a point we got too many cinematic moments last year that we were always saying it, but that was absolute cinema.
Yeah. Look at this, man. Look at all the buffs that has been secured. 30 buffs, or like 35 purple buffs in total. 7 lords. I think the only game that I remember that has 7 lords was back then Echo versus Onyx. I'm sure there are other games as well, but that's the only thing that's stuck in my memory. That's how long it's been since I see this kind of game. Oh man, the lord takes, the battle, the mind battles, the lord dances were so pivotal. Like it's so stressed, it's so stressing as well, even as a viewer. Moreover as a player here, and this begs the question, like Full Sense, how do you recover from this? In a way, I want to get, you know, dominated in a game, in a 10-minute game, rather than losing like this, right? This hurts way more than a 10-minute game.
Yeah, with the average game times, you've theoretically played an entire series in one game, and you lost it. It's tough for any team, even the best in the world, to come back from that. It takes a next level sense of will and skill to crawl back through it, and some major recalibrations, because E-Arena has showed up with a unique combination, a pick that we rarely see but in practice worked out, and it ended up one way or another becoming their savior. That Barrett's in the EXP lane, the strength of the Deterus welcome. I mean, I didn't even have problems with the Full Sense draft. You saw how everything synergized well together, the theories behind it, how well they were rotating and winning. But what do you do against a pick that literally keeps getting bigger and bigger and likes getting hurt? Like, what?
Oh man, I think I see an oversight of a strategy for Full Sense. Yes, it's built to be aggressive, but in the late game, you gotta change your game plan. You have a lot of kiting to do, you know, especially if the Eve builds that Ice Queen 1, the Corsair side also slows down the opposing team. You just gotta wait for that Baksha to roll down to your team and kite. Barats as well. The gap close mechanics from EA is not really that much either. They gotta somehow chase and deal damage at the same time, which they're not really built for that. So for Full Sense, I feel like they should have been able to play a bit more defensively in the late game, despite, as I said earlier, they draft this composition to be very aggressive in early to mid game. Sometimes that adjustment is what makes, or like most of the time, that kind of adjustment in gameplay is what differs elite teams to, you know, just so-so teams.
Yeah, I agree with that, because there were a lot of moments where it felt like we were just stuck in the same sequence, especially for the frustration of Angelina and Dominic, where it's Dominic pops the Black Dragon form. He can't dive way too deep trying to take down the Granger because the Granger's Purify hasn't been forced out yet. Even if he's the one to force out the Purify, with you out of your Dragon form, who then is left to help peel for the carry and the Eve? No one. It's the tough task for Dominic and Angelina to decide, okay, how are we gonna do this? We're timing Dragon form and the real world manipulation well together, but then it ends up becoming the stalemate, which E-Arena are very happy about, because with those two gone, then they can go and fight. It's better for their Baksha, it's better for their Barretts. So definitely, you could say Full Sense could have had some adjustments in how they executed and played around their major ultimates, because it seemed like they kept going for it, the same thing over and over again, which E-Arena just adjusted to and were able to win through.
This is gonna be very exhausting. Not just the players, the coach as well. You were this close to winning it out for Full Sense, but now you're thrown back to a situation where you have to secure 2 matches in a row, or 2 games in a row. And this is definitely unexpected for Full Sense, right? They're coming in this game knowing the fact that EA has not secured a single game at all. Should be a walk in the park. Maybe that's one of the mindset that the player has, but now that kind of game, that's... Oh my god, just... How do you recover from that? As we're gonna take a look at the second game drafting phase here. It looks like it's mostly gonna be the same with the Harley and Harith ban from EA. Same with Full Sense as well. The Full Fuse also gets taken out. Is it gonna be the Freya again for Full Sense? That might be the case because Freya is one of those heroes that it's almost uncounterable.
I swear to protect it till my
Yeah.
last breath.
You really just have to take it out unless you're really ready to deal with it. Once it gets out of lane, Turtle 1, Turtle 2, it worked out for them in the arena. We'll pick up the Baksha again. We might get to see a similar string of drafting picks here, just with a few adjustments to maybe make things better for Full Sense, who saw something in the E-Arena lineup. They pick up the Eve again, power pick of course, and it's Angelina, a historical figure in Thai MLBB esports history as well. Their next pick, the Fovius gone. Looking for power picks. Are they not fans of like picks like the Leomord? I know Guinevere is their signature, but a Suyo would do Flash good. A Leomord would do him good.
Oh yeah.
Maybe if they're worried with like really tanky front lines, maybe the Suyo would be better for him. But no, wow, got the gotcha for Hazel.
Okay, so a lot more room of error if you're playing Gacha, right? Because you have to revitalize and also AOG to get away. I guess that's one of the worry that Full Sense has, considering that Hazel SR multiple times in the first game was overextending just a little bit and getting punished most of the time. So now they put him to a pick that's a bit more tanky, a lot more tanky actually, with the Gacha, one of the tankiest here in the game. But for EA currently, they just want to go full dive and also that long range artillery and that Farsa to potentially punish whatever that's left in the gold lane here, and also the Eve at the same time. The bad thing though, the Gacha has the AOG to punish the Farsa when she's popping the ult.
Yeah. A great pickup on this Yi Sun-Shin. Not only did you show a flexible pickup that could go into the jungle, but then you could also just slot it in the gold lane if ever E-Arena start banning out gold laners. And E-Arena might not even ban out any gold laners. Because now, if you take out the carry or something, never mind, they still ban out the carry. Okay. Let's just say they're trying to force the Yi Sun-Shin into the gold lane by taking out some of the best picks that you could show up with. One thing they need to consider taking out here is the Bruno, because the Bruno will absolutely stomp the Claudin lane. But since they're playing around the Farsa, who theoretically should be able to answer the Bruno in the team fights, they ban out the Moskov as well, which actually would have made the painful point to deal with their Farsa being static. That's an easy target for the SOD. So the Bruno is open if they want to pick it up, but are they willing to play that into a Baksha, into a Farsa? It might be tough to pull off.
It really will be, man. I feel like Bruno is more of a Onyx kind of pick. Both Onyx ID or Onyx PH, they have this kind of bias towards the Bruno. But it looks like the
speaking of
Joy.
Onyx.
So the Yi Sun-shin. Wait a minute. So it's not really fully sure just yet because we've seen EXP Joy
Yes.
back then. But again, I'm not sure what's gonna happen here because this is a region that we're not really familiar with. It's still up in the air on whether this Joy will be the jungler or the XP laner. Same with Yi Sun-shin, can be flexed to the gold lane either. So now EA will be forced out to read what kind of pick is this. I'm not sure what's going to be the option here for EA. They're still lacking in EXP lane. Baxia can still be flexed too. It's going to be an Arlet. Huh. I guess it works out just fine. And finally, the Leomord getting some playing time.
Yep. Okay, this is a steamroll lineup that the E-Arena brought out, but so does Full Sense also has the same thing, playing through their Joy in the jungle. Their gold laner is gonna be the Yi Sun-shin. This is why I was hesitant on E-Arena just banning out gold laners, because not only are you could have left the field open and at least make Full Sense think twice about choosing. The good thing is though, this Joy theoretically with everything that E-Arena has might have a difficult time with the Arlot, with the Baxia. Leomord is not going to be an easy target as well, but the early trading might be made tough with the fact that there is a Gatot Kacha with a Revitalize, which EA matched with a Baxia. So it boils down to, as cliche as it sounds, with how things look, it's execution. If E-Arena can find a good rotation to delay Flash from hitting level 4 so that they get advantage for first turtle, get that turtle for free, then start stealing resources away from the Joy, that would be the ideal scenario for them.
All troops
That's true.
deployed.
It looks like we're just going to jump towards the second game here.
Mobile Legends.
After a long game in the first game, 36 minutes. The longest game in this league in MSL Thailand Season 1 by far. Exceeding almost 10 minutes from the previous record. And it looks like both jungler will path towards the bottom lane after this. We'll see if there's some of vertical jungling going on after this. Because that looks like Moonson is trying to build to that kind of jungling pattern, especially for the next patch. But right now, it's still gonna be a normal kind of pattern.
Yeah. I was hoping that E-Arena would consider just actually going for, after Lizard, behind their own purple buff, maybe go for the green cap, the golem of the Joy. But instead of playing to delay the Joy, they're just playing to make this Leomord go even faster. First Lethal Wanderer will go to Angelina and Full Sense. They'll hit level 4 with this crab. Flash isn't level 4 yet. Oh, but they might go for the invade here. Oh, suddenly a start! Hazel will get caught, has the vision, buys time, but that's first blood for Peachy and the Arena.
Once again, the calculation is a bit off for Hazel SR. One of the reason why they put him on a Gatot Kacha is no more overextension, but seems like that's still gonna be the case. It seems like he didn't expect the level 4 for the Leomord, or just didn't expect the damage to burst down an early Gatot Kacha at all. So that gives EA an advantage towards the first turtle here. It looks like Hanugus is so far just following around the Leomord, trying to leash the jungle and make things even more faster in the jungling area. Flash SR got nothing to do except just turtling around the bushes.
Flash will be 4. Oh, Feathered Airstrike already hit. Angelina just hit level 4 with that. We'll have the RWM to go for the fight back. Hazel brought back. Not using Starfield just yet. Hazel brought low. This might be a difficult contest for Full Sense. Dominic got some damage hit on him as well. Flash will back off. Full Sense will concede. Turtle number 1. Oh,
Hold
no,
on.
but they actually go in. Flash will not be able to hit it. A stun coming in from the Lapu Lapu. Mijizi brought low, and that's the turnaround. They go for a hero instead. But Dominic pays the price. But it's the jungler of the arena that Full Sense took down.
So it looks like the confidence is still there for Full Sense going for that team fight despite them being in a very disadvantaged situation. It's almost sure that EA was able to take that turtle, but in the grand scheme of things, the trade is not really that bad for Full Sense, even though I still prefer EA you know, they got the turtle and also a kill towards Dominic. So the next turtle fight, Dominic's power will be lessened just by a bit. And Dominic is the hero that can deter the early game objective take from E Arena. So far, nothing much happening. It's just both teams trying to take down the jungles and also the lanes. And they're just playing it super safely until the next turtle.
To the credit to Full Sense, I appreciate them being willing to take that risk, despite the start not being great for them. Dominic also not afraid to use his ultimate to duel it out with Wraith, but VGC is nearby, a stun from the Arlot. But they will back off as they know that the Lapu Lapu will get away safely. 40 seconds until the next turtle, still a lot of time to work with. VGC still has a slight advantage over Flash in terms of the EXP. Now they will both try to see if they can find a pick, an advantage before the next objective starts in 26.
Yeah, it's almost sure that Dominic's gonna rotate up top. Flash SR though, is he eyeing for a pickoff in the bottom lane? Looks like he's just gonna take the grab here and just moves on towards the turtle. Hazel SR and Angelina already in position for the fight. We'll see what's gonna happen here. And the turtle will spawn in about 10 seconds. MiGZ and Peachy in that bush.
Full Sense are here to contest. MiGZ will have to get his purple buff first though. While it seems like Flash is going to be eyeing out this orange. It's going to be the first fight where we might see the gold laners active. Blazing Duet already committed to bring Neja down low. The Arena might have a very, very small advantage here, but they don't have their Blazing Duet shove in.
Yeah, the one shocker either for Neja, so not much CC, not much quad control that Full Sense can offer, except for Dominic and also Hazel AOG, but it's super telegraphed. It looks like 4 members or 5 members of FS is already in the position. Down below, Nozin does not care at all. Dominic gonna jump on with the Bravest Spider, but taking a lot of damage. AOG perfectly placed towards 2 MiGZ. He's gonna get taken down. Breath super low, still has the Vengeance Field, still has the Final Slash, and somehow still alive after that exchange. But bottom lane, looks like Nozan will just be happy with taking the turret.
It turned into a 5v4 as the Claude was sent down to the bottom lane to split push and get a tower instead. It looked awkward as well. That fight, Flash finds the angle, finds Wraith, but he gets stunned. Final slash, stun, tower hits, and Flash will fall to Wraith, outplayed by the Arlot. What a response!
Really is what a response, but in the grand scheme of things, I think that Full Sense is happy with that trade because that top turret will be taken down, so a lot more map pressure for Full Sense from now on. Despite it being the outer turret, they'll still take that. But from now on, Flash SR gotta be a bit more careful with the calculation. Yes, breath was super low, but this is an Arlot we're talking about. The outplay potential is high as we're gonna take a look at the instant replay presented by Infinix. That final slash was perfectly placed. Ooh, Neja getting that kill towards Wraith. Thankfully though, Neja does not build that Sky Piercer. He's going for the Hunter Strike for the first item.
Ironically, it might have actually been Neja who helped Wraith secure that kill because it was a Vengeance proc on him that put him in the right angle to finish off Flash. Just when we thought Flash would be able to get away, maybe even from Hanagus. Speaking of Hanagus, they find the pick off there and they blast down the Gata. Yeetus deletus again, and that is no roam. It's 5v4. This turtle will most likely go to E Arena unless Dominic wants to initiate for the team.
I'm not sure if he held towards the AOG just to save resources or he just didn't expect that much damage, but either way, that was not really the greatest calculation, and also, once again, a bit of an overextension. Yes, he's doing his job, and not really fully blaming him for it. Final slash though towards Dominic. I'm not sure about that. Whether SR will connect towards Dominic and he's forced to be out of the fight with the previous fighter. So it looks like it worked out for EA. This might be, Renmar, the first ever match win for this team this season after going full 0-8 in games.
And if you're Full Sense, that will be frustrating. Because that would mean for 2 nights, 2 days in a row, you give the teams that haven't won yet their first wins of the season. And again, this is a team that had a lot of high expectations. They're definitely not getting met. While E Arena, they're playing with all heart right now. They're just playing with what they can. They're showing off some unique ideas. And finally, things are aligning for them. It's only 8 minutes and the writing isn't on the wall. But it's one of those days, one of those moments where you feel like maybe the stars are aligning for the teams that we just don't expect them to. Like, this is their day.
And I really like the draft that they're building on here, right? Because it really feels like for ID, this is an alter ego draft with the Arlet, with the Leomord, and also Baksha at the same time. They're just trying to run full sense down to the ground in the early game. Could be more aggressive, but speaking of that, that's aggressiveness. Definitely, I guess still goes for the shield unity, but pops the poisons. Looks like not gonna, no kill at all from both teams. It's just once again a pressure for full sense.
Yeah. Seems like it's gonna be 30 seconds until this Lord spawns. No clear advantage yet for the minion waves. The arena would want to build the push down, but oh, Wraith whiffs! The final slash misses out, but the ultimate from the Joy electrifying beats brought down. Was that a deterrent? Did he accidentally press it? I don't think he needed to use it at that moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but the cooldown is not really that long either, so by the time the Lord fight begins, I expect Wraith to have that intact. So it looks like, once again, Nozen will do the housekeeping in the top lane and building a slow push up top. Someone has to take care of that unless they want to lose out on the second tier tower. Dominic in front, using the bravest fighter, still has the final slash, is Wraith. RWM towards both Wraith and also Hanagus in the revitalized area, but AOG in the front line, a kill towards Wraith. But Blazing Duel is going to be able to secure a kill towards Flash SR. That should be a good trade. The Gatakacha will be taken down to Hazel SR, taken down for the 3rd time in a single game today.
You can feel the frustration oozing from Full Sense. They overcommitted on that Arlot to initiate, and they overcommitted on that Arlot to try and finish off the kill, which meant Nozen had the perfect angle to enter with BMI, Blazing Duet, bringing Flash down. Mijizi was healthy on the Leomord, and Full Sense spent too many resources trying to take down an Arlot that was already free from the sequence. Lord 1 goes to the arena with no contention and no response by Full Sense. They will be forced to play on the defense, but that's Nezia, excuse me. Being able to use the ultimate on the Hanagus Baksha, but that's a Baksha. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it looks like EA will try to focus their way to this middle turret. I'm not sure if they can take this one, especially with Angelina being fully healthy here. As we're gonna take a look at the in-game equipment here, nothing too crazy from both teams, I believe. Maybe we can take a look at the build for the Joy, going for the Genius one and immediately going for the Holy Crystal. So that's a really aggressive build for this Joy, and there you go. That's a power spike. You've ever seen one, but not much penetration for Flash SR, so he's gonna be a bit more peaky for his target. Might be going for Nozen or Peachy, but it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, with all of that control, E Arena has good use of the feathered airstrike by Peachy to zone them out. Oh, look at that! That's a stun with the final slash, forces out the bravest fighter from Dominic. Holy Shield up top will get bursted, and even a charge from the Lord to get a bit of progress done on the tower up top for Full Sense. E Arena. Again, it feels like it's one of those days for the teams who have been struggling. Wraith goes in again, has a final slash, doesn't commit it, will have the flicker. E Arena decides to back off.
Good discipline by E Arena. They're up almost 6k gold lead right now. They're definitely happy with the fact that they've taken down all the outer and also second tier turret at this time of day with the first Lord. That is the expected progression for this team, and also the composition that they build. But now it's a matter on how to break down this inhibitor turrets. Some good clears coming in from FS, but you have the, I guess, tools to break down the defenses. Flank angle from Hanagus maybe with the shield unity, a lot of range with the feather airstrike, even Mijizi and Wrath being the nuisance that they are with the final slash, and also Vengeance procs can be a good utility tool to be able to give Nozen an opportunity that he needs to break down the inhibitor turret. But now it looks like they just want to wait for the next Lord and try to feel out where they go next.
E Arena takes away the purple buff from the Joy, Again, already has a Holy Crystal, but without the purple buff, it's going to be unfortunate. He goes to the side of the arena. Nozen is the one holding orange buffs now, so that's even more damage from this Claude. Oh, Nezia, they go in. Flash SR gets bursted down. What a play, and Blazing! The wet! It gets interrupted just by a little bit, delays the movement. But members of Full Sense are going to be able to get away, walk away with their life, unless Wraith has a different idea. Hazel gets blasted, gets left behind as Full Sense had to back. And it was Peachy with another play. Great feather dash strike by the Farsa to start the whole thing off.
The execution was far from perfect from EA, but they will take any W that they can get any day of the week. 7k right now from what it was 5.5k, and with the Lord is available for them, this should be the angle to actually end the game. The second Lord they need to break down at least the inhibitor turret, but we'll see if they can use that to the fullest. Peachy doing his housekeeping here, trying to get the angle on the further airstrike, and that is a good position to secure as a Farsa.
Oh,
hold on.
It is a really great position, as you pointed out. One hit and it brings Angelina down to around 60% health. Blasted by the Farsa, and Irina might be on the way. They've struggled, they've clawed, they crawled, they won a game, their first one in 36, and now they're threatening to win their first series this season.
Okay, the focus is to fight it for EA. They've taken down the bottom turret. The front, or in the top lane, the Red still going around with the vengeance. Meanwhile, Dominic the front line all alone. The wings help him survive. Blazing the White with the winter crown. The damage is enough to get Dominic down. It was Meiji with the execution. RWM by Angelina. Not much damage that he can deal towards the frontliners of EA. Phantom Seed has been popped. Flash as air. Gotta be final slash to the ground, but no follow up just yet. Mount Chakra has been popped. Nausea gonna get the angle to get the use the ultimate, but no can do. It is gonna be EA getting the first W this season in a 2-0 fashion. No one expected this, maybe except me.
You definitely called it right, E-Arena. They're first, and it is one of those days. It is their day. The first one, and they had to grind for it. Full Sense though, you see the frustration. 2 days in a row where a team that has yet to win a game, even win a series this season, scored it through them.
Oh man, hopefully this does not take a toll on the mental stability of Full Sense's players, man. The first game was a heartbreaker, but this one, they could have had it, but the composition that Full Sense or EA was built was able to be executed perfectly. There could be some tweaks here and there, but overall this was a good showing from EA, and hopefully they can get back on track with this first win. Now 2-8 in game rate this season. Still far off from that playoff contention, but they gotta start now, and they've started it.
เอาละค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็มาอยู่กับผู้ชนะทั้ง2คนของเราแล้วนะคะจากทีม E-Arena E-Sport ค่ะเฮ้ยคือแบบดีใจด้วยมากจริงเพราะว่าถือว่าเป็นการชนะครั้งแรกเลยตื่นเต้นอยู่ใช่ไหมตื่นเต้นโอเคงั้นเดี๋ยวให้แนะนำตัวกับทางบ้านก่อนเลยว่าชื่ออะไรเล่นตำแหน่งอะไร
ชื่อโนเซนครับเล่นแครี่ครับ
โอเคค่ะอีกคนนึงล่ะคะ
ผมคิชี่ครับตำแหน่งมิดเลนครับ
แล้วชื่อเล่นชื่ออะไรกันแบบให้ทางบ้านเขาได้รู้จักเรามากขึ้น
ชื่อพีทครับ
อันนี้ล่ะคะ
ชื่อวอร์มครับ
โอเคค่ะน้องพีทกับน้องวอร์มเนาะคือนี่ตื่นเต้นแทนมากแบบนั่งเชียร์อยู่ข้างหลังแบบคือตาแรกอะเงินไปแสนแล้วอะแล้วนี่ก็แบบเฮ้ยเมื่อไหร่มันจะชนะวะแบบ30 นาทีแล้วอะแล้วแบบพอชนะแล้วรู้สึกดีใจด้วยเลยถามทีมกดดันไหม
ผมไม่ค่อยกดดันครับแบบว่ารู้สึกว่าพวกผมมาแล้วครับ
มาแล้วเนาะมันมาแล้วโอเคมาแล้วนะเราล่ะรู้สึกยังไงกดดันไหม
ก็นิดนึงครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้ก็กระต่ายก็ตื่นแล้วครับ
กระต่าย ายตื่นแล้วทางบ้านฟังไว้นะ ทีมอื่นฟังไว้เลยนะ ตอนนี้กระต่ายเขาตื่นแล้ว แล้วเป็นไงความรู้สึกของเราที่ได้แต้มในวันนี้ชนะครั้งแรก มันรู้สึกปลดล็อกไหมแบบตื้นตันเลยไหม
ครับก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับ
ปลดล็อกเลยใช่ไหมตื้นตันเนาะอ่ะเป็นยังไงบ้างดูเซน
ก็ดีใจครับ
ดีใจ
ครับก็
ดีใจมากๆเลยไหม
มากๆเลยครับ
โอเค ดูทรงเหมือนไม่ค่อยดีใจมากเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าดีใจมาก
ดีใจ
ๆโอเคโอเค แล้วคิดว่าอะไรเนี่ยเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญของเกมนี้ที่ทำให้เราแบบชนะมาได้มันเป็นตรงไฟต์ตรงหลอดหรือว่ายังไง
ความใจเย็นแล้วก็การสื่อสารครับ
ความใจเย็นของทีมแล้วก็การคุยการสื่อสารความสามัคคีกันของทีมเนาะ
ใช่ครับ
พีทล่ะ
ก็เหมือนกันครับ
เหมือนกันคือแตกต่างหน่อย เราต้องแบบอยากแปลกต้องแตกต่างเหมือนกันก็ได้เหมือนกันก็ได้โอเคเหมือนกันแล้วบรรยากาศวันนี้ที่แบบว่าเราเล่นกันมันแตกต่างจากตอนที่เราซ้อมยังไงไหมแบบแตกต่างกันไหมหรือว่าเหมือนที่เราซ้อมกันมาเลย
ซ้อมมันยังไงก็เล่นเหมือนซ้อมนะครับ
โอเคแล้วเราล่ะ ไม่เหมือนกันนะไม่เหมือนกัน
ก็วันนี้ก็มีหลุดๆบ้างแต่ว่าก็เล่นได้ตามที่แบบที่ซ้อมนะครับเพราะว่า
ก็คือเกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้
ใช่เพราะที่ผ่านมาก็คือซ้อมแบบมาดีตลอดแต่ว่า
เฮ้ยอันนี้ทีมนี้เหมือนเขาอยากสัมภาษณ์กันทั้งทีมไหมคะยังไงต้องชนะอีกรอบหนึ่งจะได้สลับกันมาสัมภาษณ์นะ แต่ทำได้อยู่แล้วเพราะว่าอะไรกระต่ายมันตื่นแล้วสุดท้ายขอ1ประโยคให้กับแฟนคลับนะคะที่เขาเชียร์เราทั้งออนไซต์แล้วก็ทางบ้านเลยกับชัยชนะครั้งแรกของเราในวันนี้
ก็ขอบคุณทุกแรงเชียร์แรงใจนะครับที่ทั้งมาดูแล้วก็ออนไลน์นะครับแล้วก็ดูกระต่ายครับต้องดูให้จบครับ
ดูกระต่ายต้องดูให้จบพีทขอแบบคมๆเลยเผื่อเขาไปตัดไฮไลท์ลง TikTok ขอคมๆเลยนูเซนช่วยเพื่อนหน่อย ช่วยกันขอแค่1ประโยคก็ได้1ประโยคบอกแฟนๆเฮ้ยพี่มาเชียร์ผมแล้วผมทำให้เต็มที่
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์ครับก็แมตช์ต่อไปก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
โอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวให้น้องๆไปพักก่อนนะคะ เดี๋ยวยังไงขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนเลยค่ะ
You can definitely tell they were waiting for that moment to finally get interviewed up on stage, and in a happy day as well. Again, congratulations to E Arena. We got to see how they had to grind and crawl for that. Definitely, there were some moments where I could think and say that maybe Game 1 shouldn't have extended the way it did, but again, it's just one of those days where the stars align somehow, some way. It's the longest games that we're getting. We have broken the record twice in one day, Sheffin.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck for us casters, but we're here for it, man. As long as the games are good,
Yeah.
we're gonna be able to enjoy the cast. But MVP of the match here, it's gonna be Hanagus on the Baxia. I can't believe that he didn't die at all as a Baxia. Usually this kind of pick kind of falls off in the late game, but I guess there's not much shred on the side of Full Sense. It's a Yi Sun Shin jungle, and Joy, if she didn't get the snowball that she needs to be able to make a difference, then it's a hard game. When you're going in the electrifying beats, the shields that you get, despite all the damage reduction, but still, you can get bursted down quite quick. A lot more overextensions this game for Full Sense compared to the previous one. And this is one of the example, Hazel SR. I mentioned it over and over again. The initial strategy for this Kacha pick was try not to get Hazel SR get killed. Have a Leomord, they have a lot of early game damage that they can use to be able to pretty much burst down anyone in front of them.
It also really looked like for this series, I think it lines up really well that it was Hanagas that ended up getting the MVP, because it seems like that's the centerpiece that E Arena used for this day. It's as if they said for this matchup to look at Flash SR, to look at how Full Sense play, we're picking a Baksha in the roam. You get the fast rotates, you get the roamer that's difficult to take down, and if it gets the right angle, it's actually very deadly for your opposing, for your own back line, because they're gonna get forced back, exactly like in this play here, where it was Hanagos who forced back Angelina, leaving behind Hazel to get taken down, and then they just ended up getting the trade. And with the rotational speed that they had and the control that they had, they just looked comfortable. Again, you really see the momentum and the morale that was beefed up from their win in game number 1, and they just dominated here. For full sense, again, we don't know the situation with the Roman as to why it was Hazel playing today and not their usual roamer. But this does not take away the victory that E-Arena earned in game 1. And of course, here in game 2, they drafted a lineup that dominates the map as 4 to set up their gold laner to be able to just freely play the map, freely play the lane, and Nozen, with him being able to get that Winter Crown Blazing duet combo there in the end, showed that off well. It's a win by E-Arena and was a win well earned.
Yeah, I like the fact that Nozen builds that Winter Crown also. Usually in this kind of situation, you have 3 choices, whether the Rose Gold Meteor or the Wind of Nature or the Winter Crown. The Rose Gold Meteor comes into mind when you're up against this kind of like hybrid damage with the Joy and also with the Sun Shin also. But what Winter Crown offers that other items does not offer is that invincibility or that immune to turret aggro. So he can just die backline, and knowing the fact that there's not much setter from EA side, it's a Baksha roam, so he has to be super deep into the team fight to be able to make a difference. They choose to go for a more independent route with the Winter Crown, so now Nozen can just dive and not getting punished, like not even losing a single HP bar, I believe, in that last exchange with the Blazing Duet. So shout out to him as well. So yeah, EA finally getting a victory here. 2-8, I believe, in the game's count. But it's not the end of the journey just yet. This is the start, you know? If you want to just secure that spot to the playoffs, that's going to be the next step. It's getting harder and harder from now on.
Yeah, it really is, because their next matches, one is King of Gamers, undefeated so far.
Oh, no.
The other one, ACT. Oh, excuse me. They also have Bacon Time. So after finally getting their first win of the season, they're like, all right, show us what you got then. Can you continue this momentum? At least they were able to show off some things that definitely the team can look at and say they can build on. The unique strategies, the unique picks, that concealed play they do from the purple buff of the opposing team to get that sandwich play, playing the map. You see the fundamentals there. You see the ideas. The consistency is
ชอบโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Rich Man Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
โอเคค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็เดินทางกันมาถึงคู่ที่ 3 ของวันนี้แล้ว ซึ่งคู่นี้นะคะขอเสียงเชียร์อย่างแบบล้นหลามเลยนะคะ เพื่อเป็นกำลังใจให้กับ 2 ทีมนี้เนาะ เพราะว่าทีมเมื่อวานนะคะมังกรน้ำเงินไฮดรานะคะเขาได้ปลดล็อกคะแนนเป็นแต้มแรกนะคะ และวันนี้เขาจะได้เจอกับทีมแพะดื้ออย่างเทนาซิตี้ค่ะที่ฟอร์มการเล่นของไอ้น้ำหรือว่าวอเตอร์เนี่ยกำลังมาแรงเลยเป็นชนิดที่ว่าติด most kill เลยนะคะในการแข่งขันของซีซั่นนี้แล้ววันนี้เขาจะได้เจอกับทีมมังกรน้ำเงินไฮดราที่ได้แต้มมาเมื่อวานเนี่ยก็ไม่รู้นะคะว่าทีมไฮดราเนี่ยเขาจะเตรียมแผนหรือว่าทีเด็ดอะไรนะคะมาหยุดความร้อนแรงของเทนาซิตี้ได้หรือเปล่าเนาะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเรามารอดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้ฝีมือหรือว่าฟอร์มทีมไหนเนี่ยจะแน่กว่ากันนะคะว่าใครจะเป็นคนได้แต้มในแมตช์นี้ไปเนาะและเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลานะคะเพราะว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยนักแข่งของเราคือพร้อมเล่นมากๆแล้วเดี๋ยวยังไงนะคะขออนุญาตค่ะส่งให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
You know, it's been a very surprising day so far with the results that we've gotten. The fact that we've broken the longest game record twice in one day. It's all been sweeps. But I feel like with Hydra and Tenacity, this is the most honest series of MLBB we're going to be getting today. It's two teams who love to fight and who love to show off just how good they are with their mechanical skills. Welcome back to MSL Thailand Season 1, Week 3, Day number 2. My name is Redmar, still here with Chefin. And how you doing, man? How you feeling? I want to check in on you. We've been through a lot today. How are you doing, Chefin?
Well, if you're being honest, I'm a bit tired. You know, I just came back from Jakarta, 10-hour ride, or not 10-hour ride. I didn't ride. I just like 10-hour travel. So it is how it is. But I gotta do what I gotta do, man. Like, and so far the games have been pretty much absolute cinema. And I gotta be honest with you, that does not bode well. From what you said earlier, we broke 2 times the record. Is it gonna be 3 times? Is it gonna be 4 times? Oh my god. it's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah, considering that the longest game record now for the season, not just today, for the season, is 36 minutes, I think I'm good on the record-breaking side. If we break that anymore, we're going to be hitting 40. At that point, this might as well have just been a different MOBA title, you know? But we're here with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and it's Hydra and Tenacity, as we discussed. Two teams who are in the lower portion of the standings. As we mentioned earlier in the previous series, Hydra Esports got their first set of wins for this season against Full Sense yesterday. The same Full Sense that gave EA Arena their very first set of wins, and which is why they are now tied at last. While for Tenacity, they are 2 apiece. Not a bad record, not a great one, but for Tenacity, they are a team that live up to the name. They are tenacious and relentless with their fight. But so are Hydra. So, Jeffin, when it comes to matches like this, when you know it's 2 teams that just love to fight, love to show off their mechanical skills, what do we expect?
We expect a lot of chaotic gameplay, and once again, I don't think the draft really dictates what's going to happen in the match. It really depends on the execution. You mentioned it earlier over and over again. It seems cliche, but that's just the reality, man. They're just going to rely on that micro, less on the macro, but hopefully that macro part can be improved on, because usually when you see the regions outside of the top 3, this has been the problem for the longest time. But me personally, I like to see these kind of teams. I like to see this kind of gameplay, the brawl kind of gameplay, and also the surprise picks. I'm a very heavy advocate on weird picks and picks for the sake of variety. I know that's not really in a spirit of competitiveness, but who cares, man? As long as you get more picks, we're here to watch it. We're here to cast it.
Yeah, as long as you get the job done. BLC, Watson, Yuri, Clover K, and Outcon will look to get the job done for Hydra Esports. Again, they got their first win yesterday against Full Sense. Now they're going to be going up against Tenacity. Arjex, Griff, Snap, Water, and Song Jin Woo. Now, if there's one player on the side of Tenacity that Hydra Esports needs to take a really good look at, it's Song Jin Woo. Actually, sorry, make that 2 players. Song Jin Woo and Water. Song Jin Woo, if he gets that Sora, he's gonna destroy you. But I think the Sora needs to be respected here by Hydra. While for Water, he flows like it, man. Assassins, that is him.
Yeah, Water from Laos, actually, not from Thailand. And
Yes.
we've seen Water, I believe, in Wildcard M7, and I got the chance to catch one of his match. He was pretty good, and that's why he was able to secure a spot, a roster spot in this MSL Thailand. Hopefully, things work out for not only Water, just for all of these players that coming from maybe other regions. You know, there's a lot of Filipino imports, just like literally every other MPL out there. Oh man, these damn Filipinos are everywhere, man. And maybe that's a good thing.
We are everywhere, dude. It's like our greatest export is our people and what we bring to whatever
I've heard
we
that.
decide
I've heard that.
to. Yeah, right. Yeah. So, well, it's not about the Filipinos today. It's all Thai, and interestingly enough, both teams have a single Laotian, as you mentioned. Water for Tenacity. Hydra Esports has Yuri as their one Laotian player. Those have Grift, Arjax. Okay, so it seems like so far for the lineups, there's no major changes compared to the last match that we saw with Full Sense. So I'm honestly just expecting, really, I don't mind if it's messy. I think you summed it up perfectly at the start of the day. MLBB comfort food, you can't go wrong with it. It's always just so fun. Despite how armchair analysts would be like, oh man, I wish they had more macro. Let's be real, guys. We love to see 2 really skilled players, 2 really skilled teams try to show off. Watson versus Griff. This gold lane matchup is going to be important for these 2.
Oh man, looking at the stats here, I gotta be honest with you, man. It looks like one of those hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby situation. 27-7 KD is actually pretty ridiculous, especially for this region, man. We've seen earlier, I believe, was it Nozen? Actually has a negative KDA as a gold laner, and he somehow won the match for EA. So once again, we can't really go by the stat or what the numbers tells us before the match. We'll have to see how the match unfold, the executions. even the draft matters less in MSL
Yeah.
Thailand, and that's the beauty of it. You know, expect the unexpected. And speaking of the unexpected, average kills per game, Water actually topping the chart. And a fun fact, by the way, Brandmar, these two teams are quite unknown to me. I try to look up both of them in Wikipedia, and there's literally no information at all. Oh my god.
Yep.
Sorry for the choke there.
It's all good, man. They're newer teams, newer faces, and of course, with a region that got their first MSL, their first big major MLBB tournament powered by Moonton. This is why we enjoy this. It's a good introduction for us to get to know these players. A lot of people were excited to find out and were excited when they learned that Thailand would be joining the global MLBB ecosystem with their own league. Thai players have always been looked up upon as in Southeast Asia. They're some of the most skilled in terms of not just in MLBB, but I'm talking about like esports as a whole. People watch out for the Thais and their eventual development. So it's good that now we get to see, after the first two series where it seems like macro played a lot more importance, and although I am siding with you with what you said earlier, that I wish that we get to see a little bit more care for how the map is taken care of. These are going to be one of those this is going to be one of those series that people look at and go, hey, so that's what Thailand is all about. For better or for worse, I just hope it's the better.
Yeah. But I want to go back to the point earlier about the global MLBB. I feel like you gotta appreciate what the state of MLBB esports currently right now. There's a lot of development in a lot of lesser regions, you know. Even in the bigger regions, a lot of shakeups. MPL MY, there are like 13 transfers in a single week, I believe, this week. This season, a lot of really interesting changes in the roster. Kelra going to Indo, Savero, first ever import to PH. Just overall a way to develop this scene. So shout out to Moonton, shout out to the people that's working on it. And we are very honored to be able to be a part of something this big.
Yeah. And of course, with this big matchup, we are both expecting 3 games. With how these two teams love to fight, well, most of the time that usually results into longer matches. Quicker games, but full series. I'm going for Hydra this time. It's Tenacity for Chef, and I decided to go Hydra because I feel like after how they won, similar to how we looked at E-Arena, and despite their next matchups, we're thinking, hey, hopefully they can build on this. Hydra Esports, in the previous matches I got to see of them, sorry, let me just get my notes. So they love to play that high tempo, high pressure, where if they can get aggressive roamers, squeeze out the jungle early on, that's what they love to do. But then they always have that fall off at around second turtle 3, Lord 1. Around that, they'll have that mid game to late game fall off that then suddenly all of their early game high tempo pressure just gets thrown out the window.
Okay, but at least they get the early game part going, right? And that's something that is definitely, you should be happy about it. It's just the discipline, man. A lot of times, what are the difference? The main difference of the Philippine region compared to the other region out there is just the discipline. Taking the team fights that you're not supposed to take, just over miscalculations and all that. These are the problems that needs to be addressed for these regions. Even the big regions also have those as well. And that's why, we got a player quote here. You do you mind reading it, Renmar?
Yeah. No. I can't retire, man. I wish I could. If I even tried, someone would be messaging me instantly and going, a little bit insensitive. So you know what? One of these days, we should try to learn. We should try it. We owe it to our MSL Thailand fans. We have to learn how to read, at least read.
Okay. I just pulled up my Google Lens. I'm just going word for word, okay? Okay, yeah? That player quote.
Okay.
Look at my hair. I'm a tough guy. Watch out. I might be a good girl. What? Okay, this might not be the most accurate translation.
Yeah, that's what
I might be a good girl.
That might not be accurate. This is why We gotta learn. Even technology and AI won't always get it all right.
Yeah.
Welcome to the draft of Hydra versus Tenacity. Okay. As expected, we talked about the high hit tempo of Tenacity. They take out the Harley while Hydra have to respect the fatty pickup the Tenacity could go for. Ooh, okay, so it might not always be assassins. It doesn't always need to be the Leomord. It doesn't always need to be the Suyo. You can even be high tempo and aggressive with picks like the Baksha, as we've seen in the day so far.
Yeah, but I think one of the worst thing about Baksha is once you go in, there's really no way out. You just have to hope that you're strong enough, you're tank enough to get out of the team fight, or your teammate was able to follow you up as well. So if we're going by what we said earlier about this league is more micro-dependent than other leagues out there, I think Leomord and Suyo is still definitely the prime pick for both of these teams because they are super aggressive right from the early game. But definitely we're not really ruling out those kind of picks either if they still want to learn more how to, I guess, like synergize with their teammates, because that's definitely needed once you get to the playoffs. It's like you're not gonna be able to rely purely on micro in this kind of situation because you're gonna be up against more elite teams down the road.
It's surprising to me that Tenacity decided to ban out the the Harith though, because I mean, even if you say that the Hydra banned out the Phoveus and they can first pick the Harith, there's still a lot of picks and playstyles that you could adapt towards to, so that if ever Hydra decided to first pick the Harith, you could just answer it. If you're not answering the Harith, you're answering the opposing jungler by building up a strong front line to make sure that whatever Clover K ends up with can't get close. In that scenario, you get Hisuyo as one of the first two picks. In this hypothetical world that the Harith went first pick, so the fact that it got banned out here, I feel like further reinforces our idea about these two teams being a little bit more individual based, being very skill based, fight centric players. Hydra takes out the Marcel too. They could have first picked themselves, but then with the Valentina ban, Valentina still being open, it would have been risky. So in the end, they just decided to take it out.
There's still a lot of option for both teams here. Even the mid lane, like the mid heroes that we're used to see, the Eve and also the Jushin has not seen any bans so far. Right on cue, Jushin's gonna be banned. So for Hydra right now, do they wanna go for something like a Freya here, because it's not banned at all, surprisingly, and with that you can pretty much play with the flex too. XP Freya, Gold Freya, or maybe for this region, you might even see Jungle Freya, or even worse or better, Roam Freya, because you have a lot of shields.
Roam Freya, very interesting.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
It's a little bit too gillo for my taste, but you know what, Chefin? I know you're joking. I'm gonna say, what if? What if, right? It just might. Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. We mentioned the Freya, but Hydra said nope, we're picking up the Suyo, which I honestly prefer. Freya Leomord are a great combo, but Tenacity might as well block that. And I think, Freya Leomord. Wait, you're giving Freya Leomord to Tenacity, Hydra?
Yeah. I'm not sure what the idea behind the Suyo pick here. Yeah, I guess if this is alter ego, this would be an easy victory. Leomord and Freya? Like, are you kidding me? It's active right even before level 4. Freya is already a force to be reckoned, especially Leomord. That's almost a guaranteed first objective. Even if the Freya in the EXP lane, that's a lot of damage to deal with too. Oh man, but they're taking a while here, so looks like Hydra might be willing to let go. Oh my god, Kimi? In this day and age?
That's one of the first two picks? That's... I'm trying to revisit the old drafts of Hydra. This is maybe a respect steal away, but even then, this early on is perplexing. They're probably looking for a combo at the center of the map, like a Hilda Kimi, Khalid Kimi, with some strong burst. But Hydra might be able to read into that and pick up a Khalid Valentina themselves. Something just to win that mid lane duel. They don't even need to go for short range. They can go for reach. if you want to make the most out of the time that you can buy for yourself, Zetian out of nowhere early on would be good. And even more so, this is actually really disrupting. They pick up the glue. Still can get flexed into the EXP lane, but it seems like in recent memory, more teams are deciding to put it in the roam. Unless, of course, they pick up the glue as a potential answer to the EXP lane Freya if it does go EXP. Because then what if the Freya goes into the gold lane? That's a whole nother string of problems they have to try and deal with, and it's a Granger that they already showed instead of picking up the carry.
Yeah, it looks like Hydra, they still want to feel out what's going on here and just picking the standard, I guess like the more conservative pick. Picks that don't really get punished often, and Granger can just kite back with the Rhapsody in that Sonata and the Rondo as well. You can just kite out the Freya, and it's not really getting punished by the mid laner either. But this is a trouble. An Alice against this kind of composition, I think this might be one of the best EXP that they can pick in this scenario, you know? Suyo is not really as sustainable as a Leo Mort, so it's more of a bursty kind of damage compared to the usual fighters. So I guess Alice can tank up a lot of damage there, and if she gets mounted on, I don't think the punish is going to be immediate either. There's still a lot of HP bars that you need to go through, and that build in healing from you know, the passive of Alice.
Yeah. Well, actually, looking at it now, the Freya Kimi might have already been a tell that they're putting this Freya in the gold instead of the EXP. Because they're probably thinking they needed like a pseudo marksman somewhere. So they picked up the Kimi so that they put the Kimi in mid. That's your basic attack guy. Freya is a basic attack hero too, but then it puts itself in the risk of all of the damage that Hydra can show off. So you need someone to back up as the secondary core. So this might not be as a surprise for Hydra. They might have already acknowledged that same thing, and committing to that might be a better play. But as expected, with no jungler yet showed up by Tenacity, as far as we know, it's the Lamor that got taken out here by Hydra. Now, one thing that Tenacity's Water showed up last week, or was it? Oh yeah, no, it was last week. It's a Lancelot that he plays really well. He gets surprise pickoffs, and so far with no hard lockdown, he might be okay with picking that up again.
Yeah, I was about to suggest the Lancelot here. It works really well, right? Because you can chase, didn't really get punished. There's no real lockdown, as you said earlier. If you get mounted on somehow by the glue, you have like thousands of dashes to work with. So yeah, that would be probably the most optimal jungler that they can pick right now. But they read out towards the Nolan instead. I don't know if this is too much of a reach from Hydra Esports. This should just be a Lancelot, or do they just want to hide that jungle pick right until the end? Because so far, they still do need that roamer. And there is, I gotta be honest with you, there's still an abundance of choice for Tenacity currently. They can go for a more conservative route, or can go for more of an aggressive route with a Khalid. We'll see.
Yeah. It's hard for Tenacity to read, so either they show their jungler, and then roamer comes in last so they can adjust, because if this becomes an overthink, they might have a bad roam matchup considering there's a glue on the other side. But they still want to save the jungle pick. They get the high loss, you get someone stable, you get a revitalize up, you have a glorious pathway to not only like help supplement your team for the Freya, the Alice even, but you have a potential out if ever you're the one that gets grabbed by the glue, which will most likely be the case.
Oh man, so it looks like Tenacity is still wanting to put water on a better pick. So, I thought Lancelot is a non-negotiable for Tenacity here, but still there's some options here. You already have enough damage to work with the Freya and also the Kimi, so you might want to go for utility here. But against a glue, I'm not sure if you want to do that. And plus the Fleer? Oh my god, so I think utility is definitely out of the question for Tenacity. Do they want to go for a Lancelot in the end? Oh, EXP glue. You know what? I'm kind of rocking with that. Wow.
Oh.
Hello.
Did they predict that the Joy would suddenly show up, and then because there's Agata Kacha? This is a really brave Joy pick. If ever Water does well with it, you gotta commend how good he is in with jungling. This could be really tough. There's no hard lockdown per se, but there's a lot of group lockdown that if ever for some reason you can't catch the Joy, high chance that one of those skills are gonna land and mess up the Joy. The rest of the team won't be able to supplement water. I'm leaning a little bit more Hydra for this one, but Tenacity is running with that Freya, which I still feel like with the Valier suddenly showing up, it looks like an epic.
I wouldn't go as far as an epic Freya, still Freya, but you're right. The Valier and also the glue, that's a lot to deal with, even as a broken hero, as much of a broken hero as Freya. But we'll see though,
Yeah.
once again, we worded this over and over again. No matter how good the draft is, you never know what's gonna happen in MSL Thailand as we're gonna jump towards the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of Hydra Esports versus Tenacity. And I gotta be honest with you, I agree. The Joy pick seems a bit weird, you know, knowing the fact that the Gacha and also the Valier kind of counters the Joy, but there's a bit of a, I guess, silver lining. Back then in M6 days, it was Joy and Suyo. And Joy was the one that gets picked to quote-unquote counter the Suyo, I believe.
Yeah. Way back when. Oh shit, oh yeah, that was a long time ago. I was thinking it was just a few months ago, but that was M7. M6 was last year. Oh man, I'm getting old. By the way, notice the Pro 5G. It's not what you think. One of our partners here in MSL Thailand. In the mid though, very heavy mid trading as expected. We have Valier supplemented by Gacha, and of course High Loss, a strong front line for the Kimi to just start blasting away. It could be one of those scenarios where Tenacity, if they get some good early kills, might just be able to snowball out of control once they get some damaged magic items. But in the mid, a flicker is already forced out. So Snap decides to commit the jetpack to get out, but Arjek's getting chased, but he'll be able to get away. It's the Roman duo of Tenacity that fall low first.
Gotta watch out. It might be a queller to Snap. Will it connect though? Clover still eyeing for a kill here. There you go. He's just gonna try. Oh, flicker! Hold on a second. A bit panicky kind of decision there, but at least, you know, he's trying to play it safe, at least. So you kind of like to see it in a way.
A lot of jitters coming out from these two, but of course you're seeing the aggression. The Rome mid being aggressive is blocking any aggressive maneuvers into the respective jungles, but Outcon will be able to get out of there. Song Jin-woo, he just was with the Gleam, doesn't commit the Throne of Ruin. Tenacity and Hydra look poised to go for a big fight for Turtle 1.
Yeah, both are still trying to zone out. Everyone on side. Griffith already flanking. Oh, Throne of Ruin perfectly placed. Yours too. And the Freya joins the team fight. A lot of kills have already been secured. 3, in fact, double for Sung Jin-woo. Outcon might be next, still on that form. And it's gonna get taken down either. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of kills before the 3rd minute.
Hydra just backed up what we were saying. You can have as good as a draft or picks that you want, but if the opposing team is just better than you, they will show it. And the 2 players that we highlighted for Tenacity were major for that first place. Song Jin-woo, perfect. And of course, Water continues the pressure in the opposing jungle after he wins the Retribution battle to secure the first turtle for Tenacity. This Joy that might have a difficult time so far is having a great time. 4 assists, no kills, but no deaths. That's good. Things are going great for Tenacity. They have an early lead.
You know what? I actually like the fact that Watchers did not get a kill at all because I'm, again, a bit worried about the sustainability of this Joy. So a bit of a mishaps. One mistake can pretty much kill the Joy. You don't want to get any kind of like shutdown towards Hydra Esports. So yeah, I prefer Water to just stack up the assist and dropping dimes for his teammates. Meanwhile, though, down bottom, Griffith gonna get jumped on, but not much damage so far. Still healthy with the heals as well.
Yeah. Gonna need to supplement the Suya a bit more. This might be a play. Glue finds too many members of Tenacity despite getting the grab and him holding on. He still somehow gets away. They're trying to dab him under the tower, but he's dancing. That's a traction falls. A flicker to try and readjust. Try to go for a remount, maybe, but Outcon gets outplayed. Meanwhile, in the bot, it's Grift on this Freya.
God.
You said it was broken. That is definitely busted. It was Griff against 3. He walked away with a kill onto Watson, and Hydra were forced to stay in trade. But then here comes the Alice and the Hylos from the other side of the map. A Gleam with the Throne of Ruin, but they get punished. It's gonna be Clover, K, falling, Tenacity still winning.
Oh my god. You said it best, friend Mark. It is definitely broken. What the hell was that? 1v3 under the turret, still using that damage reduction from the gold plating. But Griffith with that built-in spell fam, just pretty much shooing and also killing Watson at the same time. The chase potential is crazy, but speaking of chase, Water trying to go for the Gatot Kacha, but still not much damage just yet. Talisman is gonna be the first item for Yuri, huh? So he's thinking more of the spammability more than the utility with the glowing one. Interesting, but we're gonna take a look at the replay here. Griffith, yeah, that's definitely a perfectly balanced hero, Renmar.
Yep, definitely. Oh, meanwhile, the bottom lane, this action that popped off already, Traction Pulse has been committed by the Kimmy, while a lot of the abilities from both also thrown out as well, but no one falls. They hold on, and BLC didn't even need to pop his Revitalize. It was Karjex who had to pop his to keep his team alive. Tenacity are winning everything. So far, they're going closer to a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead over Hydra.
It's not looking good for Hydra Esports, definitely. All the outer tier turrets in the bottom lane, also top lane, is already getting taken down, so they can secure the bushes much better or much easier than Hydra Esports. We'll see if, you know, somehow Water can win out the retreat battle, or Tenacity pretty much shooing everyone away from the Turtle Pit, because it's a Suyo, so you gotta still watch out for the retreat plus Soul Sever combo. It looks like Tenacity wants to go for the invade. Going for Yuri, still popping the ultimate, shooing away Water, but the kill still gonna be secured by Griffith. That's somehow still getting the kill on the turret. Sung Jin-woo and also Griffith in the front line. AOG trying to build down for his teammates. Didn't connect towards anyone. Sung Jin-woo is still full HP somehow. Griffith though, dragged back to under the turret. But not much damage at all from the Patrick. As the Gatot Kacha BLC is gonna be next on the chopping board. 3 kills secured, plus the purple buff for Zostap.
Tenacity are just better at fighting, and it seems like so far better at playing this sport, as they have been steamrolling Hydra in every fight they find. Again, it begs the question, why prioritize the Suyo over the Freya when it was right there for you, for the taking, and they are getting punished. Everything is going well for Tenacity. It's all dive, but they do have the Kimmy to play around if ever they need someone to basic attack from a good range.
But good thing though for Hydra Esports, they still got the Faleer, so they can still play the kiting game decently enough. It's just a matter of the discipline and also execution. As for the in-game equipment, that's a lot of gold lead for the Alice. Oh man, 1.6k as a EXP laner under 8 minutes, that's actually pretty crazy. Oh man. Yeah. So it's gonna be very sustainable. But Sky Piercer for Water, so he's gonna be very aggressive in this game. Oh my goodness. Outgone. Almost getting taken down there.
Yeah, good thing he committed the flicker. He could have been one of Water's stacks already if he didn't. You also see the patience. I think that's the difference here. Tenacity are going through a checklist of conditions before they commit. But then also, if it looks like there's no need to think about a checklist and just go for it, they go for it. Zostap gets taunted, but no one there to back him up. No one there for Hydra to try and take that Kimmy down, and Tenacity are getting everything continuously. Control, push, shove. Just need to avoid overstepping, lest they get punished by Hydra for being too greedy. While Hydra might be focusing a little bit too much on protecting this tower up top, they could at least send someone in the bottom lane to get a bit of a push.
Griffith, Valkyrie's Descent has already been popped, and I'm not sure what's the decision here from Hydra Esports. It feels like that second tier turret is inevitably gonna fall down in the end. Like, I'm not sure why they're putting all that much resources up top.
Yeah, you already know there are 5 members of Tenacity there. At least send 1 member, or if you're worried about getting picked off, a Suyo with maybe the Gatot, let the Glue be the one to hold with the Valir and the Granger top side. Send the Gatot and the Suyo to split push the map a little bit so you get something. Instead, they just watch Tenacity get their tower that they over defended.
Something Buddha going for that orb. Looks like he's not gonna be able to get the purple buff. Wait, did he get it? Oh my god, that's a tilter for sure. And there's absolutely no way Clover K and the whole team of Hydra Esports will contest this one unless they're crazy enough with the AOG, but no. That's a Lord for Water. That's a Lord for Tenacity. This Joy pick has been working out much better than I thought.
That just shows off the skill. Of course, they snowballed through their first turtle again. Song Jinwoo and Water together just form a very great duo to watch out for Tenacity. It's not the Sora, it's the Alice, but his Alice is deathless. It set up that big Throne of Ruin to get the big win for the very first turtle of the game. And now Tenacity can honestly just ride this out. This might be one of those scenarios where we can say, pack it up, Chief, and see if Hydra can come back for game number 2. Is it completely endable? Maybe not just yet. But with 10,000, 10 minutes 32, the only thing you gotta pop is the passive in the mid and top. It just might be if Hydra get roped to a big fight that they don't want to get fight.
Zosnap though already popped the flicker to get away from a Sticky's tuition. Watson secures that Malefic War, so that's a big item. Frontliners of Tenacity has to be a bit more careful from now on from the damage of this Granger. More kiting, more damage. It looks like Tenacity will go on towards the middle tier turret here, trying to get that turret. Systematic, very systematic coming in from Tenacity, but oh, looks like Outcon's gonna go in with the flicker as well. Didn't get the mount, but Zosnap did not get killed by Watson! Oh! Somehow he got taken down instead! But now in the front line, Water and pretty much everyone else trying to get the kills. And Clover is gonna go down. The Gacha is stuck in no man's land, and he is out of the fight. Song Jinwoo though towards Yuri. Water's gonna try to dive in, but no. He's just gonna back off, try to play it disciplinedly, and get the mid turret.
They got roped into it, but interestingly enough, it was strangely a right time for it. It took a while for these minions to get here, and Outcon and Yuri will have just a little bit of time and space to try and defend, which they do. Could have gone much worse for Hydra, but then they decidedly backed off at the right time, while Tenacity will take what they could get. Even though they lost a couple of members, they are still in the lead. 10,000. Getting closer and closer to 11. So look at the items. As you pointed out, the Roar for the Granger earlier. The Freya is already up to a War Axe after going Golden Staff, excuse me. Wait, that's an entry by Water. The burst is too much. Clover gets thrown out the window. Back to the respawn to you. 27 on the clock, and Tenacity might just be able to ride this out.
11k gold lead for Tenacity as they look towards that mid turret. The mount from the Glue to Zosnap, but not much follow-up at all. It looks like the Glue is gonna get taken down once he dismount. The recalls are coming. They're just taunting all the members of Hydra Esports. Another kill secured. That's another Sky Piercer stack for the Joy. As they beeline towards the Lord from now on and try to end it from now on. Already 11k gold lead for Tenacity Renmar.
It should be endable with this push. Hydra will not be able to contest this. It all went wrong after that first big turtle fight. Song Jinwoo, the explainer on the Alice, paired up with the Water's Joy, a pick that we doubted, but the Water flowed with it. 6 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists, and he might just get more. Arjex on this high loss as well. His Revitalize and his utility coming in big time. Watson with a Sea Halberd, but it might be too late. 12,000. Almost 14 minutes in, heading into 15. Tenacity eyeing to end game number 1.
Looks like inevitable, but Zosnap is already getting booked down to half HP. He's gonna go in. Sung Jinwoo did not take the orb to teleport down under the turret. I thought the angle they could use, but Renmar, what's going on right now?
That is big major burst and Clover K getting taken out. Tenacity know they have too much for Hydra to handle. Try as they will, it might be inevitable as Alcon forced to flicker out. The minion waves though have been managed by Watson. Maybe they do live to fight another day. A Todd, a glorious pathway, a searing torrent to buy time and provide space as Yuri is trying to hold on alongside Watson. It's only the Valier and the Granger left, but time has run out and they have run out of bodies. A triple for Water. Tenacity flowed to a game 1 win. 15,000 gold ahead. Less than 15 minutes in.
Well, safe to say, I did not expect that. I thought it would be a bloodbath in both ways, but that was a slaughterhouse by Tenacity. 19-2 in a kill count, and I believe Water was stacked up on the Sky Piercer at the end of the game. Oh my goodness gracious. This team is looking pretty scary, Renmar.
Terrifying. It's a horror movie. Hydra, for a young team that loves to play a tempo, aggressive style, that love to flex on their opponents and show how much better they are, they were not ready for Tenacity. And it could be one of those scenarios where two teams that we thought would play messy, it's just one team that is significantly better than the other. We could be on the road to seeing a dominant series win here for Tenacity, unless Hydra get to pull off a comeback and a bounce back of a lifetime in game number 2. Because Tenacity had their number, man. It was just a complete slaughterhouse, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why Valier pick is not really a meta pick per se. It's more of a pocket pick. When the conditions are met, those heroes really pop off. But in this kind of situation, it's a bit too one-dimensional. There's not much follow-up when some of the frontliners are trying to create something, right? Multiple times the mount get someone that's actually pretty. It's a good mount towards the Kimi most of the time. But not much follow-up at all because the range is just pretty miserable. And even Watson as well, the one guy that is supposed to be finishing all those frontliners, finishing the mounts as well with the Sky Piercer, was not able to get close. I don't think he gets a single kill, I believe, in this match or in this game, and that's pretty sad. As we're gonna take a look at the MVP here, presented by Infinix 907, flowing like water, 921 GPM. I believe that's the highest so far this day, with 84% kill participation. I gotta say, I'm not rocking with the choice of the Sky Piercer, but he did get the full value out of it. I was wondering why he went for Sky Piercer despite all of the CCs, or like all of the incoming CCs towards him, the Valier, the Galakacha. This should not have happened to Hydra Esports, man. Like, the fact that he built Sky Piercer is, first of all, ballsy, but
yeah,
at the same time, it really paid off. So I'm not sure what to say. I would have preferred a more safe route. Something like a win a crown could definitely get you out of trouble. But who cares, man? He popped up.
Yeah, I think at that point he was just stunting on them. Like, he knew after this big win by the team, Watson, of course, a little bit later to join the team there. I don't think they even respected this. I think it can also boil down to that. They did not respect this Freya by ignoring it as a potential first pick for them, for seemingly looking like they weren't ready for it to rotate for Turtle 1, when that is something you always have to expect from a Freya in Turtle 1, is for that Freya to show up and join the team fight, to build an advantage, to then go for purple. I thought these two teams are cut off from the same cloth, but right now it looks like I'm watching Tenacity Silk against Hydra's, I don't know, sheep wool. Not that I have anything against the material, it's just that Silk has significantly been more expensive and worth more, you know?
Yeah, there's a reason why Freya, is almost always banned in every region that we have in MLBB Esports. If you want to play against the Freya, you have to have a clear counter to that. Usually in M7 it was the Esmeralda. Here, it's actually not the worst. The Kacha and also the Valier, they do game plan against the Freya, but it feels like it really was not enough. They went fully to the Freya. They get the kill in bottom lane, but they did not occur quick re-engage from the whole team. Tenacity, even the Alice from up top rotating down below. That's something you don't really see very often unless you're playing or a hero that can rotate super fast. But that's just how it is. I gotta say, it's not as quick as I thought. It feels more faster, hey, you know, with the gold lead, the secured, and also the kill count.
Yeah, I think TNC, excuse me, for Tenacity. I really have to remind myself I'm not in FPL Philippines right now. For Tenacity, excuse me, they just played way better than Hydra. A part of me is thinking, it's like, man, do we suck at our jobs that we didn't expect? Like, that we sided a little bit more with the Hydra draft because of what they have. But then looking back at those highlights, looking back at what I remember from the game, you just gotta give it to a team that are just straight up playing better than the other. And this is quite disappointing for me to see Hydra in this state after the win that they got. Even the previous games that they've lost, yes, we've discussed about their tendency to fall off after the first Turtle 2, Turtle 3, but I've never seen Hydra this season so far have a start like this where they just look completely gobsmacked and confused with how to handle the opposing team. Hydra hasn't lost like this entire season. So now it shows up after their first big win. What happened?
Man, I'm not sure, but I was so stunned look with the stat there earlier. 9 turrets for Tenacity, 0 for Hydra. 3 totals for Tenacity, 0 for Hydra. 2 lords for Tenacity, and guess what? 0 lords, 2 for Hydra. So it's a full-on perfect objective game for Tenacity from the start all the way until the end. Yeah, I think we kind of suck at our job right now because, like, when you have, as we predicted in a way, you should not be losing this way. We might be losing, but you should not be losing in this kind of fashion. This is too much, way too much.
Yeah. Respect the Freya. I think that's a good place to start. If you're Hydra, just respect it. If Hydra end up on red side and Tenacity end up with the first pick Freya, I don't know anymore, man. I don't know why, how. Hopefully that's not what we get for game number 2. I'm still hoping to see this max out. It would be a shame if Hydra would lose the series in this fashion, especially after finally getting their first big win against Full Sense yesterday. It would be a harsh smack of reality, and not a lot of teams, especially young teams, know how to recover from that. At this point, we are pretty much at the halfway point of MSL Thailand Season 1. We only have like 2 more weeks of action coming up after this week before they head on over to their playoffs. So a lot to recalibrate, not in the draft wise, but I think it's an execution thing now. It's a respect thing for power picks for the current metagame.
And one thing that I can maybe criticize from the way they're playing is they're actually trying to punish the Freya on the weak side. But when you're up against a Freya, I don't think it's a weak side anymore. That's definitely a strong side. And there's we just keep repeating the same point over and over again. I guess they should have just played on on the turtle on the objective side instead of just going on towards the Freya and getting punished in the end, because that's too much resources to burn down for a single Freya. And you have the Suyo as well, right? You're built for objective fight. You have a glue, you have a lot of bodies up front. I think that should be decent enough for you to be able to take down the first turtle or sword, especially against a Joy, which does not have that execution skill that Suyo has towards the the turtle, pretty much. And they're not really utilizing properly. But hopefully we get to see a lot of fix though from now on. And yeah, it starts with that Freya. And usually in this kind of situation, Renmar in MPL Indonesia, I say if they ended up not banning the Freya and Tenacity first picked it, you're solo casting. That's what I usually say. I'm out of here.
Please don't leave me alone. I have issues with abandonment. No, but I really hope I
Okay,
really
that sounds
hope.
pretty serious. That sounds straight from heart. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. I'm just kidding around, or am I?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm just kidding around.
Oh,
So
is that a
one of the
cosplayer?
things. Wait, was there? Was there? Yeah, I think they have cosplayers on
Yeah,
site,
they-
dude.
I have a joke for you, Renmar. You
Go for it, go for
shouldn't
it.
trust cosplayers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not
Why?
want to ask why? Because
Why?
they're a con artist. Huh? Get it? Con artist.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't
I will give that a good 7 out of 10. That's a passing grade.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll
Yeah,
take it.
in the
The standard in
Philippines, you
PH
get
is pretty
taken out to
high.
the good restaurants. Yeah. in the Philippines, you get if getting a 7 out of 10, like let's say if there was a quiz and you were in school and you're a kid, you get taken out to the nice fast food joint from your parents to say good job, kid.
Ooh, you know what?
Yeah. So it's a
I'm down for that.
fast food joint
But
for
we're
the
down
night. Yeah,
for-
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's head into
Done
the
for
draft
another
of game
drafting
number
phase
2.
here.
Yeah. Hydra, please. We ask one thing. Just don't give the Freya
Oh,
to Tenacity as the first
oh.
pick. Please.
Oh no. Oh no. It might happen. It might happen.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Uh,
Okay,
what
I
are
just
the
want to
notes
ask you,
that-
is
Right.
do I want to go first or?
No, go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah. Is the series for the regular season, it's only one match, right? For each team, or is it 2 matches?
Yeah, it's
For
single
each-
round robin for everyone.
Ah, okay. So yeah, so no, I guess like recovery if you do lose a lot of games in the first leg of the season. Huh.
Yeah. There's you just face each team once, so bring your best foot forward while at the same time just seeing if you could prepare well enough that you could tailor drafts for the opposing team well, despite only having to face them off once and not having any previous information to work with. There we go, Hydra. Thank you. Very happy. Now
That's not fun.
think the next one is just think about the Sora of Song Jinwoo. Just respect that too, because that might show up. Well, last thing before we continue here is that for Hydra Esports, one of the notes that I had for them watching their previous matches, which was needs to work on their pre-fight checklist to ensure that they don't get countered. So they used to just love to go, but they would leave out or forget about 1 or 2 very important things to think about in team fights, which is why they get countered. We saw that in game number 1 especially. So I think, yeah, hopefully their coach got to whip them into shape and tell them like, hey, watch out for this when fighting. Make sure you complete your checklist first.
Okay, looks like from the looks of it, Harriet is gonna be still the one of the highest prio in this region, and deservingly so from the looks of it. From the first 2 matches, we've seen the Harriet can pop off even without a single physical damage dealer on the composition. But for Tenacity right now, they're gonna go for the Phobius, which so far boasts a really good 71% win rate out of 21 matches. So there's a lot of sample size. It's very reliable, and it kind of denies a lot of the assassin picks, right? Even against a Leo Mord, this kind of pick, it actually fares pretty well.
Yes.
The Dark Wave is always a very underrated way for you to set up, especially with the Flicker as well. It can catch people off guard as well. But now for Hydra Esports, they're still going for a more honest front-to-back composition here, with the Kimi still being one of the main commodity in Thailand.
Yeah. Seems like it's a comfort for them. It allows them to have a secondary marksman to work through. If ever Watson and Hydra are feeling fighter gold lane, although I don't think there's a slot or time in the world anymore for something like a CC, they could, or putting a YSS gold, having a Kimi in mid alleviates pressure from the YSS to farm, because you have 2 carries to work with, potentially 3 if ever you do also have a assassin in the jungle. Tenacity responds with it. I think they're also expecting a YSS to potentially show up. That's why they take out the Zetian and steal it and take it up for themselves, so that they have that extra vision. plus Zetian and Phoveus together, if they time it up, are actually a disgusting combo. Very difficult to answer. So with those stuns, with backline focus, Granger and Zetian together have some really good protection. Hydra needs some stronger early game presence so that this Phoveus doesn't end up getting some early kills and snowballing out of control. There is the Yi Sun Shin for Hydra.
Oh man, even if the Yisun is predicted, I don't know why, I'm still not rocking with the Zetian pick. I feel like Eve is a much clearer, better answer against this kind of composition. It definitely outranges the Kimi, and also it's also a more reliable poke source, you know, against a glue, it fares better. And usually when you pick a Zetian, you want to just counter engage, right? If you're up against a Kalea, if you're up against a Dive kind of composition, you pick Zetian. But right now it feels like a blind Zetian pick. Maybe, as you said earlier, the combo that you mentioned with the Dark Wave is very underrated. I haven't seen that implemented well in MPL Indonesia, but we'll see though. I'm up for a surprise. And we've seen a lot of potential combos that didn't really work out well. Hopefully this time around, it actually works out.
Yeah. The good thing is with the Phoveus there, Hydra might get blindsided by a Guinevere pick, which a Guinevere with a Phoveus, yeah, there's a glue on the other side to be careful for, but they're taking out Hylos, Gata. I think Guinevere would be okay for Tenacity if it's going to be paired up with the Phoveus. But they need something like a Kalea to end up with them if Hydra don't pick it.
I'm not a fan of the Guinevere, I gotta say, for Tenacity. Usually when you're picking a Guinevere, there's some kind of like reliable source of damage as the mid laner, you know? Because a single file Requiem, especially towards the frontliners of Hydra, I don't think that's gonna be enough. And even if you try to go for the backliners like the Yi Sun Shin and the Kimi, potentially Yi Sun Shin is ready with the Traceless, with the Purify as well from the Kimi. So I think Guinevere would be like, it's not really built properly is what I want to say, the composition, if you want to pick a Guinevere here. But you know what, I'm again, like, you never rule out anything in MSL Thailand.
Yeah, you might just show up with some surprises, or just might end up falling to some
oh my god
that they love. Might as well. Tigreal. In this day and age, that is surprising. Is that just an over response to the Phoveus?
I don't get it. It feels too optimistic. They're thinking of Mountain Choker, Implosion, the ultimate from Kimi, everything falling into place. Because yes, the opposing team does not have that reliable poke damage, so you can play other roamers than Calcutta, the Hylos, the usual roamer that you see, the Khalids, but you're up against a Zit. Oh my god! It's not enough! It's another surprise with the Olus! I'm out of words. What the heck?
Yeah, okay, so I also predicted the Kalea, but I didn't see the Olus coming through. I think after they saw the Tigreal, they thought, hey, we need something with CC immune. Can we pick up an Akai? Nah, we don't have enough damage. Let's just go with an Olus that has like 2 seconds of CC immune if you max out his combo well enough. Crazy! There is a Kimi, a glue on the other side. This might be tough, but at least it's paired up with the Kalea to provide it the healing. They have to think about their gold lane pick really well. Did they just end up carrying? I don't think they can Claude here. Oh wait, no, their jungle.
Wait,
I think you put YSS gold and then you put up your. Oh no, it is a CC gold. I didn't expect it. I considered it, but I thought they really wouldn't pull the trigger. Whoa, wow.
Man, I'm not sure. We'll see how it unfolds, but so far I'm leaning towards Tenacity by a mile. I feel like they cover both worlds. First of all, it's a very engaged, heavy CC kind of composition from Hydra Esports, and Tenacity, they have a lot of ways to peel Fury of the Phoenix, the Kalea with the heals. Even Phoveus is probably the best peeler out of all the XP laners in the game. So it feels like Hydra Esports, they're playing into Tenacity's hands. But once again, you know, I'm down for a surprise. We'll see.
Let's see if the surprise will be pleasant or one of those surprises where people end up getting told, hey, thanks for the happy birthday, but it's actually not my birthday. You're a couple of months early, which is the worst surprise. There was effort, but it seems like not enough. Game number 2 of Tenacity and Hydra, as Aulus will get fielded
Welcome to Mobile
in this
Legends.
game. Again, the biggest change with him is that think of him as Freya now, except that he's even more all in. Oh, that's why he's called All Us, I guess. He doesn't have the jump, but he has at most 2 seconds of CC immune. Excuse me. Okay, I didn't expect Yuri to just get blasted like that by So Snap and Arjex.
Well, what the heck happened? And now without Yuri securing level 2, this should be a take on the Golem. We'll see if it works out, but it looks like Clover K still gets it. But now look at the damage DLC with the, I don't know what that flicker might do, but the double combo connects on towards 2, and everything just starting to fall apart for this team. Hydra Esports losing on all fronts as early as 1 minute.
When I said you have to watch out, oh, it's a trap. Arjex was there, and Yuri falls again, but it's gonna be a trade as Arjex gets concussive blast. This is the messy game I was looking for in game number 1, man. It's a hot mess, and I am all for it.
Yeah, I am all for it, but I definitely would prefer a more equal kind of messy team fight. But so far, it's been leading towards one way, and it's on Tenacity. Feels like we're getting a deja vu right here. We'll see if Hydra Esports can come back from this situation, because that's what Tigreal is here for, right? That late game execution could come in handy. We're gonna take a look at the emblems though here. Checking on the Aulus rocking the fighter emblem plus the killing spree, so a bit more sustainability plus the rupture. So he expects to be playing a bit more front to back. Look at that, going in with the ultimate as well. The Fury of the Phoenix works out really well. Clover K trying to get a kill towards Zosnap, but did not get it as the flicker from Sung Jinwoo deters him from getting that kill.
And Water is back, and it looks like he'll be able to get this turtle. Song Jinwoo and Arjex providing the space, just making sure that Outcon won't be able to come up with anything too crazy of a result, other than the expected one, which is Water getting the Lord with no issue. Watson taking it to Grift, but he might have just overstepped, trying to make the most out of his own spell vamp. Watson, Griffith, or Grift, excuse me, just better than him. Meanwhile, up top, it's Outcon that gets dived. And our theory about Tenacity just looking simply better than Hydra continues. But Hydra, they're trying to trade it. They're trying to go after Grift. This is a good play by them to try and balance it out. But it's an easy out. Unfortunate for Hydra.
Oh man, it feels like the momentum just carries on towards the second game. This should be very demoralizing, by the way. They're losing not only in one front, they're losing in all fronts. Now Otcon still has the mount. Do they want to go for that one? No, he has no chance to do so. The Slap is there. And another kill for Water, second one in fact. And they are going for that orange buff. He should be able to take this one unless Clover kill with the snipe. Never mind. Oh god.
Hydra, they just look lost now, trying to scrap out wins across the map, but Tenacity have their number. VLC has his ultimate. Will he commit it? Yes, he does. Are they finally going to be able to take down this Aulus? Is somehow able to get out, but Outcon is there ready to back up. Here comes So Snap though with a turnaround. It looked good for Hydra until it didn't. The Fury of the Phoenix sends them back. Arjex though is the trade. Hydra might have just been able to scrap out a small win. They had to commit outs. They had to commit flickers, but they will take that. It could have been bad, but they recovered.
Yeah, finally a win for Hydra in a one exchange. But oh man, Arctic has to really respect this Tigreal, man. Back then, I believe one of the ways to counter a Kalea is with a Tigreal. Once the Kalea jumps in for a Tsunami Slam, you can just implosion away and trap the Kalea into a turret aggro. That was how Keyboy does it, but now Songjin Woo gonna get pummeled down. Might be a mount from Outcon. Flicker has been used, but now he's gonna be stuck in a curtain calls. Dark Wave connecting on towards 3. Look at the damage coming in. Zosnap gets the kill towards the CC, and everyone is just falling apart. And that, I believe, was a Sky Piercer stack for Griffith.
The collapse, the snowball, this Stampede by Tenacity through their Aulus looks so deadly. You were wondering about the pokes, but because Zosnap was able to get some early kills, this Zetian got to build up very quickly. And with Hydra still trying to scrap and get defensive items and resources for themselves, they barely have it. Watson on this gold lane, CC, which we doubted, outplayed and taken down again. 3 kills for Griff and Tenacity. They do look like the better team on the way to sweeping Hydra. They have 14 kills in 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh my god, I just realized that. Oh my lord. That is ridiculous. That's more than 2 kills in a single minute. And it looks like Tenacity definitely wants more with this kind of lead that they have. They're just going to try to pummel down on Watson. Does he have the Purify? The answer is no fear of the Phoenix will finish him down. Mega kill for Zosnap. Current call has been executed towards Water, but now Water will just try to get out. Oh, Implosion connecting 1 towards 3, but not much follow-up damage at all. Outgun ended up actually taking a lot more damage than he should. Another Skypiercer stack for Griffin. Up to 5 kills for this Granger.
And Hydra, tried as they did, a beautiful set by BLC. It just came way too late. They don't have the resources and the follow-up to make the most out of a massive implosion by the Tigreal. With Yuri and BLC overly aggressive, over-aggressive trading in the mid lane early on, ended up becoming something that they'd regret as they could not farm comfortably. Zosnap has 4 kills, 10 assists. Him and Arjax have really set the tempo alongside Water. The early double kill by the Phoveus. And Water only has 2 items. He just built up his BFB. He was doing all of that with just a War Axe.
Okay, so Zosnap goes for a fleeting time. You despite Zetian being a very ultimate heavy kind of hero, we haven't seen that very often, but BLC might be handing another Skypiercer stacks here. The damage coming through from the Mount Shocker, and also the Dam Slam as well. Griffin trying to just kite away from Clover K, and it ended up a kill for the Kalea. But now Yui wants to go for more. Never mind, it's a double. A lot more Skypiercer stacks for Griffith. Oh man, it looks bad to worse for now for Hydra Esports compared even to game number 1.
From 15 kills in 5.5 minutes, it's up to 20 in 7.5. There's no other way to put it. This is Tenacity completely stomping Hydra. I feel like that CC could have been something else. Hell, I would have even understood a Beatrix pickup at that point, man. Something that decides to play for attack speed, just use Bennett, try to poke out from range with your bombs, and then at least you have something to combo with much better for the Tigreal. But at this point, it's like no point crying over spilled milk. Even if the picks were a little bit better, or the draft was a little bit adjusted, at the end of the day, Tenacity are a much sharper team compared to Hydra.
BLC?
Traction pulls to the bushes to get some bugs. Tenacity still have the lead.
Oh man, Fury of the Phoenix. Another kill for Tenacity. Make that 2, make that 3. Might be 4, might be even a full wipeout. BLC taking the brunt of the damage. Double kill for Griffith. And he's fully stacked out on the Skypiercer. 25 kills in under 9 minutes, Renmar. This is more of a slaughterhouse than game number 1. Surprisingly so.
Reminding us again that in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, there are 4 types of damage: physical, magical, true, and emotional. This is a lot of emotional damage dished out by Tenacity. Hydra will just try to hold, but at this point, it's delaying the inevitable. They will try, and they should, but Tenacity should be able to coast to a victory with the next Lord.
At this point, Zosnap is just that padding. She's 5 for 17 right now, 22 KDA. That's already a lot. BLC will go for the miracle play. Implosion only for the Kalea. Lord slain by... Oh, hold on a second. The Lord is already coming up. Wow. We just raffled 2 times, but now Outcon is going to get taken down by Water. A lot more kills to secure for Tenacity.
Cool. Okay. We were teleported. Apparently we were in the past. All right. Let's go for it. Fury of the Phoenix is stunned by Tenacity. BLT trying to make a play. There's an entry coming in from RJX. Gets a Tsunami Slam. Doesn't even need it. There's two members of Hydra down. Songjin Woo gone. This is it. This is it. Chef, and this is it.
Yeah, the Lotus about to come up. Oh, the Lotus coming down to the base, but now Clover Kid trying to secure her kill towards water, but the damage is just not enough. Too much gold difference. The wave still in the mid lane, in the bottom lane, also top lane too. Do they want to secure this inhibitor turret down below? I think they have enough resources to do that. RJX jumping up, trying to get something, but just to scare people away so Griffith can take down this turret safely.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Domination by Tenacity. Fury of the Phoenix. I just hope Hydra gets to recover from this in their next matches. At this point, Tenacity just ran all over them, living up to the name, and they are really good at fighting.
Okay, without Griff connected, Tsunami Slam was able to get away, with the Purify, but now Griffith might be securing another Sky Piercer stack here. Good mount towards Sung Jinwoo. That's a kill for Hydra Esports finally. And now Tenacity will just try to back off 14k gold lead. And I just want to point out that Fury of the Phoenix earlier, I feel like at that point Dosnap does not care. Like, he just does not care. You just want to use the ultimate just for the sake of it.
Yeah, he can just do that. He can just ultimate. Cool. Here's a little fun fact for you. Team Liquid Philippines versus AP Bren game number 3 just ended, and that ended with a score of 19-7 in 14 minutes and 39 seconds. We are at 29-7 with less time, and that is the traction pulse and engage. Water just ran all over that Tigreal, and he continues to run to Watson. He doesn't give a damn that the glue is mounted on him. A double kill for the Aulus. He could be able to make it a triple, but Outgone needs to go back. So does Water. But it looks endable for Tenacity now. A knockup, a major one, Tsunami Slam. RJX gets it. Yuri forced back. They don't have the minion waves, but it will be on the way. BLC will come back. Clover K in 4, Watson in 8, but minion waves have too many with them. And Tenacity dominate Hydra.
I just feel bad for Hydra Esports right now. This is really demoralizing, man. You thought after game number 1 there's gonna be some adjustment, there's gonna be some mental boost or like some kind of like pep talk in between the games, but it looks like the pep talk does nothing at all. 2-0 in this matter, in this kind of fashion. You can see how down they are currently. Not much expression that they can pour out, that they can show to the camera, and oh my lord. But it just shows you how good Tenacity is and also how dynamic this league is. These two teams are not really on top of the standings currently, and Tenacity was able to pretty much dominate Hydra Esports convincingly.
I am looking forward to seeing more Tenacity games. I know they're 2-2, but man, I like their brand of MLBB. Yeah, they're not afraid to try new things, but there's also a rhyme and reason to how they draft and how they play. Yes, in game number 1, we doubted that Joy. Theoretically, it should struggle against everything that Hydra had. But it shows to the quality of skill and talent that the players of Tenacity have. They were able to pull it off and dominate. And not only that, dominate even harder in game number 2, showing up with an Aulus that went 8-1-16, or it could have been 8-1-17.
โอเคค่ะ
to end the
ตอน
game.
นี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะของเราทั้งสองคนนะคะจากทีม Tenacity ก่อนอื่นเลยสบายดีเพราะว่าอันนี้นะคะวอเตอร์ก็มาจากสปป.ลาวเนาะแล้วก็เป็นซองจินวูก่อนอื่นเลยยินดีด้วยนะคะกับการที่ได้เก็บมาอีก1แต้มในวันนี้ก่อนอื่นขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวนะคะเป็นชื่อแล้วก็ตำแหน่ง
ผมซองจินวูครับ EP เลนครับ
โอเคค่ะ
ผมวอเตอร์ครับจังเกิลครับ
แล้วอยากได้เป็นชื่อเล่นปกติด้วยเผื่อแบบแฟนๆอยากรู้ชื่อเล่นเรา
ผมชื่อเดือนครับ
ชื่อน้ำครับ
โอเคอ่ะเป็นยังไงบ้างวันนี้ก็คือทีมเนี่ยชนะอีกแล้วแล้วก็ได้เก็บมาอีก1แต้มนะคะมาฝากแฟนๆแล้วก็ฝากทีมของเราได้สำเร็จความรู้สึกเป็นยังไง
ก็ดีใจมากครับที่วันนี้เล่นได้ตามฟอร์มที่ซ้อมมาครับ
อันนี้เราดีใจจริงไหม
จริงครับจริง
อ๋อโอเคดีใจจริงโอเคอีกคนหนึ่ง
เหมือนกันครับ ดีใจ ครับ
อ๋ออันนี้มาเนี่ยแบบว่านิ่งๆเนาะดีใจนิ่งๆแต่ดีใจจริง ๆ โอเคได้อ่ะแล้วของเราสองคนเนี่ยคือแบบมีการดวลเดี่ยวๆกันเยอะมากเลยเนาะแบบหลายจังหวะเลย อยากรู้ว่าอยากเจอ1-1กับใครไหมเป็นพิเศษหรือว่าเอาเป็นแบบที่เคยเจอไปแล้วอยากมีแบบล้างแค้นกับใครไหมแบบ1-1
ก็3-3 RD ครับจากทีม KOG ครับ
อุ้ย KOG นี่มีแต่คนอยากกลับมาเจออีกรอบนะคะ สงสัยแบบเก่งจริงเก่าจริงอ่ะอีกคนหนึ่งนะคะแบบอยากเจอใคร1-1
1-1เหรอครับ
ใช่ในเลนเราอ่ะแบบ
บีบอสครับ
บีบอสบีบอสเมื่อวานเขาเล่นโหดมากเลยนะบีบอสอ่ะเราได้ดูไหม
ได้ดูครับ
ก็เลยอยากเจอ1-1กับเขา
ครับผม
แล้วเราคิดว่าเรากับเขาอ่ะฟอร์มใครโหดกว่ากัน
ผมคิดว่าผมโหดกว่าอยู่แล้วครับ
อันนี้เขาตัดลงไฮไลท์แล้วนะโดนแน่ไม่ใช่โอเคแล้วเนี่ยวันนี้เราให้คะแนนตัวเองเท่าไหร่แบบเต็ม
ผมให้9แล้วกันครับ
10เลยทำไมให้9ทำไมให้9
ยังมีติดเล่นนิดนึงครับ
ยังมีติดเล่นนิดนึงเราก็ติดตลกซะด้วยไงอีกคนหนึ่ง
ผมให้ตัวเอง10อยู่แล้วครับ
ให้10เลยเพราะรู้สึกวันนี้ทำได้ดีมากเลยใช่ไหม
ปกติก็ทำดี
ทำดีตลอดเอ้ยชอบหว่ามั่นใจมากเลยอะโอเคแล้ววันนี้ในทีมให้ใครเป็น MVP แบบในใจเราอะเราให้ใครเป็น MVP เอ้ยทำไมหัวเราะกันอะ
ต้องวอเตอร์อยู่แล้วครับ
เขามาเหนือแล้วคนนี้วอเตอร์ให้ใคร เราจะตอบให้ตัวเองหรือตอบให้คนอื่นก็ได้
ให้ผมอยู่แล้วครับ
เอ้ยเลิศเนาะสัปดาห์หน้าเนี่ยเจอกับวลีไทย อยากให้ช่วยฝากบอกอะไรหน่อยว่าแพะดื้อจะไปเจอเจ้ายักษ์แล้วฝากบอกอะไรกับวลีไทยหน่อยได้ไหม
ก็
อันนี้เราตื่นเต้นอยู่หรือเปล่า หรือว่ายังไงมันช็อกอยู่
ก็จะทำให้ดีครับ
จะทำให้ดีโอเค
เดี๋ยวเจอกันครับ
เฮ้ยคาดหวังอะเมื่อกี้คาดหวังเลยอะมีมากกว่านี้ปะ
ไม่มีครับ
โอเคโอเคสุดท้ายแล้วเดี๋ยวฝากบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์เราหน่อยเนาะทั้งออนไซต์แล้วก็ออนไลน์เลยสัก1ประโยคก็ได้ ดูคิดหนัก
ก็ขอบคุณครับที่มาเชียร์พวกเราเทนนิสซิตี้ครับ
โอเค
พวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับในแมตช์ต่อไปครับ
โอเควอเตอร์
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับผม จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
โอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะก็ให้น้อง2คนนะคะ เดี๋ยวไปพักผ่อนกันก่อน ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Of course, welcome back here. We're all back together again. Now, for excuse me, for tenacity. Well, I mean, no other way to put it. They were just so much better. They were way too good. Simply outclassed Hydra there. I don't know how else we can honestly like discuss this without seeming like tenacity glazers. But dude, let's start it off with this guy. Let's start it off with Zosnap. He went 5-0-26, had a kill participation of 91%.
That might have been the highest KD I've ever seen in a pro play. Like, oh god. I mean, the fleeting time works out really well because they were already leading by a lot. So at that point, I genuinely believe that Zosnap was trying to stat pad, you know, just get the Spear of the Phoenix as much as I want to and get all the statistics so I can be the MVP. 26 assists and 5 kills with 0 death is ridiculous. Even as a mid laner, even as a Zetian that still has that passive to get you out of a sticky situation. But most of the time they didn't even get close to Zetian at all. Like he was nowhere near the team fight and just trying to, poking everyone down, even from the other side of the map. But even this early game was such a man. I don't know what's the proper way, the appropriate way to say it, because all the things that I want to say is inappropriate. But yeah, there's a lot of things that needs to be discussed, needs to be talked about. But I don't think we have time to cover all of these things.
It simply put, it was a mess, man. It could have gone so much better for Hydra. The fact that it was a really easy way for Zosnap and for Arjex to take down Yuri as the first blood. They continued fighting into that. The Phoveus, the reason why we made a big deal about the Phoveus, and we even said it during the draft, it's like, if they don't have the right damage profile and they're not careful, Song Jinwoo might start off this game with 2 kills. It just so happens that it started off not even in a turtle. When I said that, I was thinking of the scenario that it's a turtle fight. It's a long drawn out fight that they realize they don't have enough damage to deal with Song Jinwoo's Phoveus. Not a 1 minute plus 1 minute 10 second, 1 minute 20-second fight that exploded out of nowhere, completely negating the presence of the Phoveus, leading to it and getting 2 early kills, plus even more for the team because they already got kills before that. This is why for Hydra, it's if they want to play that smothering style of game, sure. But that checklist, you need to go through that checklist of requirements, of conditions you have to consider every time you're about to head into a fight, you're about to head into a game.
Yeah, 10 deaths for BLC as a Tigreal. I was saying earlier that the poke damage is not gonna be as much as an E, for example, for like a Zushin, but apparently it does not matter. As with Kalea as well, the early game damage is just way too much. At that point in time, the Tigreal was getting punished left and right, man. This is why, the roamer pick is not really as diverse currently, because the mid trio just matters so much. So all of these setup heroes are just disappearing from the meta. The Minotaurs, the Tigreal is almost unplayable in this stage of the meta. But one thing that I'm grateful to see is we get to see the Aulus in pro play. I believe MPLPH has not, no team has picked the Aulus just yet too. I don't know, man. It feels kind of the fact that they were leading so much and the damage is really not that much either is kind of concerning. I guess this is the pick that you wanna use when you're up against multiple heroes with a lot of CCs. Even in the build as well, Water was building tough boots and also early brute force breastplate after the War X, so he's really focusing on more how to survive rather than dealing damage. But still, I'm not convinced with the Aulus.
Yeah, we actually did get our first Aulus game, but it was, well, of course, while this was happening, so I just have MPLPH also, like, just off to the side. So we got the first one, and it didn't do so well. It was held by AP Brand. They played it against Liquid in game number 1. It didn't do well. Definitely, it went much better for Aulus in this Tenacity versus Hydra series, for sure. But I think it was one of those games where Tenacity could afford to try and bring out an Aulus against a team where it looked like they were confident that they would just beat them straight up. From game 1 to game 2, it's like they went into this and accepted, whether or not they really do truly believe it, but they were better, simply put. And in those scenarios, that's when you can bring out picks that may come off as a little bit too greedy, a little bit too dangerous to try and play. Because you already have that confidence anyway that it's like, okay, might as well try this pick out and see if it works. That series went significantly faster than I thought it would. And we are now going to be heading into our last one. We're going to be closing out with the 2 teams that after 3 weeks of action are still undefeated. Bacon Time are 4-0. King of Gamers Club are 3-0. Only one team will hold an undefeated record here in MSL Thailand Season 1. At the end of the final match, we will be back for that. It's Redmar and Sheffin. Don't go anywhere.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can't show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
ตอนนี้ก็มาถึงคู่สุดท้ายของวันนี้กันแล้วนะคะ ก็คือเป็นอีกคู่ที่ห้ามพลาดเลย เพราะว่าทั้ง2ทีมนะคะถือว่าเป็นทีมหัวตารางที่ฟอร์มเนี่ยกำลังมาแรงมากจริงนะคะสำหรับตอนนี้เนาะก็คือเรียกได้ว่าดุเดือดส่งท้ายวันกันเลยทีเดียวเนาะก็คือจะเป็นการเจอกันนะคะของเต้าหมูน้อยนะคะเบคอนไทม์ทีมนี้เนี่ยมีตัวเล่นนะคะที่ต้องจับตาดูหลายคนมากนั่นก็คือ Spider-Man Exhaust และเจ้า B-Boss นะคะก็คือต้องจับตาดูให้ดีเลยเพราะว่าช่วงนี้เนี่ยฟอร์มโหดมากจริงเล่นเข้าขากันแบบสุดๆเลยแล้วต้องมาเจอกับอีกหนึ่งทีมโหดนะคะอย่างอินซีดำ King of Gamer Club ค่ะก็คือฟอร์มนี่แบบว่าประสานกันอย่างดีเลยนะก็คือฮาเยนเคเซนแล้วก็นายโอนะคะคือแบบว่าไร้พ่ายเจอไร้พ่ายอ่ะมันต้องเดือดมากแน่เลยอีกทีมหนึ่งก็ฟอร์มดีอีกทีมหนึ่งก็ฟอร์มโหดเดี๋ยวมาดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยฟอร์มใครจะทำให้ได้แต้มไปในวันนี้ค่ะแล้วกองเชียร์พร้อมหรือยังคะเพราะตอนนี้นะคะนักแข่งเนี่ยพร้อมมากแล้วขออนุญาตนะคะเช็คเสียงแฟนๆก่อนแล้วกันเพราะว่าตอนนี้คนในออนไซต์เนี่ยก็คือเยอะมากจริงเอาฝั่งเบคอนก่อนดีกว่าเพราะว่าโอ้โหหนาตามากอ่ะขอเสียงแฟนๆฝั่งเบคอนหน่อยได้ไหมคะเน้นหนักไปทางสาวๆแล้วเนี่ยขออีกรอบหนึ่งได้ไหมให้มีกำลังใจเล่นหน่อย1 2 3โอเคโอ้โหเบคอนตอนนี้ชื่นใจละอ่ะมาฟังฝั่ง KOG กันบ้างดีกว่าแฟนคลับขอให้ดังกว่าเขาเลยนะเราจะได้แฟนนักแข่งของเราเนี่ยจะได้มีกำลังใจในการเล่นอ่ะขอเสียงแฟนคลับ KOG หน่อยได้ไหมคะเฮ้ยเขาไม่ยอมนะขออีกรอบหนึ่งได้ไหมเอาแบบสุดใจข้างหน้าถอนหายใจแล้วบอกพี่เจ้าอีกเหรอขออีกรอบหนึ่งรอบสุดท้ายแล้วให้นักแข่งมีกำลังใจอ่ะ1 2 3เหมือนฝั่งนี้มีช่วยใจดีเหรอเราโอเคโอเคค่ะถ้าแฟนๆพร้อมแล้วนักแข่งพร้อมแล้วนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
To go undefeated is an unmatched feeling. For one of these two teams, that feeling will get even better from being undefeated to unstoppable. As Bacon Time and King of Gamers Club will look to see which one of them will continue their undefeated run and transition it to a potential unstoppable run here in MSL Thailand Season 1. Welcome back everyone, the final match of the day, and it is prime time. It's Renmar, it's Sheffin, it's Bacon Time, it's King of Gamers, and I am expecting that this match is definitely gonna be one for the books. I want to see this go to 3. I want to see this go all the way, and hopefully y'all out there still watching right now in the comment section, fire off in the comments. Who do you think is gonna take it? Is it gonna be Bacon Time? Is it gonna be King of Gamers? And just a bit, my friend Sheffin will be back. Finally, your winter crown came off of cooldown, bro. So what's up? We're back. It's Bacon Time. It's King of Gamers. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm looking to see like which of these teams is actually the strongest, and obviously, when you look at regions like these, the top of the Apex Predator will always be very interesting to see, like what kind of gameplay that they're bringing, like what is the identity, and how will they fare to the international competition. I think that's the most important part out of everything else, because these two teams might be the biggest contender to that wildcard spot in MSC 2026, as we're gonna take a look at the updated standings after that game earlier where I believe Tenacity was able to pretty much demolish Hydra Esports. Unfortunately, Hydra Esports has to be happy in that 10th placement, Renmar.
Yeah, with the performance of the other teams, King of Gamers Club would look to increase the gap between them and Buram, ACT Esports, Tenacity, and Valley Thai, all having 3 points tied with them. It's just so far because King of Gamers is undefeated and they have better net game wins that they are currently second in the standings, undefeated, alongside Bacon Time. Now, I will admit, I still am developing my understanding of the Thai language. But there were some names mentioned by Minimint, our host earlier. Exort, Spider Miles, Kaizen, Payan, all of them Filipino imports, 2 apiece for Bacon Time and King of Gamers. It's the battle to claim the throne. As last week, Guns was the only non-Bacon Time player not to be featured in the Team of the Week. Kang Kang, B-Boss, Exort, and Spider Miles had to share it with the gold laner of KOG, Payan. This is a proving ground match for Guns in the gold lane battle.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, the KD from both players are mighty fine compared to the others that we've seen, before this. As we're gonna take a look at the replays here, the Moskov has always been the main weapon for Guns so far. That far lane pressure and also that life steal that gets you out of the trouble, lets you able to team fight for a long time, and usually that is the way to go for Bacon Time, but we'll see if that's gonna be still the option for this time, because King of Gamers, obviously they already game plan towards that Moskov.
Yeah, you have to watch out for pretty much any picks that Guns can show up. He can also show up with a Farsa. Meanwhile, King of Gamers Payan ended up becoming the, alongside being part of the Team of the Week, if I'm not mistaken, also the Week 2 MVP. He had a crucial game on a Moskov as well. There was one game, if it wasn't a Week 2, it was also in Week 1, where he got a massive Lord Steal with a Moskov, SOD to entry and join the fight, and eventually being able to get the free hits. So, we have 2 players now who have shown some great highlights with the Moskov. 2 players who are also in the same lane, in the gold lane, are carries for the teams, but only one of them who has been lauded and got a lot of awards so far this season. Guns, though, 3 MVPs under his book, tied with Payan, but it was, again, Payan that was chosen for the Team of the Week instead of Guns last week. So, it's cool that looking at it from just the gold lane perspective already, there already seems to be a heated battle. But the man that started off the intro for Bacon Time, Exort, also has 3 MVPs under his belt and has been one of the most talked about players in MSL Thailand alongside his roaming partner in Spider Miles. Exort, bro, he loves the TP, he loves to aggro, he brings that attitude to the game.
Yeah, I'm looking at Spider Miles though. What a throwback. I believe, if I remember correctly, he was part of Onyx PH back then, season 14. And even now, esports, was he the one that brought out the Estus for a while?
Yes.
Or is that another guy?
It was.
Okay, so maybe that could be an option too for this team. Meanwhile, for King of Gamers here, they also have 2 of their lineup. Filipino imports, obviously, always everywhere. The Filipinos in Mobile Legends scene, that's been the meta for the longest time. If you want to win, you gotta have some Filipinos in your team. As we're gonna welcome them on towards the stage. 2 teams that's still undefeated, 4-0 for Bacon Time, meanwhile 3-0 for King of Gamers. Both teams are topping the chart in terms of the standings as well, 1-2. So the only 2 teams that is still spotless will be gone. Or at least that spotless record will be gone today.
And of course, as the players make their entrance, so do the coaches for the 2 teams. For Bacon Time, it's Coach Noel. For King of Gamers, it's Coach Justine. And of course, our head marshal is Cobb, a chop master in his own right, as we like to call our head marshal in the Philippines. Now, there's an elephant in the room that we have to discuss here. That's the connection between 2 players important to their teams respectively. Spider Miles, the captain and roamer of Bacon Time, and Kaizen, the jungler of King of Gamers. Former teammates in a team that, well, hopefully some people remember, Minana Evos, who had a pretty respectable run in the Season 13 playoffs. The last time we saw them play together. Now they're going up against each other. They were longtime teammates, developed together under the same umbrella for a good amount of time until eventually Kaizen and Spider Miles, of course, branched off to different paths.
Yeah, interesting that the 2 imports from Philippines from these teams both have a different position to each other. Jungler and gold lane for King of Gamers, that is Kaizen and Payan, but for Bacon Time, it's mid and a roamer,
5
which
ดาว
is I
ที่
think
แฟ
a
นๆ
better
MSL
combo.
Thailand
Yes,
ไม่ควรพลาด
for the
นะครับ
jungler
เบคอน
gold
ไทม์
lane.
ครับทีมขวัญใจมหาชนนำทัพโดย B Boss นะครับป่าอัจฉริยะแห่งยุคเจอกับทางด้านของ King of Gamer อีกหนึ่งทีมระดับตำนานนำทัพโดยทางด้านของ30 ทีผู้เล่นมากประสบการณ์ต้องมาเจอกับทางด้านของเบคอนไทม์ครับจะคว้าแต้มและไปต่อหรือ King of Gamer ครับจะสู้สุดใจเพื่อเส้นทางเข้าสู่รอบ Play-off ของเขาฮะแมตช์นี้มีเพียงทีมเดียวเท่านั้นนะครับที่สมหวังและเป็นผู้ชนะ
Now we look at the head-to-head in the jungle, which you pointed out, of course, Kaizen's role for King of Gamers.
Oh my God.
His B-Boss and Kaizen, insane KDAs for both. Very similar stats.
Oh, I don't know about similar stats, man. Are you joking at the time? GPM 100 in difference. Oh
Yes, it
my
was a
goodness.
joke.
Team fight also. So, yo, I'm sorry. You gotta feel out the vibes, man. I'm sorry. We haven't talked for a while. But Bacon Time's jungler looks like, in terms of literally everything, he is the one that's gonna bring the heat here. But we'll see though. Again, like even in the, I believe in the first match or second match, Nozen was negative in KDA in terms of his gold lane performance so far, but he ended up winning the match for his team EA. But now, someone that, or like a team that's hasn't won at all, finally get a win today. But today, one of those teams that's undefeated will be no more spotless. We'll see how these two teams will fare out, and also the matchup between these positions, man. I think there's a certain like a bit of pride if you're a Thai player, if you're up against a Filipino import, right? Because you want to prove that we don't need an import, and also a Thai player can definitely match up against the imports.
For sure. And now we enter the draft. Bacon Time and King of Gamers, looking to see which one of them will continue the undefeated run so far in MSL Thailand Season 1. Bacon Time have been dominant. The jungler B-Boss leading in the stats compared to Kaizen because he is the high mechanics type player. Flashy, Game 2 MVP versus Full Sense when they opened up the season. And in the other games I was able to skim, B-Boss is definitely going to be a handful for KOG to handle and are going to be looking to handle him in the jungle. They take away the Harley from him, and of course the Uranus, which has been a stellar pick for Kang. KOG might be looking to see if they can supplement their jungle for as well as they could so that Kaizen is left undisturbed to farm.
Yeah, interesting that Uranus has was the option for first phase ban here for Coach Justin. We'll see if it will actually pay dividends, because Uranus, if you're taking a look at the hero by itself, it doesn't really bring a lot of, I guess, objective securing potential. It doesn't really bring a lot of damage as well. It only excels in tankiness and that healing prowess. But for Bacon Time, that's been the main weapon so far this season, and the Freya is gonna be banned on the blue side, which is very interesting. I wonder what's gonna be the idea here for King of Gamers, the fact that they don't even want to play the Freya themselves. But now for Bacon Time, they have to adjust. Still a lot of heroes to be picked. Fanny could be an option here. I wonder if there is a good Fanny player on King of Gamers' side.
So far, it doesn't look like we've been able to see a Fanny game, as it has always been banned out. So Bacon Time, I think, is their decision. Do they ban the Fanny, leaving a potential Suyo rush pick for KZ and KOG, so that B-Boss doesn't end up with a high mechanic style jungler? The Baksha was banned out as well, so that would make the pool of junglers very small now for Bacon. It's the Harris that gets banned out, and they will open both. The decision is on KOG. Do you pick up the Suyo, or do you pick up the Fanny, or do you continue to ignore both and leave the choice to Bacon Time?
Yeah, Fanny is always a tricky hero to pick, man. Not only, well, first of all, it forces a lot of adjustments on the opposing side, so that's the good side of Fanny, but Fanny has one of the worst risk in terms of like jungler out of all the picks. So if you lose out on a single purple buff, you're pretty much cooked for the next 2 minutes. And if you lose out on the early game, it's hard for you to come back. You have to be very, very mechanically sound to be able to make use of this hero. But Marcel is got to be the choice here. Very, I guess, flexible in the way you play it. You can just shoo away the opposing team's roamer, be the nuisance that you are.
Yes.
Stacking up that Thunderbelt stack and also disengaging. That's probably the best utility for this Marcel. That Golden Hour, not only it is decent as a setting up tool, even though it can be evaded before the Golden Hour procs, but it also lets your teammate have a bit more time to get away from the whole situation. And with debuffed Marcel, it should have more value in this patch.
It's a great pickup. They leave the power of choice to Bacon Time, and Bacon Time makes their choice. It's gonna be the Suyo. The Valentina was picked up by Bacon Time because they expect that King of Gamers will pick up the Fanny for them, and it would be a good pickup against that hero. Will they pick it up? They don't bite the bait. They still go for the Guinevere, and because they may have overthought the Fanny just a little bit, maybe it worked out for them. But the bad part is, it's the Phoveus that ends up with King of Gamers. Valentina will struggle here. There's a lot of dashes the Phoveus can work with to maximize his passive and get that enhanced basic attack. The heat-seeking shoulder tackle is what I would like to call it.
Yeah, it's always very useful, especially in the early game when you want to secure objectives. That's why Phoveus has been almost pretty much pick or ban in every region. And now for Bacon Time currently, they're gonna secure an EXP layer that also can go ban for ban against Phoveus. It can secure you the neutral objective as well if you play it correctly. Really high early game damage and also decent in the mid game. The problem is it kind of falls off in the late game, but still pretty good. But now for King of Gamers right now, the worry is they don't have a solid mid laner just yet. And in this meta that's centered around mid prio, Bacon Time should have or should be able to ban some of the heroes that the mid laner of King of Gamers will play in the second phase here.
I think this Phoveus, excuse me, the Lapu Lapu might have just been a little bit of a matchup overthink. I mean, they get a good match, they get the solid front, good stun as well, but he might have been able to hold off in the EXP lane pick for a little bit later and then maybe prioritize something like their gold laner first so that they can at least leverage that in the second phase of the draft. They're still looking to mid laners. Interesting that they want to ban out the Farsa, considering that they already have a Valentina with them. And again, I failed to acknowledge this earlier, the fact that the Marcel was picked up despite the Valentina being open. It is a huge risk, as now you potentially give the golden hour to the opposing team, which could be better for them. So let's see how that little math works out. It's rare that we get to see Marcel be picked up and a Valentina is still available for the opposing team. Will they continue to take out mid laners such as the Eve, or would they want to actually... Oh no, they actually go for the Zetian. So they're more than willing to give KOG the Eve because they know that gives them a real world manipulation if ever.
Yeah, I like that. I like the fact that they banned the two heroes that has a lot of range to work with and also escape ability, because right now the Lapu Lapu will have more value if King of Gamers decided to pick a mid laner that's a bit more stationary, that cannot get away from the engages that's going to come from the XP laners of Bacon Time. That's the idea. And there's not much to pick here for King of Gamers in terms of mid laner, but that also applies in a way for Bacon Time's roamer. Do you want to go for something like a Gatot Kacha, I guess, just to make yourself unavailable from the combo of the Guinevere, or maybe something like a Hilda that can take up a lot of damage too and get away and disengage freely?
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough choice. The Hilda will be able to do exactly what you said, take up damage. Kalea actually, yeah, would still be a good pickup for them, especially up against that Phoveus. You force out reactions. They pick up the Claude, so they're gonna leave the roamer pick for later. They want to see the full picture of the opposing lineup. Bacon Time are a little bit later in the game, unless of course they put a Sky Piercer on that Suyo so that they could just help bridge a little bit faster for the Claude. Carry, instant pickup, of course, a classic matchup of the carry and the Claude in the gold lane, while the mid laner pick for KOG will be up. Are they willing to give a real world manipulation potentially to the Valentina? the opposing side? The answer is no. They'd rather pick up the Kimmy instead.
I don't like that, man. Like with the way it's going so far this day, I expect the Kimmy pick in a way, but at the same time, you're up against a Lapu-Lapu, you're up against a Claude. There's a lot of dive here. Yes, you do need some consistent damage to pair up with the Guinevere, but I feel like this is a bit too unsafe. I would have preferred something like a Lilia that has a bit of a escape ability. But we'll see though if it's gonna pay off in the future for King of Gamers. But now for Bacon time, I think it should just be a Gatot Kacha or Kalea. Anything else that's playable here? Do you want to go for something like a Badang that can cancel out the spatial migration if you time it correctly? But I think that's a bit too micro heavy.
Yeah. So they go for the Gatot Kacha. At least solid, dependable, can extend team fights. Surprisingly very tanky. I think that's one of the most underrated things about the Gatot Kacha that people usually tend to overlook. Just how tanky and difficult to take him down. How difficult it is to take down the Gatot Kacha, excuse me. So honestly, looking at the drafts, the biggest X factor here is we're looking at the Marcel and the Valentino relationship. Not that they're together in the game's lore, but because of the Golden Hour now being available for Exort to steal, that changes the dynamics of the team fight for both teams. We're gonna have 2 Golden Hours potentially to cast in this game. So KOG and Bacon time. Let's see how they're gonna start off this potential full 3-game series, as a lot of people are expecting that these two will test each other to the limit as they are fighting to see who will walk away with the title, not only undefeated, but potentially unstoppable. It's match 24. It's game number 1. I've said my piece about the draft. Is there a particular draft you're looking at that maybe has an advantage, Evan?
I gotta say, I like Bacon Time's draft a bit more. It feels more dynamic compared to King of Gamers. King of Gamers really relies on the Guinevere to be able to land a good spatial migration. They do have a failsafe, that Golden Hour, to get away from pretty much any danger that's available. But yeah, it's a bit too reliant of this knockups combo from the Guinevere is pretty much what I want to say. For Bacon Time though, they have multiple ways to go in. The Bravest Fighter can be a soul damage dealing, you know, source in the early game. You do have that built-in spell fam too, and the Suyo is pretty much super mobile, so you can just leave the Suyo alone and make an opportunity of his own and just try to secure those objectives. But talent prediction though, it looks like we are in agreement that Bacon Time will be the one who's gonna come out on top. It's just the score, or the final score, will be different.
Yeah, either a sweep or a win. Well, we're around so far. We've been either getting, well, we've been getting sweeps, but we've also gotten the longest games. So it's either we're gonna get 3 games, but they're all short, or 2 games, but somehow both ridiculously long. At this point, I feel like I've already folded to the idea that that is our fate for this one. But let's see. Bacon Time might just be hell-bent into making sure that no team can say, at least until after week 3, have defeated them just yet. They would have already defeated half of the league. Well, counting themselves, but they can't face off themselves. But, you know, y'all know what I'm saying. They'd already be more than 50%. So it's 9-0. I'm not that good at math. So the most they can do, 9-0. They would be 5-0. That is more than 50%. That's right?
Nice. Yeah. So we're gonna take a look at into the game here. Not much happening here. We kind of expected both teams will be a bit more, I guess, like just waiting for the power spike to proc, right? For the XP laners here, it's mostly just gonna be waiting for level 4. This is a pretty good maneuver coming from Bacon Time, just securing that EXP crab to let Bacon Time to be a bit more flexible in terms of their clearing. Once the total comes up, you know, Exort can just take the EXP lane, or get the XPs towards the roamer as well to get him as, you know, as fast off level as possible. Spider-Miles though taking a lot of heat here. I don't think he's gonna die. Still has to revitalize. Oh, that might be wrong. The damage is consistent enough to actually make a difference, and Zed will have that first blood very early into the game.
Difficult part there. Kzen going after Exort, and Exort gets taken down. King of Gamers have started off this game number 1 really well. Spider-Miles and Exort have lost the early roam mid battle. to Kaizen and Zed, the jungler and mid of KOG.
Yeah, not looking good at all when you're mid-duo. Both of them are imports actually, getting taken down in the first 2 minutes. So now for the next objective, Exort might have to play it a bit more safe because the XPs and the gold has been secured by Zed plus Kaizen as well, both looking at 1 kill so far. So they're gonna drag the Lord or the Total down to their advantage. B-Boss is looking for that steal with Soul Scepter.
Kaizen is going to be able to get that turtle. Spider Miles trying to get out. Kaizen gets out to safety. And the consistent pressure applied by Nile. And now here comes 33rd in the orange side as well. B-Boss still able to get his own buff. But this Fulvius is running wild all over Bacon Time in their own jungle. 33rd was nigh unstoppable and Bacon Time were forced to back.
Yeah, once again, we're building up towards maybe a dominating game from King of Gamers, or at least one side of the team here, as we're going to take a look at the emblems right now. Weakness Finder for Zed to maybe debuff the movement speed, also the attack speed of the opposing team. Nothing too crazy just yet. Both gold laners opting to go for Master Assassin, so they really do want to win their lanes respectively and be as impactful as early in the game, maybe rotating towards the second turtle here if the opportunities are presented.
Yeah, interesting rotations by KOG. They're going for a 2-1 split for the Romid trio. It's Nile usually going off alone, and then Kaizen and Zed going together. While if they're close enough to the EXP lane here in the orange, which they were able to successfully steal away the buff of B-Boss just now, then 33rd joins in. It seems like, it really looks like Spider Miles and Exort, alongside B-Boss, they're just getting out-rotated by the speed here that KOG has. That early loss suffered, and even B-Boss gets taken out! A taunt there, 33rd, might fall down, but he's holding. When Bacon Time looked like they're finally going to be able to take down this Fulvius, but I might have spoken too soon! Look at 33rd! It took way too much time for Bacon Time to take him down. They did walk away with some kills, so it's a little bit closer now for Bacon.
Yeah, it really is a little bit closer. They have time to stabilize and try to build up towards that second turtle. It should be a different story by now with the fact that they established that they have the enough damage to be able to fight back, especially Kang with the Lapu-Lapu. This should be his time to make a difference, unless Kaizen looks like he doesn't even want to go for the turtle. Nile, though, I think is just trying to scout out the situation here, and both junglers might be rotating for the perfect time to go for the turtle, still securing their respective jungler. 1k gold lead for King of Gamers. We'll see how it will pan out in a second.
So Bacon do have their own golden hour with them in Valentina. Seems like Guns is going to be rotating from the gold lane to join in. But there are going to be members of KOG ready to contest. The carry left behind in lane. It's dual lane for Guns. Will he join the fight? Zed showed up in mid, sends him back, so it's still going to be a 4v4. Nile now goes forward in the jungle. KOG still holding the turtle.
Yeah, good job by King of Gamers. Now it's a 5v4 with the carry going for that rotation. 2-man spatial migration, 2-man knockup as well, but now looks like Kang will be taken down. So that Lapu-Lapu power spike is no longer there. Kaizen still looking or eyeing for a kill for a knockup here in the mid lane though. Guns use the BMI trying to get away, and Zed and Ryan will be able to secure a mid turret. So a lot of value in that exchange earlier. Too much perhaps.
You see here how KOG look at the roam mid trio of Bacon Time and acknowledge them as the problem. The roam mid trio of KOG have been setting the tempo here, and Bacon Time look lost in time with KOG lording over them and now lording over the map. 4,000 in the gold lead, 2 turtles to them. The map and window for Bacon to get items and resources here in the early to mid game. Now, in the mid game is getting significantly smaller, and KOG might be coasting to a massive lead for Lord 1, eventually a massive win with big lead in game number 1.
It already is massive. 4k in under 7 minutes. That's actually pretty high, especially with the fact that they're rocking with a 2 marksman comp, which shouldn't be able to have this power spike very early in the game. Pioneer already has 2 kills, and the longer the game goes, the window for Kangkang to be more impactful is gotta be lesser and lesser, man. Once those power spike hits for Zed and also Pioneer, the Lapu Lapu will be bursted down quite easily. As now, retreat battle though, we're gonna get punched on. It looks like Kaizen is gonna be stuck in place and getting taken down. Kangkang in the front line. Golden Hour connecting on towards 4. Zed with the basic attack trying to deal damage. But is it enough is the question. 33rd just dunking on everyone. Spider Mouse and also Kangkang still somehow surviving the whole debacle. In the bottom lane though, it looks like a second tier turret collected by Payed. And once again, it's a good trade for KOG.
An easy push there in the bottom lane for Payed. Although Bacon Time were able to punish Kaizen, they lose a lot. They even had their passive in their base turret down in the bottom lane pop. It's not going to be a good time. Zed now with the Sky Piercer. It's going to be the Sky Piercer holder for the team. And if Bacon Time aren't careful and Zed starts collecting heads, this game is going to be over by the 13th to 15-minute mark. KOG will most likely play the steady game. Exort forced to use the Purify already. Does have the golden hour, but he's forced to go back home. KOG have played this masterfully. From the early kills to Spider Mouse and Exort to the continuous pressure in B Boss's orange side of the jungle. King of Gamers look hellbent on dominating this game number 1, so that Bacon Time will be pushed to the wall and will be pressured to force a game number 3. KOG have been clean, Chefin, way too clean.
Really is. Even the kill count does not really signify how dominant they are. 5k gold lead with 2 kill difference looks very, very wrong, but KOG has been playing the macro really well. Every time they get a kill, a good trade in the middle or in the top lane, Payan was always there in the weak side, trying to get the turret, trying to get something for himself, even just farms most of the part. And Payan will be able to secure another second tier turret currently. And KOG is just rolling through Bacon Time. This is definitely not something that both of us expected going into the game. 2 teams that is currently undefeated, and it looks like, do they want to force out a mid turret here? I don't think so, but we'll see though.
Oh, entry, jump, but Kaizen now taking a lot of damage and trying to get out of it. Forces the Violent Requiem! The golden hour comes out! Hard for me to tell which one from who. I believe it was from Nile. And he was able to save his own jungler. Kaizen gets out. No one falls down. The tower in mid holds, but it's still KOG in the lead. Looking at the items already, the Trinity secured for the carry. Significant lead over Guns, who has yet to build the Corrosion Scythe. Almost 3,000 for the carry of Payan. Meanwhile, the roamers, of course, the Thunderbelt should have a lot of stacks already for Nile. Still just a radiant armor and an Almi, if I'm not mistaken, for Spider Mouse. Full build. Now they continue the pressure. Kaizen gets the Lord. And now Bacon need to back because they need to defend the next Lord push. Forces out the bravest fighters, so Kangkang doesn't get away. And he will not. Payan takes him down.
The 2 from Bacon Time. Shredded like Swiss cheese. Holy, that was too fast. And this is the problem, right? Zed as a Kimi, not only he scales better than Exort as a Valentina, he scales easier too. The wave clear is easier, the way you get kills is easier, you get more consistent damage out of it, and you have that ultimate to be able to set up for that spatial migration too. So a lot more utility as well currently in the game. Meanwhile, Exort has to somehow get that golden hour for himself. Do they want to get it? There you go. Oh man, this is pretty tough. I don't see a clear comeback angle coming in from Bacon Time unless KOG make a mistake for themselves.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where you're just hoping that the opposing team, if you're Bacon Time, you're hoping KOG make a mistake, overstep a little bit. Golden hour comes in, perfect. Charge connects, some knockups. Kaizen forced to go back. Spider Mouse trapped, nowhere to go. Getting poked down, but he's able to escape. Tower is holding, but not for longer. Blazing Duet by Guns, but he took way too much. And Bacon Time are running out of time. KOG might just be waiting for the next Lord to go for the win. This is all theirs. A massive lead. Bacon Time has had no answer.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bacon Time, it feels like they're just waiting for their demise. KZen, though, still eyeing for that spatial migration. Kyle with a lot of immobilization there. Good damage also towards Guns, and 2 of the inhibitor turrets are gone. The only silver lining that they have is the far side or the long lane still has the inhibitor turret intact, but for KOG, they have no turrets at all taken down from Bacon Time, so that is awful situation for the league leader in points.
Yeah. No more, barely any map to work with. They still have a tower in their top lane. They won't be able to contest the next lord, just massive gaps all throughout. In the jungle, it's only up to a War Axe. It wasn't the Sky Piercer build here for B-Boss. He decided to go for the sustain. It's a Sky Piercer for Zed, which is making team fighting difficult for them. It was a Radiant Armor and a Chastise Pauldron, actually, for the Gatat Gacha. Same build there for the Marcel. Probably has hella stacks with the Thunderbelt, Rapid Boots for the fast rotations. Massive lead for the Kimmy over the Valentina. And that's one of the telltale signs of, yeah, comeback is almost impossible. Because there's such a big lead between the 2 mid laners and the gold laner that you're pretty much gone for, unless somehow that is, again, a jungler with a Sky Piercer, but he opted to go for the War Axe instead of going for the Sky Piercer build that has been popping up all around the world now. Easy Lord take for KZen, and we're just waiting to see how Bacon Time will try to defend, and if KOG will end it here. Malefic Roar for B-Boss, but KOG has everything they need to win this right here, right now, with this Lord push.
Fate is definitely not in their hands for Bacon Time. I love the itemization coming in from the whole team. 33rd going for that Winter Crown for more safety, and Pain actually going for that early Wind of Nature as well, but he is fully item up. That Malefic gun has already been secured, but now in the front, in the top lane though, KZen missed out on the spatial migration, some immobilization towards the frontliners of Bacon Time for Nile. Now Kangkang secured that Chastise Cauldron, but will it do him any good? Looks like KOG just want to back off. Exor though taking a lot of damage, even from the Marcel damage, bro. That's a bit too much for a roamer. And now they're cycling the wave. It looks like they just want to back off, take the top turret and back off. This is pretty disciplined coming in from KOG.
Yeah, they know they're still holding, waiting for the next minion waves. Payan has the orange buff. Bacon Time needs to survive another onslaught of damage coming in from KOG. KZen will not land with the spatial migration. No knock up there. Bacon Time has successfully cleared the minion waves, and the other minion waves are gonna take their time coming back. Spider Miles with a blade armor. They still have 2 more to work with. It's gonna be a slow push. Mid first, then the sides.
KZen is still waiting to pull the trigger. Golden Hour connecting on towards 2. AOG connecting only on the Phobius. 33rd will be taking the knockup. Meanwhile, the Kangkang will get taken down. 2 Skypers stack for Zed. And now another kill secured for Payan. But now that special migration finally connects towards the Cilia, and now it should be all over for KOG. Another stop in the making, or it's already been done 3 in a row after the previous series. 12k gold lead to end for King of Gamers, living up to their name against Bacon Time.
Bacon Time were most likely just shocked by how out-executed the row mid trio were. That was clean. Committing a 2-1 split. The mid with the jungler, the Marcel left all alone to either disrupt or defend, and they would juggle that. Spider Miles and Exort could not get away from the early onslaught of the Guinevere and Kimmy. The combo worked out even with barely any items on them, and they snowballed out of control. B-Boss had no room to jungle, and when your row mid trio loses that bad, your side laners suffer, and suffer they did, as it was King of Gamers side lanes who were happy with everything that was happening in the center of the map. 33rd and Payan had all the room to work.
Man, I gotta retire as a caster. I predicted that this game would go for a Bacon Time based on the draft, but once again, that was not the case at all. That, I guess, dynamicness for Bacon Time's composition was completely erased by those early kills that I believe KZen was able to secure with Azad also, and that really was the game changer And Exort as a Valentina, there's not much utility, there's not much ultimate that can really turn the game around. Once again, Golden Hour, yes, it is a setup tool, but I think it's better for it to be a disengaged tool. But even if you use the Golden Hour as a setup tool for a Valentina, there's not much damage that they can output with the way their composition is structured compared to King of Gamers that has both carry and also Kimi that can stack up the basic attacks to hit once the Golden Hour is already over. And I feel like that's not really an apple to apple kind of Golden Hour. The Marcel's original OG Golden Hour is definitely much more impactful in this game. Multiple times he was able to get Kaizen out of trouble, other teammates out of trouble, and there you go. That's got to be the game. Amazing game for King of Gamers, and we'll see if they can actually keep up the momentum just like the game earlier with Tenacity and secure another Stom in game number 2.
Yeah. When it comes to picks such as like the Kimi, the Valentina matchups like that, we always just have to really watch out for how they're gonna play it in the start. 1 minute 15 seconds for this trade to happen. Spider Mouse and Exort seem to have lost a bit of communication together. They really should have been stuck together there, but they weren't. They separated at the wrong time. Spider Mouse was caught out. Exort tried to help, ended up feeding another kill there. One apiece, one to Kaizen, one to the Kimi to Zed, and they just completely lost it from there. Also doesn't help that they're up against the Phoveus. They need to have a good start for their row mid trio to help handle the Phoveus early on, but then that's the difficult thing again. They were willing to play the Marcel into the Valentina because they know it would be a tough choice. The Suyo was open. They were probably thinking of the Suyo Fanny trade, thinking about Bacon time. They picked up the Valentina, but they didn't pair it up with the Phoveus. The Phoveus went to King of Gamers, and that's where everything changed because 33rd's impact with the orange side invades was massive.
Yeah, the KD definitely does not signify how important 33rd was in that game. He got taken down, didn't really get a kill, I believe, until the end. But at the same time, that's not really his job either. He's just there to tank up all the damage and be a nuisance in the early game, and he was definitely a nuisance, especially in the objective fight. I don't even think there's a good objective fight from Bacon Time's side. I think it really boils down to the mid prio. You know, Nylon was able to own the bushes, was able to shoo away this Gatot Kacha and this Valentina at the same time with the Thunderbolt stacks for himself, even building towards that photo, knowing that his teammates needs that extra bit of shield for them to be able to survive. You know, the itemization overall from KOG is very, very safe. They're thinking about themselves, how do we get this victory without really getting killed in the process. The Winter Crowns are very, very early for both 33rd and Kaizen. Even for Zed too, he was going for that Blood Wings as well. Payan goes for the Wind of Nature before the Malefic Gun, even knowing the fact that he was up 4k or 3k gold lead at one time against the Claude. And I like that. This team really knows how to win the right way and also systematically. As you can see here in the objective game, 9 turrets. I don't think there's a single turret hits that KOG was receiving throughout the game, and that's insane. 3 turtles and also 2 lords as well, even the buffs as well. It's complete domination for KOG. The only stat they Bacon Time was excelling on is that damage taken towards the Gacha, and if you actually look the other way, it's not really that good either for Spider Mouse. He shouldn't have taken that much damage. Oh man, what a game for KOG.
Yeah. It really was just like a massive loss across the board. I think one of the biggest things that Bacon Time are going to revisit here is how they took the trades in the draft, because ultimately KOG took the much better trades. Again, it was a first pick Marcel, then they went the Valentina Suyo on the other side, and the Guinevere Phoveus ended up through. When we both thought that maybe a Fanny would be available, Kaizen does have a history with that hero. The matchup would be great. They decided to just double down on the idea that right now it seems like in MSL, and well, even in the bigger regions across the world as well, Guinevere is so darn good with how much it can turn the game around with a great setup, and paired up with a Phoveus. Yikes, that has to be something that KOG are considering to run back, and maybe even make sure that Bacon Time doesn't end up with. Gwyn and Phoveus have been tearing it up lately.
Yeah, even I don't think the Guinevere best mate is Phoveus. I think Arnold is definitely the better combo. this Guinevere basically almost works by herself. Usually when MPLID at least, you see the Jushin, you see the Grox too, you see pretty much a lot of knockups that the Guinevere can use to be able to chain CC people in the air without really using that special migration. But now for KZen, he's doing his job really properly as well. Even not even just landing the special migration, he has done a really good job to stay alive most of the time, and that was provided by that golden time, that amount of peel this composition has, even the Phobius as well. And hopefully there's some kind of adjustment that Bacon Time will make in the next game about this Guinevere. Is it even the main problem? I'm not sure. Oh man, this is definitely a tough position to deal with if you are Bacon Time, because definitely before this match, you know that you're going to be up against pretty much your potentially biggest rival this season, right? They've definitely game planned, they've definitely racked up their brains to be able to make the right call in the drafts, but they didn't do it.
Yeah, I think one of the tough decisions for Bacon Time is whether or not they're going to ban out the Marcel. If ever they still end up on the red side here. If they're on the blue side, of course, different story. They would probably want to consider picking up the Marcel for them so that they would play the disruptive game and KOG won't just completely dominate the mid trio and center of the map. Of course, Marcel, great at balancing things out in that regard, but KOG, I really appreciate their preparation for this. I think it was slightly awkward to bring out the Lapu Lapu in Red 3, something we don't see as often anymore. Usually it comes out a little bit later in the draft. It's a strong pick, but it's not the pick that it used to be. You want to consider other options for anything else. With the dive-heavy nature, maybe an Alice would have been good, but I don't want to focus too much on the Lapu Lapu. It's just that the ordering and sequencing might have been a bit off. The Claude looked mad uncomfortable up against the carry. It looks like Payan just like dominated in lane, so they're probably gonna play differently and see if they could get a much better matchup in the gold lane for Guns, so that he doesn't struggle as he did in game number 1 against Payan.
Yeah, I'm actually not really a fan of that Claude pick, knowing fully well that carry is still available. And that was a no-brainer in, I believe, blue 5 for King of Gamers to take the carry. That's the only pick that's maybe the best pick available. And it feels like Bacon Time handed the key to King of Gamers themselves. Hey, just pick the carry and try to win the game. You know, even if, the Lapu Lapu works out for Bacon Time in the early game, now for King of Gamers, they have the Kimi, they have the carry, they have an abundance of wave clear, and also that appeal mechanic in that golden hour. So they are fully prepared for a late game bout. But unfortunately for Bacon Time, they didn't even get a chance to show their potential in the early game with those kills that secure super early in the game. And normally, if there's Mirko right now, he would say CITB.
I would.
Do you know what a CITB means?
What that means, but that it's Mirko, so I don't know if I should ask what that means.
It's pretty much an abbreviation of Chefin in the building. Every time there's a girl in a camera,
right?
He portrays me. He framed me. He wrongfully framed me as this thirsty guy that wants all the girls, which is definitely 100% not true. Definitely not true.
Well, all right, I read the last one, so maybe you want to take this one, Chefin.
Where's my lens? There you go. Let's take a photo.
Okay, hopefully it's a little bit more accurate this time. The last one sounded kind of sus.
Okay, I think this is actually an accurate translation. Today's great for us. We don't need to eat before the composition, just waiting to eat free pork. And this is a quote from King of Gamers' side, So it is really Bacon Time for King of Gamers. I like that. I've never tried pork, but I believe it's definitely tasty.
I don't know if I should try to convince you that pork is tasty or just feed the idea that it is, or feed the idea that it is
Mirko
not.
Rashi do that all the time.
I don't know. what's the moral choice here for me? You know what? I think I'll just call the draft. It's the Flying Clouds that we end up in, and now both side lanes and pretty much everyone will be able to rejoin fights much better. So maybe the overly aggressive nature of KOG that we saw in game number 1, there might be more responses. So Bacon Time, they're gonna do a do-over. They stay on the red side. And the Marcel is what they'll ban out. So far, similar bans for KOG. Their third ban last time was a Freya.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale.
And they will keep that up.
Protect it till my last breath.
And it was a Harith for Bacon Time and the Chushin. They choose to ban the Chushin. This is interesting now how prio the Harith is in Thailand. If it's actually that prio, it should be the first pick. But for Bacon Time, I feel like in other regions, when you're up against a Harith, you have a clear game plan, right? You pick out the Farsa, you pick out those burst damage heroes that can deter the Harith even in the early game. But it looks like KOG is still prioritizing a Phoveus towards a 33rd. It was really good in the game before, and I'm rocking with that decision. Now the Suyo pick for Bacon Time is not going to be as good either. Even the Fanny is not really available for them too.
It's a really good first pickup on the Phoveus. Once that Jushin was banned out and they open up the Harith, it's the perfect pick. You block out Valentina and Harith, or at least make them struggle if Bacon Time. They're still forced to pick up the Suyo, but this time, so that Spider Miles can maybe be a little bit more aggressive and rotate around the map faster, they pick up the Khalid, maybe preemptively thinking that something like a Hilda might pop up here for KOG. But if I'm KOG, just pick up the Kalea, play through your sustain. You'll have a lot of crowd control early on to mess up with the Khalid and Suyo. They both have some kits you have to worry about early. You can't go wrong with a Kalea and Phoveus early on, and then just pack it with any other mid laner or jungler already if you want to pick it up now.
The star above her darkness.
Yeah, if it's gonna be Kalea, I don't think Guinevere is the right combo for it. It's gonna be lacking a bit of damage. Looks like they want to go for that Zetian, which is, in terms of the statistic, I'm surprised that Zetian has only been pick or banned 4 times this season in Thailand's region. Yes, it is not really the most mobile, the most dynamic heroes that you can have, but it brings out a lot of utility with that Fury of the Phoenix, and also that, global presence is very much handy. And KOG so far, they're playing this very, very safely, man. Very safe jungler, peeling mechanics in both mid laner and the EXP laner. Hopefully, Bacon Time. I feel like they should ban some heroes like carry in the second phase, because it seems like it's building towards those hyper carry or like a full-on protect Mr. President kind of build or composition for King of Gamers.
Yeah, it looks like they will benefit greatly with that. Because Bacon Time, even if they want to consider picking up the carry for themselves, you don't see enough pieces to say that it's a warranted decision. So again, if you want to still make sure Guns ends up with a Claude, then best to just take out the carry. But then you're also going to have to consider taking out the Bruno, or at least picking up the Farsa at red 4. Oh no, Farsa as the last pick, if ever the Bruno does show up, because the Bruno will just instantly destroy the Claude in the lane. But they don't have to play towards those very specifically. They take out the Cho. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Nile priority. I'm gonna have to double check. It's one of the picks that he shows up with.
Yeah, and you know what? Cho is actually not that bad for King of Gamers. The knockups, the Jit Kundo, and also the way the Dragon kind of complement that Guinevere, and that early game damage is something that might be a bit too much for Bacon Time, because right now for King of Gamers, the trio mid is lacking just a bit of damage plus the EXP laner as well, right? You need to proc that the dunks. What's the ultimate again? Infernal Pursuit. For you to be able to be impactful as a force, and it's not really guaranteed that you're gonna have those moments. So those roamers that's packing early game damage should be a ban option for Bacon Time, and they went, for another mile for that Kalea ban.
Oh, and with the Eve taken out, they might just have to settle up for something like a Farsa here. Just adjust their goal lane matchup, but then the Moskov might come in. So they pick up a Harith, they'll get the power pick with them up against the Phoveus. Very brave choice for Bacon Time. They decide to lean into it. and all of their main sources of damage right now, all their picks have micro dashes built in. This Fulvius might just run a train on him, as now even a Badang shows up, a Moskov shows up. KOG's lineup looks monstrous with all of the control that they can dish out.
Yeah, I think Moskov and Harith is a bit of a skill matchup, but if you really know how to use Moskov, it should be a winning matchup, especially in level 1 and level 2, because you have that Spear of Misery to knock back the Harith, and also just move around the Synchro Vision with the first skill, dodging all the damage that's incoming. And if you rock that Fighter Emblem, that extra built-in lifesteal, you should be able to hold your own in your lane, and there's not much catch coming in from Bacon Time so far, so maybe they have to really settle for the Farsa here in Red 5. Or the
Yeah, I think they just decided to go for a comfort, and the Kadita, well, give it to the Kadita, it's very they tunnel visioned with, you know what, we just need someone to pop the passive of the Zetian before we do anything. Dive under the map, you proc it really easy, but then that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Unless it's some godlike timing by the Khalid and the Kadita with a Petrify to make the most out of that control combo. But even then, again, too one-dimensional. They were looking at one specific thing too hard, and KOG, I still feel like, ended up walking away with a better draft.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, not only the Kadita procs the passive of the Zetian really well, it actually goes through, so you can just burst down the Zetian even if the Zetian has that passive. But maybe, you know, I'm wrong, but we'll see though. For this Kadita, man, usually you pair it up with a Kalea, you pair it up with a Kaja that can really supply the Kadita to a member of a player that can easily be bursted down. But this Kadita is pretty much almost independent in a way, so you have to make a room for yourself, you have to make your own opportunity. That's why I don't really like this combo for the Kadita.
Yeah, it seems like they're leaning a little bit too hard. They've had a little bit of a bad boy streak recently with the aggression Spider Mouse and Xord have been playing, especially when Xord ends up with something like the Kadita as his pick. But it just, looking at the big picture, looking at everything that we see, it just really doesn't look like they might be able to make it work. Unless, of course, they prove us wrong yet again and they continue the trend of just shocking us with being able to make work lineups that we didn't realize would actually work out. Kaizen now going for an aggressive start. He gets the orange buff. An overcommitment onto his purple side. Free buff for Kaizen. No orange for B-Boss. Counter jungled like crazy.
Yeah, amazing pathing coming in from King of Gamers, and I think all of that is supplied by Niall's vision, right? As a Badang, you're not really getting punished really easily. You still have that dash to get away, and that first skill just pretty much shoo everyone away from early aggressions, even Spider Mouse and X-Sword specifically. So that really makes the condition here for Bacon Time not really that good, especially building up towards the first neutral objective. B-Boss has to settle for a single camp here, but Niall definitely spots him up right now. Can he actually take this one though?
Let's see, B-Boss still trying to find a way to recover from the losses that he has. I think Kaizen should be able to hit level 5 before this first turtle. He'll be... Is he still gonna continue counter jungling? Yeah, God. He's just going into the jungle of Bacon Time. And now he's waiting. I wonder if B-Boss has any idea. He has an inkling that Kaizen is there. They read the situation. They go in. B-Boss gets bursted. Outplayed. B-Boss is down. Kaizen does it again. He'll pay for it with his own life. But KOG are showing off to Bacon Time that their roam mid trio are completely read by them.
Yeah, you'll take that trade any day of the week. Yes, you still trade out the jungler, but the purple buff, the gold at least, was secured by Kaizen. But interestingly enough, Bacon Time's economy is actually better than King of Gamers, despite multiple jungle invades that's successful for KOG. But now, Niall just popping out that Breath of the Ocean, that passive, to be a bit more vulnerable from now on. Now those still scouting the situation. Let's see, do they want to go for this one? Still waiting for that second skill. There you go. Oh, beautiful set coming in from now, but not much conversion coming in from KOG. And looks like he's gonna get punished instead by X-Sword and Spider Mouse. What was that? Why did KOG was not able to capitalize on that set?
Somehow, B-Boss found a slight window to get the last hit on that turtle without even using his retribution. That must be tilting if you're Kaizen. Kaizen committed his retry, KOG committed everything for that beautiful start. But once they realized that the turtle buff would not go to them, they just decided to back off and they folded. Might be something that KOG will come back to regret later, but right now, Bacon somehow have found the win.
Yeah, almost 1k actually in terms of economy, and they do have that late game insurance in the Harith. It's just that X-Sword, once again, as a Kadira, is a bit too one-dimensional. It's a bit too all-in. You're really relying on your ultimate, and if it actually misses, that's pretty much spells death for you. So X-Sword has to be very precise in his execution, but at the same time, for King of Gamers, they also have to be very careful with where X-Sword is throughout the game.
You mentioned X-Sword, and it might flow through him. A petrified to change the game, but tough to, as his entry, his attempt with a snap fist break, fist crack from Nile might just turn things around too. There's a lot of counter engage for KOG, a lot of engage for KOG, all the tools. But despite everything, as we mentioned, Bacon are getting resources, that miraculous last hit on the turtle. But with items on the board now, a concentrated energy for Kaizen would make a big Violet Requiem even deadlier. Spider Miles does only have the Radiant Armor as the start, and there it is! They flowed through X-Sword and they found Kaizen!
And all of that converted into a neutral objective, a single Spirit of Destruction to test his luck, but no can do from Payan, but at least he gets this space that he needed to farm. But God's actually rotating at the perfect time here, so no turret damage at all, or a bit of a turret damage actually, just for KOG in the end. Bacon time has been securing the objective left and right here, despite them not having that constant poking mid laner that usually team has currently in this patch. They've been doing a really good job of trying to get those pick off before the team fight even begins, and they did it to the perfect target. Kaizen was caught lacking in the worst time possible, and X-Sword gets the kill at a time.
It's been a dead gold lane for majority of this game. It's only been 6 minutes though. We might be getting closer, maybe 30-40 seconds off from the turtle. Someone will decide to try and make a play for the gold lane, whether it's KOG or Bacon, to see if they can get their gold laners out. With this crucial turtle number 3, Bacon has 2 of them. KOG, with all their right moves, have yet to secure a major objective. Payan's Moskov, who has showed up with heroics last week, or was it week 1? Again, I'm sorry, I forgot. Might show up with more heroics again with an SOD entry. Guns, and with X-Sword's presence, forces back KOG. The Harith is out of the lane, and Bacon will now play as 5.
Yeah, but thankfully for KOG, once again, they have that late game insurance in Moskov. That far lane will be just fine as long as you just do your homework, do your due diligence, just spotting up everyone in the map if there is a threat for Payan in the far lane. So they're still a-okay. There's still a lot of peel too for this Moskov, the Fury of the Phoenix. The Phobius, obviously, Kaizen can punish overextension really well as well. So now for KOG, all they have to do is to be really patient. If there is an opportunity, you just bite on it, because that spatial migration file Requiem is still gotta be handy if you want to turn the game around. But most of the part, if you cannot do that, you just have to wait. There you go, the file Requiem connected onto his Goons, but there is a Purify that gets him out of the trouble. But KOG right now, Fury of the Phoenix did not get too much damage from the Bacon side, Bacon's time side. As in the far lane, Payan will just half his way, trying to get the turret and as much farm as possible.
An attempt by Kaizen goes awry, and now Bacon have gotten all the major objectives. KOG will just play the map through their Moskov with Nile providing shadow for him and cover. I feel like that Fury of the Phoenix by Zed came off of a weird time as well. I don't know what he was trying to achieve with that. They could have used it maybe a little bit later, or they saved it. I'm not sure, but right now, it's not looking like it's going to be a 2-0 case against a Violent Requiem. That's going to be airborne and everything thrown at guns. The Harith gets taken out. This might be the turnaround the KOG's looking for. Here comes Spyed, the stun, the combo. And just when it looked too great for Bacon time, the King of Gamers find the turnaround through the Moskov, through the Badang, and through the entire team as a whole.
Just one opportunity. That's all King of Gamers need. But what a spear of destruction from Payan. Exort caught lacking. He shouldn't be that naive just going through the wall, because that spear of mystery can be comboed and chain CC'd with the Badang. As we're gonna take a look at the replay here, they know that the Purify was not there for the Harith, for Guns, and they just jumped the gun towards this Harith. Yes, there's not much damage that the Phobius and Guinevere can offer compared to the real damage dealer, but it is still enough in this early of the game against a Harith that does not have any kind of offensive item whatsoever. And now the economy is still leaning towards Bacon time just a little bit, but definitely that took that deals a lot of mental damage to Bacon time. They're gonna be starting to question themselves on every engages, every push check that they're gonna make.
The game was even out yet again. Just when we thought Bacon time would have a comfortable lead, they get overzealous, overstep, and get caught by KOG. Unready. First Lord of the game, and this could determine who'll take control for the next 3 to 4 minutes. The big push is coming out. Moscow pushing off on the sides. Bacon time. Rushing the Lord. Do they know where Kaizen is? They're waiting for the entry. They slow things down. SOD connects Fury of the Phoenixes. It misses. The SOD whiffs, and Kaizen does not get in range of the Lord enough. It's Bacon time who gets it. Just when we thought it looked good for KOG, it's Bacon who holds on, and they will be able to take the Lord. They continue to fight though. Payan at 33rd trying to find a win, and it seems like they got it as Guns foster the Phobius and Moskov together.
That's the reason why the Phobius was first pick for King of Gamers. A lot of huge value that 33rd can bring to the table. And now Payan with his wave clear will just try to clear this one as soon as possible. Kaizen doing his due diligence, trying to cover for this Moskov. But now Spider Mouse and Kangkang will try to sandwich this Moskov, but Kaizen might be the first target first. Kangkang though with the Bravest Fighter, not much damage towards this Guinevere. But it looks like he will be able to get away scot-free. I'm not sure why they would go for the Guinevere, knowing full well that Payan was kind of overextending. I guess the Purifier was still there. That's why they're not going to go for the X-Sword. Not much damage to Nile at all. It only tickles him. Good dodge from the Spirit of Destruction by B-Boss.
Another SOD doesn't hit. Some knockups too. Bacon trying to crawl for a win somewhere. Both teams still have their mid lane towers up, but KOG's is not as healthy as the Bacon time tower. KOG has one tower over Bacon time. Lord in 90. It's a game of... Oh, Kaizen with a perfect check. They time it up with a Fury of the Phoenix. Oh my god, KOG. Bacon time have just been completely surprised.
Oh my goodness, Kaizen. I don't know if that was luck or that was skill, but you will take that any day of the week. That's like hitting a 777 on a slot. But now Guns though. Oh man, that was very brave there. Not much punish though from Bacon time. And now the economy definitely shifts towards King of Gamers, and they have the map to themselves. Spider-Man is gonna be second guessing himself every time he's trying to push check, because the damage is gonna be way more than enough from Payan from now on, as he is still spotless, 0 death, 302 so far from this Moskov, and we might be looking at another heroic game for this marksman of King of Gamers, Renmar.
Ooh, Maybe we're seeing as to why Payan was selected for the team of the week and not Guns. I'm not trash talking, okay? You know what? It's fine. People aren't going to be chasing me for saying that. But right now, in the series, the stats prove it. As you mentioned, deathless, clean game, and impactful. Again, it's the pairing with the Phoveus. Phoveus is such a power pick right now, and which is why it was very risky to pick it up in the presence, or to pick up Harith, excuse me, in the presence of the Phoveus. Next Lord now, though, lots of minion waves crashing towards the Bacon Time side. All across the map. KOG look to rush.
I'm not sure about this decision, but they're gonna be rushing towards the Lord, and it looks like the Retribution battle will be won by the Guinevere. Now the fight is still going on. Oh! Phoenix connecting on towards multiple people, and look at that damage coming in from Payan is super ridiculous. Different land, though the X mode will be the sacrifice, will be another bodies that Payan collected 503 so far, as 4 is sent to the Shadow Realm for KOG. And now they're beelining towards the bottom lane. The wave is there. It's only Spider Mouse. That is the hope of Bacon Time currently, as they're trying to end the game right here, right now. Everything is still available for KOG. And it is all over for King of Gamers, as they stand as the only undefeated team in MSL Thailand Season 1.
Bacon Time has run out. Their coach was talking a big game, but they backed it up. We thought it would be close. We thought it'd be competitive. Payan has guns on his own arm. KOG sweep Bacon Time, and Bacon Time looks shocked and awed.
Wow. Against all odds, or maybe like the odds were actually in King of Gamers' side in the first place, but respect is always given despite all the trash talks in game. They're all friends and families outside of the game, and you can see that there's still gonna be another day for Bacon Time, especially with the way regular season is going right now. They are definitely one of the rivals for King of Gamers right now, but this is just, once again, the stars are just aligning for King of Gamers. I'm not really a fan of this decision to burst down the Lord, but it works out in the end. They could have played the long lane with the Moskov, but they choose to go for a more ballsy route, and they definitely, you know, was able to benefit, or like, benefit from that situation. What a game. What an execution coming in from King of Gamers. Right from game number 1 to game number 2. Oh man. We might be looking at the future champion of MSL, Renmar.
Could be. It looks like they really showed up here with all the confidence. With, again, how they started off game number 1, looking like they just read the rotation. Again, in game number 2, it was tough for B-Boss. B-Boss was just a shut out of this game. You did not feel his presence. The rotations that KOG had meant that Spider Mouse and Exort really need to pull the extra legwork to try and see if they could get the wins another way. They just couldn't. That last Lord Rush, looking back at it, it looks like they just decided to make the call as they knew they had the Suyo zoned out. They've already brought it down really low, with 33rd providing coverage in the front alongside Nile. They knew that the Suyo would not be able to get close. It was risky, but it all worked out because they were at least man-marking the Suyo really well. It was only a slight lead. It definitely could have been turned around by Bacon, but KOG just played a much better game. They're walking with a swagger and playing with a swagger that so far only Bacon Time has showed off, but even Bacon Time's own confidence seems like, I wouldn't say shattered, but again, it was just rattled by the fact that now they are no longer the undefeated team in MSL. It's King of Gamers Club. They are 4-0 as Bacon Time goes down to 4-1.
Yeah, oh man, I'm still stuck on the idea of the Kadira in the draft, man. Yeah, maybe like they're afraid of the potential of the Farsa getting Fury of the Phoenix when she popped the Feather Airstrike, but there's other ways to counter that, right? You still need that consistent damage dealer, and especially you need range.
แล้วก็คิดว่าตัวเองทำได้ดีที่สุดเนาะ With that, like earlier game is so many team fights happening. Which moment do you think your team excluded the best? Anyone? Oh no, you have to answer too. Okay. Like nervous?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Like the previous game, they have a lot of team fight happening. Which moment do you think your team execute the best?
For me, I think the last clash because we got the Lord and Payen kill all.
Ah,
That's it.
okay. What about you?
Same, the last clash. Because I
Same?
kill all. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you have like the same mind. โอเค โอเค ก็คือเขารู้สึกว่าการเข้าไฟท์ของทีมเนี่ย ก็คือช็อตสุดท้ายพาเย็นแบบยิงฟรีเลย ก็คือยิงฟรีทำได้ดีในช็อตสุดท้าย Are you like confused what I'm saying right
No, we understand.
โอเค โอเคค่ะ ในทีม King of Gamer Club นะคะ มีคนไทย เดี๋ยวเราจะมาถามเขากันว่า คนไทยในทีมคนไหนสอนคำภาษาไทยแบบเกรียนๆหรือว่าตลกโอเค In the team of King of Gamer Club, do you have any Thai player or anyone teaching you like funny Thai?
Of course,
Who?
all of them.
All of them? It's funny. Can you show what word that they teach you?
I think I cannot say it. I will be penalized.
Okay, that is not funny, baby.
But they teach me especially in food because me and Payen always go gym and they teach us because we like chicken so much and
Yeah.
kai tom.
ไข่ต้ม
Yeah, chicken
Like
kai
boiled
and kai
egg?
tom because that's
Oh, okay.
we need protein like that.
Ah.
So they teach me how to say in Thai because in store they cannot understand us.
Do you want to show them
What?
the Thai that they told you?
That's it.
Oh, that's it. Like chicken ไข่ต้ม Payan, do you have anything? Like Thai, just a little bit.
Yeah, I have Kai Dao.
ไข่ดาว ก็คือในทีมนะคะ ก็คือคนไทยสอน อาจจะเป็นคำน่ารักเยอะแยะมากมาย แต่อาจจะพูดออกไปไม่ได้ ก็เป็นคำที่เป็นอาหารที่เขาชอบก็คือไข่ต้ม เคเซนชอบไข่ต้ม ส่วนพาเย็นชอบไข่ดาว น่ารักเนาะ โอเค เดี๋ยวเราถามคำถามสุดท้ายแล้วกันก่อนที่เขาจะปล่อยเขาไปพักนะคะ ก็มีอะไรอยากบอกกับแฟนๆ นะคะที่มาซัพพอร์ตเขาในวันนี้ทั้งออนไซต์แล้วก็ออนไลน์เลย Okay, like last question. What do you want to tell fan club that come to cheer you here and on the online?
What?
What do you want to tell them? Your feeling about like having them here supporting you on site and online. Fan club, yeah, your fan.
The fans in the Philippines.
Yeah, of course.
Uh,
But I cannot translate it.
it's okay.
Okay.
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta dyan sa Pilipinas and sana patuloy nyo pa rin supportahan yung KOG kahit anong maging resulta and yun.
Okay, I don't know that, but I think it's gonna be good. Yeah, okay.
Maraming salamat sa sa mga kabisaya diyan. Okay, tamang tanan. Yun na.
I don't know what that means, but I think it's gonna be so good.
Yeah, so good.
ค่ะ เขาก็บอกแฟนคลับฟิลิปปินส์เขานะคะ ในส่วนนี้รบกวนแปลให้ด้วยแล้วกัน เพราะ MC ก็ไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกันนะคะว่าพูดว่าอะไร โอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวเราจะให้ทั้งสองคนนะคะ ไปพักก่อนนะคะ แล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะส่งให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์นะคะ Thank you so much for this interview ค่ะ ขออนุญาตส่งให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนนะคะ
All right, I can say they were chill with their message and what they said in Filipino. Well, for Kzen, he pretty much just said, thank you for supporting us, to our fans in the Philippines. I hope you continue to support KOG, no matter what happens with the results. While Payan, I actually now learned something new about him. He's from the southern islands of the Philippines, so the central southern islands. It's a wide spectrum. You could either be a little bit closer to the northern islands or the southern islands. So let's just go for central. They're from the Visayas region, and he shouted out his people there. It's rare to see a Visayas region player, especially like shouting out his people. So it's really cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I see as if I know where the hell that is, but it looks like it's a pretty interesting story either way. So yeah, really nice to see a lot of people finally getting what they want. Playing as a pro player, living their dream pretty much. Even though MPLPH might be the final destination for these guys, but as you said earlier, the best export of Philippines are the people, and they are the exports.
Yeah, it's terrific performance for them. I think Payan now is going to be a player I'm definitely going to be watching out for. I will, unfortunately, since it is all single round robin, if ever I want to see KOG versus Tenacity, I'm going to have to go back to the replay, if I'm not mistaken. They've already played up against each other, but Payan is going to be the MVP here. 504, bulletproof, 801 GPM. This Moskov was big time. Every time he showed up, it was just to tear up house and turn the fight around for KOG.
Yeah, I like the emblem choice here from Payan, knowing fully that he mostly is gonna trade with that pure physical damage stat, right? That's why he went for the Trill, because you want to play with that Spear of Misery as well to get the damage up, the Quantum Charge, and the 1v1 potential will be elevated with that Master Assassin, plus the Fighter emblem as well. So built-in sustainability early on in the game, and when you're playing a Moskov that can hit 3 minions at the same time, it should come in handy. And yeah, he is playing really, really well. He did his job really well too. King of Gamers know fully well that they can still win the game despite being down most of the time in the early game, because they have this guy right here on a Moskov. He is the failsafe. He is the one that's gonna bring all the game plans that they're expecting to come through with that Spear of Destruction, with that Firelink control, and he was awesome at it.
So good for the team, dependable. The SODs, there were 2 big whiffs, but in the end, the ones that hit, and his presence did end up becoming the main X factor there. That pick off there onto guns. This team fight, big SOD hit, the combo with the Badang. The wall was just to make sure he wouldn't be able to get away. He got stunned up in the wall in the map. The rest of the team weren't ready for it. That was one of the SODs that whiffed. But this was the lore that miraculously was secured by B-Boss. Secured by them, but in the end, it would be wins as 33rd, and Payan would continue the sequence into this, taking out the Harith, which again, way too difficult to play with a Fulgus around. And of course, a beautiful combo of Kaizen checking the bush, paired up with the Fury of the Phoenix. A lot of these are just beautiful timings by KOG.
Yeah, I think KOG could have actually played a bit better in the early game, especially with the fact that that segment from Nile in the early game in the first total, I think that if that is comboed with the spatial migration, that could have been very, very nutty. Like, the combos are just coming together, but unfortunately they have to go for the long route here, waiting for the power spike to pop off, especially for this Moskov. And it still ended up being a good game for KOG. This is one of the difference between a so-so team and an elite team. How you carry yourself in the late game, how do you adjust your game plan, right? They're not really panicking, they still keep their composure. They know they're just going by what is available for them with that composition. And they just execute it to the best of their ability. Again, I'm not really in board with that Lord Rush. I think even though it is maybe 80-20, you know, 85-15 in the Lord take for KOG, I don't think it is still a risk worth taking when you have that far lane control pretty much intact with Payan. You still gotta play with that against the elite of the elite teams, against the international teams that possibly KOG will be facing off once that MSC 2026 wildcard hits. But hey, that's a long time. There's still a lot of time for them to improve on all of the things that they need to improve on.
Yeah, but definitely KOG, if they look to improve, get better, develop on their strengths, acknowledge their weaknesses, honestly, they could be a team that will be feared in the MSC wildcard. If ever, at the end of all of this, at the end of the very first season of MSL Thailand, they will walk away as the champions. So far, they can walk away happy into the sunset for this weekend, as they will be the only team undefeated in the Season 1 of MSL Thailand, with what could have been one of their biggest rivals getting taken down by them. What a day. We got a sweep day. Chefin, we got all sweeps, but we also somehow broke the record for the longest game twice, with one game going 36 minutes, which I feel like perfectly encapsulates everything about MSL so far.
Yeah, even in the third match and the fourth match, there are certain records that was broken. I think in the third match, that was the most one-sided series that I've ever casted, or at least seen live. That was a slaughterhouse for sure. In the fourth match, we get to see one of the undefeated teams broke that egg in that losing tally. So 4-1 for Bacon Time. They're down to the second place here with King of Gamers leading in charge in MSL Thailand standings so far this season. But this season is not over just yet. They still need to keeping on until the playoff hits, and that upper bracket spot will definitely be a highly sought commodity, not only for these two teams on top, Renmar, but other teams, even Tenacity that played beautifully in that match earlier, definitely eyeing for that upper bracket spot to get themselves safer in the playoffs.
Yes. Week 4, day 1. Bunch of big names to watch out for. King of Gamers will be back in action against E-Arena, a team that secured their first win earlier today. While Tenacity will be going up against Valley Thai. Both teams looking to find a considerable lead against the others, as there is a massive deluge of 3-point teams from 3rd place to 6th place. 4 teams fighting for that slot and wanting to get a better advantage over the other. Sheffin, it has been a great day of action. Before we go, I just want to hear your piece. What do you think about what we saw today? What do you think about MSL, since this was our very first day here?
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I said it right from the get-go. I'm not really in the best shape right now, but after seeing that, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't really feel tired at all. That's definitely a really good watch, a really good showing of MLBB. There's definitely some improvements that needs to be made here and there, but overall, seeing the up-and-coming region, the lesser-known region, is always fun. Seeing what they have, like what's the priority here, what's the meta here. It's always fun to see, man. It definitely lifted up my morale, and I'm definitely itching to see more of MSL Thailand action in the next upcoming weeks.
Yep. Thank you so much for everyone tuning in. It's going to be the host, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be Mint, going to be closing it out for us. But on behalf of Sheffin, my name is Renmar, and of course our wonderful production team, thank you for joining us here in MSL Thailand. It has been such a joy, such a treat. I'm saying goodbye now because we could just disappear anytime. Like, Mint's just going to come in and just like do her piece. So I guess I don't know how this goes. I wish I asked actually about how we're gonna do this, because she might just show up. She might just randomly just start her outro here, and I don't want to be able. I don't want this to end without at least being able to say goodbye. So thank you so much. It's been great. I will back you up in that statement as well. Definitely don't feel tired. Yeah, we got all sweeps, but we got the longest games, but some interesting action, interesting choices, which I feel like it's just great for the development of Thailand, for the development of MSL, and yeah, I am looking forward to see what else is gonna happen for MSL Thailand in the future. So I'm not just buying time right now to just anything else you want to say, Sheffin?
I like mango sticky rice. I think it's the best dessert in the world. I only had it one time. Shout out to Bude Clara for bringing it from Thailand. She actually went to Thailand in the early morning and goes back to Jakarta in the afternoon. That's how rich she is. That's just to get me a mango sticky rice, a single mango sticky rice, man. And it was,
wow.
Oh my god, I can't believe. It's so good. Like, it's such a weird combo, you know, when you think about it. Mango and also rice, you know, but it is a match made in heaven. I don't know if you've had it already, Renmar. I'm pretty sure you already had it, right? What's your favorite Thai food?
Have I had Thai food? Recently, I actually have not had Thai food. It's been a long time.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, there are.
All right. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. Before this ends up becoming a podcast about food, thank you so much for joining us here in MSL Thailand. See you, everyone. Good night.
สร้างสีสันความสนุกให้กับเกมของเราเนี่ยยิ่งน่าดูยิ่งน่าดุเดือดเข้าไปอีกนะคะและที่สำคัญที่สุดเลยค่ะขอขอบคุณนะคะผู้ชมทุกท่านนะคะและแฟนๆนะคะทุกทีมเลยที่เข้ามาดูการแข่งขันในวันนี้นะคะที่ Lido Connect ค่ะและก็ทุกท่านนะคะที่ชมทางออนไลน์ทุกช่องทางเลยแล้วมาเจอกันใหม่ในสัปดาห์หน้านะคะวันนี้นะคะมิ้นและทีมงานนะคะขอลาไปก่อนค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ